T minus 1 minute. T minus 50 seconds. T minus 40 seconds. T minus 30 seconds. T minus 20 seconds. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
What is up, people? What is up? So, man, what is going on in the girl world streets today? I take a half a centella of a nap before I come on this stream, and everybody and their brothers on here blowing up live. I know Chantal's on here throwing a temper tantrum, but you got FFG running like a 4-hour live. 5 hours almost, and you got Yob on here kicking off a live. It's like, bro, what is really going on? It's like, there's something in the water. Yeah, good gracious. So I guess we'll just add our cray to it. Told you I'm tired. Add our crazy along with the rest of them, Let's see. Look, it's Ruthie. Hi, Ruthie. Yeah, girl, drama. Oh, hey, Nutty. Hey, Reject. I'll be here, but work is nuts today. Girl, hey, but doesn't that just make it even better when the end of the workday comes around? You know what I mean? Let's see. Heck yeah, I went and exercised more than 50 does in months, and now I'm eating a T-bone. Yes. Oh, yeah, I'm good, girl. I'm just tired. My sleep schedule's a little wonky. Well, I found out that the YouTube downloaders went shittier in the last couple of days, so that's been shit to deal with. Yeah, I had to figure that out earlier today when I was finishing up some stuff. I was just like, bro, really? I ain't got time for this. Me too. Bring on the weather. We've already had 108 with the heat index. It's only going to get worse. That's the sad thing. You just got to kind of figure out a way to brace yourself and push past it. Hi, Summer Cats. Hi, Mesh. How are you? Oh, let's see. Who else we got? Oh, it's the ever illustrious Pixley. How are you, sweetheart? What's up? Hey, Inferno. Hi, Nutty. Got a bunch of familiar faces in here, all my regulars. All right. Hi, 31 Frames. Good to see you. Holy smokes, Pulpy is live too? Okay, well, I mean, I think it's the appropriate time of night for Pulpy, though, because he kind of runs in the late evening hours, like to early morning hours, because of the time differences. But holy smokes. Yes, it is Friday, but it doesn't really do a lot of good for me because this is my Monday is technically tomorrow. Oh, hey, let's see who all we got here. And it's funny that you use that name. Yes, I am kind of exhausted, Yes, I know. That's just the way that it goes, Hey, Fed. How are you, honey? How goes it? So, man, all right. I'm a Monday through Friday girly pop, so stinking happy after this week. See, that's where I'm a little different. I work weekends. I usually work 2 shifts, like 2 12-hour shifts, then my work week is done, unless I opt to sign up for more. And I didn't this time around. I only signed up for the 2 that I'm doing the 2 bare minimum, and then I'm going to spend the rest of the week trying to fix this energy problem on my part. I didn't know that this week existed. So you had a bunch of good sleep. You should be full on energized. You know what I mean? It's been such a minute. I got caught in Cal's Live Frenchies before Foodie Beauty 8 and a bunch of other things today. Yeah, it's been a day, y'all. It has for real been a day. Almost wish my week was like that. 2 12-hour shifts when I'm a slave to a corporate rat race. Yeah, well, believe me, I get that because I did that for some years. I worked for a corporate chicken processing company, food processing, meat. And it was wild because, you worked 10-hour days without fail, 5 10-hour days, sometimes 6, and then you were on call after you left at the end of the day. It sucked. It sucked. I did that for like almost between 2.5 and 3 years. And I was just finally like, I'm done. I'm like, there is really nothing benefiting this, for me in the long run. If anything, all it has done is it's made my sleep schedule fucked, and I'm having to deal with nonsense all day long and play in politics, which has never really been my thing. So yeah, I dipped. Hey, Miss Camps, how are you? How are you? It's good to see you. Oh, okay. So I'm going to tell y'all, we are going to completely bypass all this ALR bullshit because it is basically same shit, different day. We're at this whole stage where she's seeing some late weight loss, and now all of a sudden she has to massively make herself eat for whatever reason, and her weight loss is stalling, and we know there's going to come a point where it's going to plateau, and she's going to end up falling back off. I mean, she says overall she's lost 40 pounds, but she doesn't really look like she's lost anywhere near that amount. But I'm not fixing to give that one any more attention anytime soon, because let's be real. I mean, it's the same shit, different day, but I do think that we can get right off into the foodles, because the stuff that I clipped down, this was prior to her throwing her temper tantrums today. Let's talk about the phone, because I know people have been asking about that. Stop. Hi, Melody. Hey, Granny Noodles, what's up? Hey, Crab Apples, what you doing? It's good to see you. Something is going to come to a head with her. Something's about to slip. She's never stayed consistent, and her cravings always win. Agreed, they do. They absolutely do. And that is just the way that it generally works with her. So let's talk about this one. Gracious, skinny queen in all of her illustrious glory. She said that she and I are the same size. I posted a full body shot from my son's graduation. We are not the same. Not even fucking close, yo. I mean, not even close. You actually have a waist, Calorie, that she is seriously lacking, Hey, me too. Not long ago, crap. It's just one of those things. Yes, it has, and that's part of what we're getting into here, because here we are, her saying that she don't use no I don't use no filters. What y'all talking about? Why does that plate look like it's bigger than your torso, ma'am? And why does that phone look like it's almost a foot long? Let's talk about that. You want to claim up and down that you're something that you're not. Look at that. That phone went from being almost a foot long to about 5 or 6 inches long. Tell me how you don't use no filters, girl. How you gonna claim you don't use filters when it's right there for everybody to see? See, I took care of that today, Summer Cats, because I knew I wasn't going to want to have to deal with that later on this evening. I just can't with this one. I mean, she's wanting to hide this. I mean, here we are again. The phone is back to being almost a foot long. Right. Why is she using the table? She got 3 plates in front of her, you know? Oops. Not that it really matters, because you know that he ain't coming even in close to any kind of proximity with that hoo-ha of hers, man. She looked all puffed up on filters with only skinny thing on her was the phone and the napkin. Yeah. And the plate still looks freaking ridiculously huge. To pick up my epilepsy meds so I can go tomorrow. Oh. Well, worked out in your favor. That's awesome. But let's talk about this. The other reason why there's no way in the damn world that I believe that this woman is actually doing anything or will ever do anything, lose any kind of weight, thanks to Sansa, because Sansa is a beast on the macro front, okay? Let's see. Hang on, I got some quick movement going on here. Is it hot there? You're in a hoodie. No, it's actually really nice outside, but the air conditioner's on, and I am right underneath the output. So I sat here for a little minute and was like getting everything set up, and I was like, "Boo! I got chill bumps. I'm very cold natured, so I kind of can't help it. Don't you know that's the new Samsung 100 quadruple X plus girl? That's funny. How you doing, oranges? Doesn't look like it's a curved plate. Yes, it does. Yes. And at first it was an oval, and then all of a sudden it's a curved, like a curved square. So, I mean, that lets you know. I mean, there's way too much going on. Also, the no bra wearing out to a restaurant on a date is just wild. Even in her granny's moves and Skechers. I know. And she thought she was doing something. She stopped taking her meds. No one can convince me otherwise. Oh, no question. As much as she complains about it giving her stomach issues. Hey, hello, little man. Somebody just talked to you. Crabapples was just asking about you, Romies. Hey. Hey, Bubba. Hey, Bubba. Want to say hi? Want to say hi? You just want to be nosy. There he is. There he is. Here. Wait. He's right in the middle. There you go. There's our boy. There's our boy. He's being as sweet as ever. Let's keep going. She replaced him with Skittles. I believe that. I would believe that. Yeah, but that's just some days I can get away with not wearing a hoodie and I'm okay. But I'm having one of those days, you know. He is, and he's a sweet boy. He's such a sweet man. She's been taking over-the-counter meds only, and that's been Urine City installments. Well, she had those gelatin tablets. Oh, shit, I can't think of the name of it. It's basically it's basically a med that you take to kind of help keep you from having spasms of the kidneys if you have like really serious issues with UTIs and kidney stones and stuff like that. And she held it up and was like, she said the name of it, and I can't think of the name of it. I'm still tired, y'all. So, you know, she said there, she shook it for a minute. She's like, I haven't taken that today. So there's that. Hey, hi, there's Mama. Yes, the Romies. Hey, Rose, how are you? No, this was something extra. It's like a over-the-counter herbal supplement of type, you know. Yeah, I'm just a little on the chill side. So let's get into this a little bit here. Thanks to Sansa being a macro beast here, being hardcore on the numbers, let's look at all of the calorie inputs for the last week, except for the homemade meatloaf and then that burger binge she did earlier today. So what are you doing? Don't do that. So looking at it, the least damage she did over the course of that week was her going out on this performative date night of hers where she ate a little under 1,400 calories. And that's probably the only reason is the fact that she was out on the town and she didn't want people staring at her, because she says, even though she doesn't care if people look at her, you know she does. You know she does. Okay. So, Lord have mercy. Foodies, I'm always thirsty. Me, well, I have nothing to do with that. Yep. Hi, Capone. So let's see. Let's kind of get right down a little bit further into the numbers here real quick, because thanks to Sansa, we're actually able to get a little bit of an idea of what is going on here. I mean, we know most of her stuff here. It's all processed food. It's all carbs. It's bread. It's rice. It's very little lean meats. It's very little veg. It's garbage, basically. Look at what her grand total is. 15,412 calories. That is enough calories to feed 10 people at a 1,600 calorie per day allotment. I don't want to hear nothing from her about how she's trying so hard and that it's all acceptable. This is not acceptable for any fucking body. For nobody. She is literally, congratulations, my dear. You are in the 600-pound life category range here, where you are eating to such excesses that you could feed past a family of 5. She also never marks anyone's weight or appearance. Stares and she's went at me 3 times. Right. Yes, that's from 6 meals, because if you'll think about it, I mean, take a look at the Chinese food alone. The Chinese food alone was 4K. Over 4K. Yes, I have noticed that. And it's just kind of like, hi, boo. What are you doing? Hi, big man. Hi, big floof. And I mean, do not get me wrong. I know there are a lot of like actual pro mukbangers that do that, but the difference is that they have their stuff set up that way, but they're not eating garbage, and they're not eating that shit every day, multiple times a day. Excuse you. Hey. Excuse you. Come over here. Thank you. If she's thinking she's trying, is she trying to gain? That's the only try I see. That is basically where she's going. And Calorie's right. She eats nothing but garbage. Yep, she's averaging 2.5K. She is almost doubling her allotment for each day on one meal. And that's not talking about all the stuff that she claims not to show. And we know that her diet is even worse off screen than it is on screen. So it is insane. But, we know the woman is insane. Those trans fats are dangerous to her already enlarged organs. Yes, it is 100%. I wonder how many of these mukbang meals are feeder requests, since she lets us know that people do request certain foods from her through Cameo as well. I don't know. I'd be curious to see. She makes the claim that a lot of it is based out of cravings. I couldn't think of the word. Jesus. Yes, the floof man. If she comes on one day and says she's lost more weight, I'm going to lose my ever-loving mind, which means all that means is that she turned the damn filters up even higher. That's all that means. Some are eating for workout routines too. That's quite true. Take like your Andrew Yang's. I think that's the right dude. Nice looking man though. Super nice looking man. And he's in shape, and he works out he works out consistently. He is taking good care of himself. This is something that he does here and there. He's not relying his entire life around it, I agree. Girl, I would love to know myself, but we've seen all the stuff that she's bought from the store. She tries to pull that, you don't see what I eat off camera. We don't need to see. All we need to see is that you aren't eating salads. That's true. The sodium alone tells us what we know. We live that life. We know she's lying. Yep. There's a woman competitive eater on YouTube who is tiny. She has shown how she keeps her weight in check, right? It is entirely possible. As a 5'3", 130-pound woman, Foodie should be eating 1,800 to 2,000 calories a day. Well, what she's eating, she's literally gaining 1 to 2 pounds or more every day. That's a 30 plus pounds a month. Yep, and it's only going to get worse for her because the more she gains, the less mobile she is. And oh, holy snikes, 100 pounds every 3 months. That'll definitely explain how rotund she's gotten, you know. Quite true. And intermittent fasting is actually, or they do OMAD, which, you know, they could reserve, like do regular fasting during the week when they don't have a mukbang planned. And then they can do OMAD, do their whole spread, and then they're done for the day because they've met their calorie allotment, you know. But we know old Foodles is not doing that. She's not doing that. That's some bullshit there. You know what I mean? I'm of the belief that one day soon Foodie will spontaneously combust. I don't know about that, but you know, I do know. I do know that we're on the countdown on her. I do believe.
By the way, lots of Muslims eat sweets during Eid. I'm not sure why reactors are pounding you about that. It's a celebration of what you do with sweets. Oh yeah, I don't even care.
They know nothing.
Yeah.
They know only about their basement.
Yeah, people are like, oh, she's using that as an excuse to eat sweets. Well, don't people like? How many people every Christmas say, oh, it's Christmas, I'm gonna eat what I want? You know, like eat all kinds of pies and everything. Give me a break.
They interfere only, like, also in the religions. Like, they don't know anything about it.
Yeah.
Hey, dickhead. It has nothing to do with the religious aspect of it. It has to do with the fact that you've got a 450-pound woman with diabetes, hypertension, and liver issues that you've provided 4,000 calories on a platter for her to inhale for God and the whole wide world to see. It's basic human biology, you fuck nut. I can't stand him and her using this. Oh, nothing about religion. How about basic fucking human biology? Basic human biology. Despite her thoughts on all of it, she is not an exemplary entity in relation to the way the human body works and never will be. How about you talk to yourself in the mirror talking to somebody about some ignorance?
That's so pathetic.
I mean, react to that all you want. I'm gonna keep eating what I want, and it's my body, it's my life, and I don't know what to say about that. Like, if you're gonna say the same thing every video, oh, she's eating pizza. Oh, she's eating this. Oh, she's eating that.
Before you become Muslim, okay?
Yeah.
Before that, there is never know about anything about this.
Draw.
Okay. I hope your limp-wristed, man-titty having, birthing hip swinging, drama-inducing bitchy little self has to be the one to drag her fat ass out of the bed when she dies of a stroke in the middle of the night and the fire department can't get into the room to get her out of the bed. You want to talk about ignorance, my dude? Hi, Fiona's mom. I'm a little cranky right now, y'all. I love that you titled this 621 when you're doing a lot of clip homework. Girl, I don't feel like I've done nearly as much because honestly, some of those lives were just purity nothing, just nothing. Even though I'm not included in this, and a lot of people were not included in this, I still wanted us to talk about these drawings because this woman has got the intellectual capability of like a special needs 9-year-old. And it's just interesting. Hey, Grandma Smurf, how are you?
S-Jam? Okay, I'll draw S-Jam. S-Jam first? Yeah, but you guys are supposed to guess. Okay, you tell me who to draw. We'll play reverse Pictionary. By the way, I don't care if people draw me and make... I'm not making... Okay, I'm not bullying anybody in these. I'm just drawing how I think they look.
I'd say that's actually not too far off the mark from S-Jam. I don't know what y'all think. The only thing he's missing is a ball cap. Because that's about how he's shaped, actually.
Who is this? No, it's not. Barbara. I suck at drawing then, you guys don't know. It's no madness. You said it.
That actually kind of does a little bit look like no madness. I'm not going to tell any lies. She does have a really prominent nose and really prominent teeth. So that does really kind of look like her.
Draw Breezy? Okay. She's going to call the cops on me.
I had to leave that in because y'all know, those of y'all that are on Twitter, y'all know right now, there's been a whole discussion going on about old girl having the cops on speed dial and being so thin-skinned, but want to get into it with God and everybody because she doesn't have anything else to do with her time, you know. But look at this.
You want me to do Skinny Queen? It says Sheen Hall Slay.
That actually, I don't think. Yeah, she wasn't wrong with that pick of Breezy. No, not at all. She was pretty close on. She got the nose down. Girl. That's a good question. That's a great question. I agree. And that's another thing that at this point, realistically, probably the only thing that's going to, and it won't even stop it. It wouldn't stop any of it. It might slow it down. That Bad Seed and pretty much everybody else in the community just blocking her. Now, I mean, realistically, there's nothing stopping her from making another, like a sock account to slide around under, because we know she does that. We've seen it. There's been plenty enough that's been left out there that reeks of her. And it's just one of those things. But at the very least, it'll make her work for it, for fuck's sake, you know? It really, let me find it. It really is just bad caricatures, but you know, at the same time, there's a couple of them that's been pretty close. The part that I don't get on this one right here is the fact that she gave Skinny Queen like a 1-foot-long neck, when in all reality, Skinny Queen is the same height as me. You know, we're both very tall for women. So, you know, she wasn't trying She's like skinny queen out her mouth. And I know, girl, do I know. She just mad. She just mad. She's mad with you. She mad with Skinny. She mad with Charlie because every one of y'all is making some kind of progress that she'll never be able to attain. So yeah, she's pissed. Mm-mm-mm.
I'm not trying, Calorie. She's gonna get everyone to flag my channel.
Her big scared of you, Calorie. Her scared of you, girl.
Do you draw yourself yet? No, do you want me to draw myself? Okay, I'll draw myself. I don't.
Fitting. Let's back that up. Oh shit, how did I start that over? I done started it back over. Fitting. Absolutely fitting. Look at that. Go ahead, pics with your bad self. Yep. Yep. Agreed. Yeah, her top lip ain't that big, but that bottom lip sure is though. Uh-huh. You know it. She's scared. She's scared. Yeah. Well, that's true. The gun is too small, but do you notice that she's seeing her projection for her future self because she has no legs? No legs. Agreed. Should be rounder. Hi, SH. How are you, darling? It's good to see you. Ooh, look at Allegra trying to do that girl world hookup up in here. Fitting to be a girl fight over Inferno, y'all.
I can't draw Zachary.
I don't know. She kind of got the hair right on Zach. The hair's kind of right. And the facial expression's kind of right too, because he does that kind of face whenever he's not entirely sure what's going on. It's like, you know, he's kind of there. He's kind of there.
Oh yeah, milk tea. I made the face too long.
That don't look nothing like milk tea, y'all. You did that. That was wrong.
My ring finger swollen? Probably. I had so much sodiums today. Yeah.
You don't say.
How about, okay.
Y'all, I done seen Yaba. I done seen Yaba recent photos of Yaba. This doesn't look like Yaba at all.
Hi, baby, yeah. Oh, French fry girl. I already did her before, but yeah, let's do it again.
The only one that she did that was actually worth looking at was this one. That's the only one that has any semblance of artistic ability applied to it at all, is this one. And this one looks like a cartoon character.
She's looking at me right now. That's this Captain Marvel.
That absolutely looks like Pete's. Right down to the struggle hairline, holding on for dear life.
That's Pete's.
Exactly.
According to Garlic Bread, weren't you supposed to be... Wasn't I supposed to be kicked out of Kuwait the 17th of June? Because they've changed their laws, and see, Foodie Beauty might have too many health problems, and she's going to be kicked out. She's going to have to leave Kuwait June 17th. I'm still here, Pia. You're lucky I'm Muslim.
Where?
It doesn't say super dry. Yalla. Forgot the eyebrow up. Yeah, I tried to do the archy eyebrow.
You forgot some things. You forgot some things, girl. You forgot a lot of things on there. You forgot his little man boobs. You forgot them wide hips. You forgot that little teeny weeny John.
Teeny weeny, shriveled little short man.
Mm. Oops. That's funny. Right. Agreed. Oh, she forgot men surrounding him and giving him money while pointing at their crotch too. Dead. Just dead. God.
It looks like a composite. They all look like composite sketches. Who hires these people? I was always like that. Like, I was always the one in total control of everything. But to the point where, like, I don't like to talk about, like, people I've been with before, but, like, just as a comparison, I would have to make the decisions for everything. Like, they almost to the point, like, no personality when it comes to anything. Like, you know, like, I don't know, whatever you want. I don't know, whatever you want. Like, and I had to do all the man things of the house. They didn't know how to do, like, basic maintenance or, you know what I mean? Like, I don't like that.
Really? BB was too busy working a full-time job to pay the bills that you couldn't pay because you were too fucking lazy to get a job. Pete's is just a soy boy sucker who's willing to do anything and everything that you want just so he could stay in a house rent-free because he's another one. He's just incapable of doing anything adult-based, which, by the way, you helped him get to that point. Then, of course, we have Mr. Body by Meth over there who, you know, didn't give two fucks what y'all did so long as you kept him in his crack. So, yeah. As to you doing man things, I would love to know exactly what man things you're talking about because you can barely wipe your own ass. How are you doing anything? Last time I checked, Pete's cleaned up vomit for you because you were too lazy to do that. Neither of you were even willing to change a light bulb. You literally called maintenance to come change a light bulb and a damn fire alarm battery. You had to ask your audience on how to do anything. How do I put this together? Bitch, that's what instructions are for. As a woman, and she says not long after this, if you're a woman that can do those things, that's great. You should be able to do those things. But I like being able to do just women things. As somebody who can do what would be considered man things, all entirely by my lonesome, because I've been left to my devices to have to do so. Otherwise, I would wait forever for somebody else to do it for me. You can kiss my butt, lady. Yeah. Right, human bottle opener. I'm glad you like that, Oranges, because that's exactly what he's got. He's Body by Meth over there. BB would know how to do man things, and if he didn't, he's smart enough to ask a friend for help. Quite true. Nope. I don't think so either. What you mean? Let me see. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, okay. What is just a woman thing? They're right. Exactly the point. I mean, realistically, I mean, if we were living in 1940 where there were actual full-on defined roles for what men and women do anymore, that would be one thing. But we've kind of evolved past that point, you know? So it's just kind of like Pix just kind of summed it up right there. Does she mean like cleaning her own radiator or finishing drywall, mending an indoor concrete wall, retiling, changing a tire, hose things? Right. Thank you. That's exactly what I'm thinking. That's exactly what I'm thinking, Reject, because honestly, for those of y'all that have been here since like the very, very beginning, y'all have seen some of the stuff that I've done around this house. I completely drywalled the porch after we got it enclosed. You know, I've built furniture. I have done all kind of stuff. I mean, realistically, as much as it would be nice to have somebody else do it for me, if I waited for somebody to come do for me, it may never get done. Number one. Number two, I like being capable. Hi. I am training myself for a post-apocalyptic world, as it were. That's just a joke, though. Right. Mentally, anyway. Right. No, I don't want to climb up on the roof. That's the one thing. It's the one thing. One thing that it's just not meant for me, y'all. It's just not meant for me. No. She has roaches in her kitchen. I have them in my ashtray. We are not the same. Quite true. Oh, so let's get into the drama of the day. So, man, she spent a total of 2 damn hours on live tonight. What? Let's start with depressed and I need snacks. Whoops. I'm going to mute that real quick. Play. And we're going to jack her up on the speed because we're not fixing to sit through all these long silences like this. I'm going to put her at 1.5.
Okay, I don't know when I went live, but I think when it was I was getting ready. And I hit. Anyways, okay. So, I don't know why it's not horizontal. I apologize. It should be.
Same, Fed.
Hi, guys. Everyone I missed. Okay.
Oh, you scared me.
I accidentally hit live. I wasn't ready. I accidentally hit it. Oh, eggs on legs. Yeah, you did. Nikki, Darnay. Hi, everybody. Mike, who did I miss? I'm behind. Jeez. 990 calories a day per.
Wait.
Everyone's so cool. Great, but why is this record putting kids on a school bus every day when school is only Monday through Friday? I can't like it. Anyways, I wrote this down because, so I'm allowed, I do my fitness pal basically to do something. Even if it's small, it's still something, right? So I'm allowed 1,990 calories a day per my fitness pal. Today I had 1,861, which means I only have 129 calories left. Cat Black, just listen, I want to teach you a lesson, Cat Black, okay? I want to teach you a lesson. Whenever you get married and you say I do, and you're in love, that doesn't erase all of your world's problems, all right? If you think that when you get married, all of your personal problems are just going to go in the wind, you have a rude awakening coming. All right, so let me break it down. I had some Samyang noodles because somebody requested that on a Cameo today, and I could only eat a quarter. So that was 138 calories. Then I had Mr. Beast Burger, which is 950 calories for a Mr. Beast Burger. Then 550 calories for the Mr. Beast fries. I had a big bowl of, I had 2 cups of Brussels sprouts in the air fryer with barbecue sauce. So the sprouts are 77 calories. The barbecue sauce is 40 calories because I put 2 tablespoons. That's all I had left in the bottle. And then I had a 3-in-1 for 106 calories. So that's a total of 1,861 calories which means I don't have any calories left for the day, and we're going to watch a movie later, and I can't have any snacks. Hi, Lolo. Hi.
You a whole ass lie. You a whole ass lie. Okay, so she raged a little. She's been holding it in and she let some slip. Yeah. Well, it's a matter of time. We know how it goes. She's not ever going to put on this, oh, I'm just not going to worry about it, you guys. Just call it what it is. You're hangry. It's fine. It's fine. Hey, Dex. I says, I'm a dude and I have to look it up on YouTube half the time. So there, Foodie, humans can learn in their late 50s. I'm living proof. Well, quite true. And I'm going to tell you, like, take like the drywall thing. I watched several videos on how to do drywall, how to cut it appropriately so you didn't have quite so many rough edges, best methods for spackling and all that. I taught myself how to do. Now, I had already done some prior with my dad's help because we came in here and tackled these big walls, you know, that needed whole sections removed together. But we're talking about a year's difference between me and him doing that and me doing this porch out here. So yeah, I went on a refresher course. YouTube University is a real thing. You can learn all kinds of stuff and there's no reason that you shouldn't, you know, no reason at all that you shouldn't. Right. She absolutely owes some back. And I'm sorry, but I don't know where she's getting the calorie total on my Fitness Pal. She fudging some numbers on there. Let's see. Right. On cam calories. Exactly. Is she really trying to Sansa herself? Bitch, please. Right. Because the woman's can't not have just plain anything. She can't just make Brussels sprouts with some salt and some pepper or some Mrs. Dash and call it a day. You know she's got to smother everything she puts in her mouth with some sort of sauce. It's just kind of like, I don't know, maybe if the person that you married actually loves you, they'd be persistent in their wanting for you to be healthy and to help you take the steps toward that. That's an excellent point. Exhausted. Everybody out here's been said it. Me, y'all, everybody. At this point, there hasn't been too many people who haven't said this, you know. There you go. See, it is entirely possible to do just about anything if you're willing to. Look, right. And how much is her cameo? Her cameo is like what, $35? So somebody paid her $35 for her to make a feeder video. Sauces are amazing if you know how to make good ones. She used processed stuff. She needs some basic condiment recipes. I have chili paste I make for ramen, whatever. Yeah, see, and that's the deal. Like I've gotten like heavy duty into that sub salad where you kind of fine chop everything up, like there's some salami and some pepperoni and some ham and all that. You put your little bit of banana pepper in there chopped up and you create your own sub sauce. And I've been doing that and that is so good. And that's mostly like red wine vinegar and a little bit of oil and like some spicy mustard and not anything over the top, but just the right combination and just a little bit of it. And you can shake it up real good. And it's just enough to give everything in that bowl some flavor. Yeah, girl, it is ridiculously good. Anything from how to spool a vape caster to how to dig a huge hole in South America to make a house with a pool and everything is on YouTube. Just have some curiosity. True. I'll tell you where I'm caught up lately. And I don't know if any of you guys watched it, the video where I reacted to K-pop music. I have absolutely fell in love with this K-pop group. Their songs are just they're so good. Now, mind you, I can't understand like 75% of it because I don't speak a word of Korean, but the music itself set me off into a tailspin. And then I started watching dance videos. And I used to love to dance when I was younger. Not great at it, but I used to love to do it. And I was just like, I really miss that. I'm fixing to start doing that again. Like I said, I'm not any good at it. Not any good. But it's not about being good at it, because it would be me doing it for me. You know? So it's just kind of one of those things. But I went into a whole rabbit hole down the dancing genre. And I was like, ooh. I was like, look at that move. I was like, oh my God, look at that move, you know? So yeah, I'm always going to be just the type to go in and just like lose myself into something. That's kind of how I got caught up in the foodie burst, is I found one video and then I spiraled and I was like, what the fuck, bro? Now that she's admitted to making thousands by being an eater, and the fact that her Cameo suggestions are food related, that's where she's making her thousands through Cameo. That's just disgusting. I need to get some balsamic vinegar. That's the only thing I don't think that I have right now. I got all kinds of stuff in there. I've got yum yum sauce. I've got, aioli. I've got the red wine vinegar, the little bit of oil, all that stuff. Why not just salt, pepper, garlic, and onion? You talking about on my salad or on her on her Brussels sprouts? I could probably just try that, on the salad. But, I heard a lot of people say that the balsamic, the red wine vinegar was really good. And so far it's been really good. Smoked paprika is my secret weapon. I hear that a lot. People be using smoked paprika on everything. Let's see. I think they order on Cameo to tell her what they want and they pay the rest on PayPal. I could see that. That makes sense. Stray Kids are mid as far as K-pop goes. Really? Well, I'm going to say I really love all their stuff thus far. And I haven't listened to everything yet, obviously, but, it's just one of those things. It's just like get kind of caught up. It's about missing the lyrics when you don't know the language. I know. And it's probably a good thing that I get really kind of caught up in the music versus the lyrics anyway, because that's just kind of how I am. But I have bebopped around the house all day, earlier today and all day yesterday. I was just cutting a damn fool up in here. I was having a good time. I wore myself out. I want the jobs people who pay $35 to watch this beast eat ramen in the grossest way humanly possible. Dude, I don't even understand the types of people that would be into that. I mean, it's just disgusting. Right. $35 is almost a whole damn gas tank. No, thank you. I've posted it in OSB's Discord before. I feel weird posting it here without OSB having a choice before. What you mean, baby? Oh, I took all the food stuff and reactions off years ago. I gotcha. And that's fine. I mean, if you wanted to, if you wanted to, I don't think it would be an issue. That's really not for everybody, but it is kind of like, I dig it. I haven't had Brussels sprouts as a kid. We covered them in ketchup to drown out the taste. Oh my God. There was one point years ago, and I think I was probably 9 or 10, that they went on sale, the frozen Brussels sprouts, and my mother bought a ton of them. And we had Brussels sprouts at dinner every single night for like a week straight. And there's something about the taste of them and the consistency of them that it just made me want to vomit. And she would make me sit there. She's like, you're going to sit there till you eat those. And the time I would still be sitting there 2.5 hours later, and she would be like, go take a bath and go to bed. And I'm like, fine by me. And to this day, I cannot eat Brussels sprouts. It doesn't matter how you do them. Like, I think the last vacation we all took together, my mom made roasted Brussels sprouts in the oven. And she she was just like, "You want one?" I'm like, "No." I'm like, "Just the thought of that makes me want a Ralph." And she was just like, "Oh." She's like, "Well, they're really good." She's like, "More for me though. That's fine." So okay, well, see, then that's. I mean, we back in that time frame that all that happened is we were not real well to do. My mom I don't think my mom had only been a nurse for like a year or two at that point, and she was working full time at night. And then my dad was working full time during the day, and money was still real tight because there was 4 kids and the 2 of them, and yeah, they took advantage of every sale that they had that there was, and it's just kind of like, ugh. Well, no, not exactly, because I mean, really, if you want to look at it, Brussels sprouts is probably more like cabbage, but I can do cabbage, but Brussels sprouts just make me want to puke. Just the smell of them. I haven't ate Brussels sprouts since that time frame that we had them. I mean, that we had them for days upon days upon days. I haven't ate them since then. I just can't. All right, let's keep going.
Everybody, YouTube lover. Yeah, I was going to F off today about you having a mirror on your stream. Wait, so you're doing personal eating videos? No, but if somebody sends me a cameo and requests something like that, then I don't mind, you know. Oh. Brenda, I think this Sansa weirdo should worry about what they eat. All right, how about that? Hi, hot tea. No one.
Oh, she mad. She big mad. Sansa done put her on blast and she's mad.
Cares. Okay, I know I had a lot of sodium. I'm not stupid. So, I have no snacks, but I look like a snack. I'm dreaming of it. Maybe a snack that's been in my IKEA drawer for a few days. Holy girl! Ice water for you. Just treat yourself. No, I can't do that all the time like I wish. So I'll just wait till tomorrow. It's not like I'm going to eat like fast food tomorrow, you know. Well, I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to have. I'm craving something home cooked. You know what? I'm craving mafe, but I only have crunchy peanut butter. And with mafe, you have to use smooth peanut butter. And I don't want to do more groceries. Hi, babe! No, I don't eat fast food every single day. Well, it comes to one, Amanda. Huh?
Yeah, you do. Just about.
Hi, Ashley. I actually don't. Hi, Tracy. Today I had fast food, so I don't think I want to eat that again tomorrow. I don't know what I'm going to make, but you know what I wanted to do? I wanted to have grilled cheese and tomato soup, but... Hello, Maddie. Hot tea. If I can't snack out fresh fruit. I do have some strawberries, but... No, I started counting calories today. Hi, Tanya.
Which means it'll last till tomorrow.
I went overboard on seeds, on sunflower seeds, so those are...
Quit scratching on that door, please.
No more, so I'm not having any more. They have Taliban. Yeah, they have like something like DoorDash. No, Brenda, I could care about negative 500 on the drama between SGM and Monty. Okay, I don't care.
I don't even know what's going on with that. I know that there was a bunch of that'll tell y'all how out of the loop I've been this past 2 weeks. All these people going back and forth with Monty, including Hannibal. The only part that I do know is that there was a clip I saw on Twitter where Monty was losing it, cussing, his voice cracking, he's shrieking. It was wild. I was like, how you gonna come on here and try to talk all hard to a grown man who's actually got baritone in his voice when you're still an alto, my man? Come on now. Every bit of it sounded so forced on Monty's part.
When's the last day I didn't eat fast food? Well, I had fast food today. I don't know. What did I eat the day before? I don't even remember.
Sounds like it.
Did I have fast food? Nothing happened about blackout or something. Only one day for 3 hours, and that's it. Yes. Hopefully we don't have to have another blackout. It is like, I think 11 p.m. here, after 11. Oh, yeah, I had Chinese, yeah. Sunflower seeds, yeah. The thing is if you have barbecue sunflower seeds, sodium.
Hi, Annie.
And how many calories? Like nuts and seeds, you can go overboard. You're eating Wendy's. We are saving up for travel, but we have a budget for food.
Sure you do.
So that doesn't matter. A chicken and rice on camera. Oh yeah, did I eat that both in the same day? Hi, Energy Egg. So that's what.
See, that'll tell you she has no clue what's going on here. She doesn't even remember having 2 takeout meals in the same day.
I'm trying to do. I'm trying to write down what I eat and count it and plan it out before the day starts. And because if I don't, look what happens. I had a full Chinese meal, and then I had, I think the mashed food was that night, right? I don't know. Yeah, I know vertically. I don't know. I messed up the freaking thing. I messed up the thing. I messed up the orientation of my live stream. Thanks, lovely one. What's easy to use, Fufuik? So actually, so yesterday I drew all those characters. You know what I mean? And I want to update. I want to update something. I didn't really take the time to do a good, breezy. So this was the one I did, and I made a new one. Okay. What happened? Dreaming of Everest. So I made a new one. So here it is.
Heartland Season 17 is streaming.
Shut up.
Can you see because of the orientation? So this is her, and I used like a side-by-side. And then this is her muscly arm. She punched her grandpa. It says I'm 75 on his Sears sweater. And here is girly bread waiting in the attic window of the $19.99 per night Airbnb. Yes. Do you think it looks like her a bit? What? Kind of looks like Jennifer Aniston. So I think this one sucks, and we can rip it up. And this is a new one for you. Enjoy. So accurate. Yeah. Pickles and peppers. I can't really have any more salt. Sell it to me. I should start making porch like paintings and put them. I could get nice canvas and make real artistic of whatever you want. And then I can frame it and sell them and ship them off to you guys. How much? You want this one for real? I'm 75. I don't know how to draw old people for some reason, so that's what the grandpa looks like. But anyway, $10. $10. That's more than I deserve. Sure, I can mail it to you. Behind cravings only happen occasionally. I think Chantel's cravings. The thing is Chantel era, artist era. You would love a caricature? Chantel originals. Seriously, I would do it. I mean, I would do them better than this, even slightly. But yeah, I would do them like nice in color. I could make them in color and then frame them and sell them. You can ask me for whatever you want. A picture of whatever you want.
I told you the level of intellectual function of the people in her audience that they think that that's even worth having. I mean, they're just as stunted as she seems to be because why? You know? Hi. Can I help you? Thank you. I know. You're a good boy.
Okay, I'll email you my ID. I would never I've never doxed anyone who sent me an email or sent me anything. I'm not dox you guys.
Oh, you a lie.
At all. I know you're gonna say, well, you doxed FF Google. That was a complete accident or whatever. Like on my shoulder number on the screen, and I offered to pay to change it, so that's different. But I've had a lot of people send me their numbers and things. I never do that. No, I'm not like that. No, but I know you have to at least say it. You have to at least say, don't share this. I know. I'm sharing vertically because for some reason my phone, I don't know, I must have hit go live before I had a chance to set it up properly. So it's vertical. I'm sorry about that. Anyway. But yeah, so no problem. But you have to pay for the shipping. I don't know how much it is. For a letter, I don't know from Kuwait. I'd have to find out. Probably not much. Popcorn is a good snack. Yeah, I know, but
Let's bypass this and get straight to the anger.
wow, egg on legs. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm just trying to count calories because I realize I'm not going to be,
Yep.
like that's most things I do in life are just half-assed. And you know what? At least it's something. I mean, just counting calories. Even like right now, I know
True,
it's going to work because I
SH.
feel hungry, and that means that I'm not eating and binging like I normally would all night, on snacks or whatever. Sorry. Anyway, so I'm depressed. I don't even want to watch a movie without snacks. so boring. I don't care what anyone says. Snacks make the movie more interesting. 100%. Could you watch a movie with no snacks?
Yes.
There's my cat. Juice. Mommy, wiener mobile. I don't even know what flag that is. What is it? TN's.
Oh.
Part. I guess I'm like, I want to try it. Yeah, we'll put a disclaimer. If you're a minor, scram. What can I do, Yanni? Like, it looks satisfying, yeah.
If you're a minor, scram. What could I do about it? Well, you could age restrict your stuff. You know, I mean, it's not bloody rocket science, and her trying to act like she doesn't know that this kid is a kid is beyond me. 2 days ago, Ghostface actually posted a comment saying they were a year ago and I stopped making them in July. The death one was actually before the rest. I stopped making threats and art in July 17 last year and have never made any future ones. And I did regret it, but with Skank Bella, she ruined Sala and Miriam's relationship. So what can I say? I like Sala and Miriam. I'm sick and tired of people paying attention to me. I'm the one that needs to defend myself from haters. I changed from a miserable person to a good person last year and built peace. I changed my whole content to karaoke and cooking vlogs, making it suitable for everyone, including my Egyptian viewers who are nice, and it has changed me into a good person. And I would never harm anyone. They were only pranks at the time. No one is perfect. Only God knows who. And I'm not 15 anymore. I'm 16. And I will be a good person and follow my career. I know what's right and wrong. I just want haters to stay away from me and to leave me alone. No problems will be made. The grass isn't always greener on the other side, just so you know. May Allah guide you. Okay? Let me see. I should have put this up on the screen. But this kid's Instagram. That looks like a teenage boy. Okay. Foodie commented on this, and it says it. Chantal, YouTube. Mashallah, nice hijab, LOL. This woman, despite her saying that she didn't know that that was even a thing, and that it's not, I can't help who I interact with on my channel. That just showed that she's interacting with this youngin' off of YouTube. How is that appropriate? This is the reason why people in the community have had the response that they've had. There has been way too much pedo fuckery going on around these parts for that to even remotely be okay. From what I understand, yeah. No telling. So it's just one of those things. You know what good people don't ever need to do? To tell other people they're a good person. Exactly. And that's part of the reason why I think this kid and her are jiving so well, because they are basically mentally about the same age, you know? Well, I can agree with that. I agree with that. Yeah. Everybody young looks young to me. And like I said that on that video yesterday with the K-pop group, I was like, I'm going to be honest. I am ogling these men. Yes, I know they're 20s. I know I'm old enough to be their mama, but I'm not dead yet. You know, good-looking men is good-looking men is good-looking men. But, you know, it's like you still look at them going, you a cute little boy. You such a cute little boy, you know. Agreed. Hey, Heather, I started saying a long time ago that I'm 20, but I have 24 years of experience. 24 with 24 shipping and handling. She said something about the age of the kid. She put on a video via Omegle the night she did it. She hasn't changed. No, she was like, a minor, there was nothing minor about him. A minor with a 15-inch wiener, sure. And yeah, I did a little short video on that about how she likes to defend pedos. She is extremely predatory. Extremely predatory. I mean, she has a ongoing track record of being predatory toward people, and not just people that are young, but men in general. She picks out these men that she associates herself with, knowing that they have no family support system, that they don't really speak English well, that they are of lower financial economic means. She uses that to her benefit. She knows. Wasn't there a new pedo in Chantel's chat last week who was a good friend with Chantel? I have no idea. That right there would have to, that we would have to check into that. Hey, y'all gonna go play in the living room. If Ghostface was a female minor, Chantel would have blocked them. Agreed, 100%. But you know, male attention is male attention. Right. Yep, I've already told my mods if anyone even jokes they're underage, they're gone. I don't want to deal with any teen I didn't bring into the world. Facts. The only teenagers that I am willing to deal with are the ones that are in my family, and there are not very many of those left. And maybe if I dated a man who had teenagers, maybe I would deal with them, but it would be very highly regulated, because there is no way in hell I want anybody, you know, misreading anything, because it doesn't take much, you know, of anything being misunderstood or misconstrued for it to destroy somebody's life. And she is taking that head on with I don't give a fuck, you know. She seeks out men she believes are beneath them and uses finances to control them. That's quite true all the time. Yeah, he's being a rowdy boy. Right. Same. And the interaction I have is limited. I think I interact more with your teenager than I do the ones that are in my immediate blood family. And I don't even really talk to her that much anymore. You know, it's just usually whenever she gets a wild hair, you know, and she sends me a message, "Hey, Auntie, how are you?" Let's see.
Thanks, Amaya. Welcome to Haideku. You love nail tap ASMR? Healthy is the best feeling, yeah.
I'd like to keep her around if that's okay. She's a good kid.
Now you know or have been informed of a minor whom you have been trusted to be your mod. What? Who?
You know who, Heffa.
Thank you, Amaya. The crunch of TikTok of that bar is so satisfying. I know. I can never, ever get the crunchy noises like they do in those ASMR vids. So I would suck at ASMR. I don't know. Anyways.
Based on what's been discussed, it seems like it was either yesterday or today when this conversation started really coming to a head. All of a sudden the wrench disappeared. But that kid has had a wrench in her chat for a hot little minute now. Excellent point. I would really same. I would rather be somebody's grandma than somebody's stepmama, because okay. Real quick. As a person with a newly acquired step monster, not by methods of divorce, but by widowship, I still don't like this woman. I don't want her around. I don't want to deal with her. I don't want to interact with her. I just flat don't like her. It does not matter how nice she tries to be to me. I just can't. I just can't. You know? And I know that it would be incredibly difficult to have, especially if you're talking about from a divorce standpoint, having to deal with children that don't belong to you, that still have their female parent in their lives. They're going to look at you and they're going to hate your guts because they feel like you stole their parent from them, their father from them, you know? So, it is what it is. Hey, I'm not saying that, but her mama is her bio mom is straight trash. That's the reason why you and her have done so well together. She can look at you and see stability, right. Dax is saying it. If you helped raise her, I bet she's worth having around, I just, I'm not saying that being a stepmom is a bad thing. I'm not, but I know that dealing with what I'm dealing with, where I've lost my mother, who as a fully fledged grown ass woman, I don't like my stepmom because I feel like she's trying to overstep her bounds. I know that no teenager is going to appreciate me being around their father thinking that I'm overstepping my bounds and I'm trying to replace a living parent. So that's why I say that. It's just, see, I'm glad you get me. See, this is why me and her have been ride or die since we've been so young, because she gets me. She understood where I was going with that, see, and I'm sure it can be. I have no question about that, I've been in relationships with guys that have had kids, and it just, all it did was make things harder, more complicated, I know my mom is a way better grandmother. I love her dearly, but her grandkids get the best person she is. That's okay. I got the same from my grandparents. Well, see, and that's the deal. I think part of the reason why I think I feel the way that I feel in the circumstances that I find myself in is I didn't have the greatest grandparents. I had a better connection with my mother than I ever had with my grandmother. My dad's dad was not around from the time that well before I was born. And then my mom's parents died when she was really young. So I only had the one grandparent. And you guys have heard me describe her. She had all the love and compassion of a rattlesnake. So, it was just one of those things. And I think realistically, the dynamic of being a grandparent would be easier than being a step parent. That's why I say I think that would probably be more my vibe. I'm really good I really like kids. I do enjoy being around kids. I think they're just fun because they don't have all the realistic view of the world and life and everything else. And they can appreciate the moment versus having to worry about things well past time. But, right. See, same. Agreed. Can't fault that.
Hello, T. This for you guys. Oh, remind me.
My dad died when I was very young, 6, and I wanted my mom to find someone else when I was a teenager. Well, and I mean, I understand that. And I think part of the situation with me, Summer, is that, the time frame between my mom passing away and my dad getting remarried, it was like a year. There was a year between the two. And it's just been like really, really tough to wrap my mind around and very, very difficult to accept, simply because it's like you spent 44 years with this woman, and now all of a sudden the body ain't even cold yet, and you done already slid another heifer up in your house. It's kind of hard. Yeah. See, that's another thing. I don't want to be in a relationship with a man and another woman. If I wanted to do that, then I would be like major. I would be, what do you call it? I'd be a throuple if I wanted to be in a relationship with a man and a woman at the same time. If I want to be in a relationship, I want to be with the dude. I don't really want to have to deal with the ex, It's just weird. Right. Agreed. Yeah, I understand that. And it is what it is, but it still doesn't make it any easier to accept, you know. You just kind of, you know, just kind of do what you do. Well, I do have your mom. She's my mom's too. She's been my mom's almost as long as she's been your mom's. Trust, if I need her, I will pick up the phone and call her. You know this. Be like, Ma, I need some help. She'll be like, I'm on my way.
Today?
Hey, she'll be loaded you up in the passenger seat. Y'all be coming over here together.
Yeah, I'm gonna cook next video. I think. Yeah. Yeah, I should. I got 1 minute. Oh, yeah, you did. I should. When I went stateside, did I ever do a Crackle Barrel one? Mom still made sure I was fed and everything and had money.
Oh.
Ripe old age of whatever. Hard shell. I love hard shell, but I hate when you take the first bite and it all cracks apart. Yum, Miss Casual Viewer. Risotto, yum. She talked about foodies another badly. Really? At least my mom doesn't have a hate channel. Would you not be hella embarrassed? Would you not be embarrassed? Not be embarrassed. Okay? If your mom, at her ripe old age of whatever, had a hate channel and was sitting there slowing down. Yabba does this. Scabba. Slows down me walking up a ramp. That's her content. Would you not be embarrassed that your mother earns money this way, buy you a bicycle? Or, like, I don't know what Boozin said about my mom, but if it's anything along the lines of, look at the daughter you raised. What about your parents? I don't have a criminal record. I've never punched out anybody elderly. I didn't have a seizure from drinking so much. So, sorry. What?
Now, I'm not saying that in this argument that she's making here that she ain't accurate. She ain't being accurate. Because let's be real. Every bit of the stuff that she's bringing up is all stuff that Breezy has shared herself. So she can't be mad when it gets used against her. You know what I'm saying? But her Foodie not having a criminal record, that's simply because she hasn't been caught yet. And we know she's too much of a puss to actually lay hands on somebody. So that'll never happen. And let's just not even talk about the seizure from drinking too much. I mean, woman, you did meth, you did Molly, you did coke, you did some crack, you did a little bit of what you got. You are not the winner of the comparative games of it all here. Oh yeah? Yeah, man, y'all come over. We'll make a day of it. Right. She didn't do OnlyFans. She didn't announce to the entire world that she had multiple STDs. She didn't abuse animals. She didn't prey on children. She didn't advertise, she broadcast child porn, you know? So, I mean, Same. And I'm going to tell y'all, and I've said this, my mother would probably tear Foodie's ass up. If y'all think that I come on here and I get delved into the info and I'm very snark with it, Krusty can tell you, my mother would chew her up and spit her out, but she would do it in such a way that everybody that's ever, my mother would do that to people right to their face. She would dress them down right to their face. And people would be like, oh, your mom is so nice. Oh my gosh. I love me some of her. And she would tell people about themselves right to their face without batting an eyelash. You know? And would do it in such a professional way. Honey, if you don't bring this blood pressure down, you're going to lose your eyeballs. Honey, if you don't reduce this blood sugar, you're going to jack up your kidneys. She would tell it. Right. A little bit of everything. A little bit of, hey, what you got? You know what I'm saying? Hi, Gail. How are you? Everybody has seen her low beams. I mean, at this point, right. There you go. She summed it up the best way possible. She could tell somebody to go to hell and they'd be looking forward to the trip just because of how she spoke to people. And I would, man, if my mama was still alive, we would be doing whole StreamYard mama break this down. Right. Right. That would be as close as she could get.
Please. I was on my own at 16 because I was disrespectful and deserved my ass kicked out of the house. My mom still made sure I was fed and everything and had money, but I still graduated high school, honors program, made it to university. I still did what I had to do. Home, like pretty much homeless, couch surfing, partying all the time as a teenager. So yeah, no criminal record, no beating up old people. So I think she did pretty darn good for what she was, a single mom, teen mom. Yes.
I'm the product of teen parents. My parents were both 16 when they got married. Do I have my issues? Absolutely, but so does everybody. The difference is that my mother didn't encourage it. She didn't enable me. If anything, she would tell me about myself worse than any stranger that walked past her on the street. And honestly, I'm not trying to say this, but I'm going to say this. Basically, what it comes down to is your mama and them paid you to go the fuck away. That you are that insufferable that they would rather pay you to get the fuck out than to have you in the house and to try to work with you and to make you a halfway decent human being. That says a lot about her. One of my besties in real life is a retired nurse. I have a lot of medical friends, it seems. I can't tell her about Chantal because, she would walk up one side of Chantal. Hey, that'd be fun, though. That'd be fun to listen to her just lose it for a second because you know she would, you know. Wait, I just saw something. Not beating up an old person is now a golf standard. Apparently.
Love you, Mom.
The other thing, too, and I'm going to say this, let's point out the parallels here. You got Foodie and you got Breezy, and the very first thing that they love to do is declare how they're a good person and how they're so changed and how they're not who they used to be, but they still present with the same behaviors that they would have presented with when they were doing things that they claim that they don't do anymore. Okay. One thing y'all will never hear me do is I will never come on here and declare that I'm a good person, that I'm a bastion of ethics and morals and, try to imply that I am a better human being than anybody else, including Foodie, because I can acknowledge that I have my issues. But what I will say is that I'm a better person than I used to be. If I'm better than anybody, I'm better than I was a year ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20 years ago. I am better than that person. Way to go, Rome's. You made a fantastic mess, my guy. You okay? He scared himself. God bless him. He underestimated how far the jump was. Bless his heart. I'm not even going to try to put all that back at the... I'll fix that later. Let me go check on him. What was that? What was that, Mama? Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay, Romy? Okay. Oh, it's got me teared up. That's funny. Oh my God. Romy is okay. He just scared himself. God bless. He went to make that jump and underestimated how far it was away. You know, right? He was like, "Fuck your stuff." I did. He just, God bless, and he did. He hurt his own feelings. Now he's in the hallway out there. I walked out in the hallway and he's sitting there. He's like, I said, "Are you okay?" And he turned over and gave me his belly. He's like, I was like, Lord have mercy, bless his poor little heart. He ain't mean to. He just scared himself half to death. Right. Yeah. Come for the chat, stay for the destruction. Oh my goodness gracious. That's funny. Bless his poor heart. He scared himself half to death. Kind of scared me for a second there. He's okay. He's going to be all right. He just, if anything, he just scared it. He just scared himself, you know. Oh, man. Such is the life with cats, y'all. There is something that goes on every day that just makes me laugh. They are they just all crazy. It's just because, oh no, trust, if it was that, it would have been a whole nother story. It was just loud. He was trying to jump up onto this cabinet. This tall cabinet is made of metal. And this one's wood. So what you were hearing is he was trying to grab a hold of that cabinet and he was hitting it on the way down with his legs, trying to kick himself up. So he's okay. Actually, he just came back. Hi. Did you scare yourself, Bubba? Did you scare yourself? You okay? You okay? Hey. He's okay. He's back to doing his usual stuff. That's a sweet boy. Bless his heart. Good gracious. Right. Never a dull moment. Right. Off the wall. 30 animals later, I heard that as a cat freak out. Basically. Let's see. Well, he ain't went back there yet, you know. I think Foodie made a fake account to comment on her own community post and then responded to the comment, "This is just speculation." It wouldn't surprise me. Hey, Blondie, it's okay that you're late, honey. We're we just had to clean up a calamity in here. You chilling? You okay? You okay? It's a good boy. Oh, y'all. Okay, we're going to keep going. Hi, boo.
So, yeah. And I wasn't anyone's bonus daughter. Yeah, exactly.
Actually, you were someone's bonus daughter. You were basically the equivalent of a human third wheel. You were the kid that they didn't want there because neither of them trusted you, your mom or your stepdad. That makes you a bonus daughter, girl.
Certainly not anyone on the internet. Imagine talking about my husband. She's disgusting talking about my husband's appendage and the size of it.
Right.
And yet, what? You were going to Airbnb these starfish with garlic bread. What do you like? Have you seen him? He's a freaking midget. No. That's the short people. What do you think? Like, seriously, are you kidding? Please get a life. Okay. Anyway, good God. I can't deal with this freaking crap. Disgusting.
We're worried about the fact that other people are making comments about him and his appearance and his junk, but we don't want to talk about the fact that he sent photos of that out to people. We don't want to address that now. We just don't want to talk about them things, do we?
Doesn't matter, Shan Jones. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. She's making fun of it when she was going to marry somebody she met online who looks like that. Like, get a life. Anyway, you're getting baited. Oh well, I don't mind venting. I'm not mad. I'm just like speaking facts, and this is how I do it. Sorry. Yeah, I don't know what's the proper politically correct term then to use for extremely short, like in a derogatory way.
I prefer fun sized, but that's just me. I don't want to hear nothing from her about anybody having anything to say about her husband's lack of appendage because of the comments that she's made about underage boys' appendages and Mr. Body by Meth over there. What you're mad about is you can't walk around telling everybody that he's built like a tripod when the whole world knows that he ain't.
Teeny weeny, shriveled little short man.
Got you in your feels, girl? Yeah, I think I'd be in my feels too if I knew the entirety of the great wide world on the internet forever, knew that I was living with a man who was walking around with a gherkin in his pants.
Teeny weeny, shriveled little short man.
Who's big mad? So who's big mad? Oh, Pixley said it. Pixley said it. Where's it? Right there. She just mad that everybody else has seen it and she ain't. Yep. Oh, Nutty's coming through cold.
I'm gonna have all this. I'm gonna be canceled now. Shan Jones, you're missing the entire point. Okay, you're missing the entire point. Has nothing to do with that. Nothing. It only has. It doesn't matter. It's not the point of how she saw it. It's the point of her having the nerve to talk about it and make fun of it. When, hello, like, are you kidding? Look who you were going to bed with. That's the point. I hope you can get it. I hope you can connect the dots. You can speak your piece, Lord knows they do. Yeah, they're going to do it for another 3 hours after this live stream if they're not already.
Why you mad? Why you mad? You done been said a couple times over that we can say whatever we like. A few times over you've done said it. Feel how you want to about it. Your man wouldn't nobody have known that you was playing with a gherkin if old boy hadn't have put it out there. You just mad that little illusion that you had set up in your mind has been demolished for you to present to everybody around you because you was going to try to say, oh, we already know because you did the same damn thing with Natter and we all found out that Natter was sporting a little gherkin too. The fact is that you mad because you were sitting there telling us that every single person in there was yay long and this big around, and now we know he like this. He's like this. You mad because you want him to be this textbook stallion of a human being when we know he's a limp-wristed little dick fucker that likes to play with poop. Just own it.
Little people. No, I don't know.
Sorry, Jen.
Anyway, Manlet. Remember that term? Sorry, Tracy, I'm still going like this. Yeah, goodbye, Shan Jones. No one cares about you. Hi, Weezy. I'm extremely short and drunk. I am short, yeah, but I'm not making fun of anyone's, stuff. People get mad when you speak up. They make their entire channels doing the exact same thing. Exactly. It's my channel. I'm going to talk about whatever I want to. I hate when people tell me what not to talk about or what to talk about. Like, no. Okay? No. Little people, big world. Let's think of a good comedy for movie night.
Same.
Yeah, I was going to watch a horror movie, but maybe a comedy. Yes, Suzanne, I still have my cat. No, I sold her on the market. She's turning tricks to earn her wet food.
See, that shit ain't funny.
Motherhood is sacred. Stop, ladies and gentlemen. If I had a 14-year-old male in my chat, I would get to the bottom of it. Whatever. Good for you, Sue Ellen. Go virtue signal somewhere else. No one cares. No one cares. If you want to think I'm a predator, I don't care. I really don't. Whatever. Just get lost. You're annoying. Yeah, but stop shaming women who had abortions. They think that I give a crap about that. I don't care about anything you have to say about anything in my past. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. You're not going to shame me. It doesn't matter. Like, I'm the one it happened to, and if I don't care, and you care, that's weird. Hi, Susie. Wants to keep the kettle. Other people care because they had abortion. Yeah, I know. Like, it's whatever, you know.
But you know, okay, here's the deal. People bring this up. I can give you a few reasons why people bring this up. Number one, how are you going to try to justify calling out another woman's parenting when you were ill-equipped to be a parent yourself? And not once, but more than once. Pardon me for the coughing, y'all. Secondarily, how are you going to call out somebody else's parenting when your lack of parenting has made you so emotionally stunted that you could not help guide another human being to being a well-rounded human being at the end? And I do think, and I think I heard Frenchie say this at one point, I do think that if old girl still had her reproductive organs and she hadn't ate herself into losing them, she would have done been well past got knocked up by Natter trying to hold on to him. But then we already know the reason why she went through this whole process to have these pregnancies eliminated, because she can't have any real emotional connection to any other living entity. It doesn't matter that there's a bonding process that you develop through pregnancy and the varying chemical connection between you and that child. As soon as that child were out of her, she would pass that kid off to the first person she could hand it to, and she would have never looked back. There is no such thing as a lifelong connection for Foodie. The 20-some-odd-year-old cat that she claimed to have loved meant nothing to her. That was there through everything for her, that only asked for her love, attention, food, and a little bit of care. She didn't have to go through all this with BBJ and actually have to mold BBJ into a functioning, thinking, manageable entity. BBJ was that on her own. So that tells you, if she had ever had a kid, she would have passed that kid off to some fucking body, or she would put that kid up for adoption with a quickness after she realized that that kid was not going to get her what she wanted. Which would have simply been keeping whatever man that got her knocked up nearby and within control. That's it. There you go. The only reason Foodie didn't turn into Shani is because she can't have kids. And I'm going to say this, talking about Shani, because I've listened to some streams about Shani. Shani is making the claim that the government took her kids away from her because they have some Native American lineage and that she does too, and that's why they went through all this. Everybody out here who is not fucked in the head, we all know She chose this piece of shit, another body by meth motherfucker over here, Rev, over them boys. He put his hands on them kids. Them kids should have been gone 2 fucking years ago. And if anything, and I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say it, let me take myself off of this right here. I'm going to say this shit with my whole motherfucking chest. As soon as she allowed a man to put hands on her children, she should have had all her reproductive organs snatched out with a pair of pliers and no fucking anesthesia. Especially when you know that one of your kids has got special needs. From what I understand, Crab Apples, the kids have been formally adopted. They were in the system for a little bit. They were adopted by a lady who has a history of working with children with autism. So they are now formally placed, and they are doing well. So I'm good with that. I hope they never fucking see her again. I hope they realize exactly how toxic she is and they leave her to fucking rot because she deserves it. I don't have kids by choice. And like Heather's saying here, there are too many options. And it's because of those options and the choices that I've made that my hoo-ha has stayed intact to its factory settings. I prefer it that way. But I'm going to say this. The other reason I don't have kids is that I understand that there is a level of reverence that comes with being a parent. You are that child's everything. Everything. And I have too much of a respect for the sanctity of that life that would be brought into this to not bring them into it, knowing that I am not my best self or best equipped to make them the best version of themselves in the process. So, there you go. That's exactly what. Agreed. Yes. I hope so too. And I am hoping that amidst everything, because the system being involved, they were asking a bunch of questions about, they were asking about their actual Native American heritage, because with the level of lineage, they can provide them more resources, and that's why Shani was making such a huge fucking ordeal out of the whole thing. And it's just like, first of all, agreed. But Shani is no more Native American than Foodie is. Or ALR is. Shani is just a fucking parasite. Well, sometimes it just works out that way, Jen. Yeah, I said hoo-ha. Wait, hoo-ha factory settings? I don't have kids either. And what are we talking about exactly? I am talking about a non-post-birth vagina, meaning your vajayjay and everything there has not been utilized for its manufactured purpose, if you know what I'm saying. They're in their original factory settings right now, Can I say I don't have the patience for it? I do to an extent, but because like I said, I do like kids, but I just know, that I don't feel like I would be capable of actually helping a child to reach their potential. You know what I mean? Agreed. I agree. Exactly. I would rather do that. I agree with that. I agree. And the world does nothing but get crazier as time passes. Facts. Hey, fun. Man, we got a fair amount of folks up in here today. It's good to see y'all. He is, ain't he? He just chilling out. Him just chilling. He decided just to kind of give up and just relax after that whole debacle with the cabinet.
My favorite movie is The Shining.
Oh,
Just speaking facts, that's all. And I'm very animated about it.
That would mean you're angry.
Not a predictor calling kettle black. What are you talking about? No, I didn't see anyone make fun of my pool. I don't care. It's not like mine. I don't own it.
Now, didn't we have whole conversations about the fact that, oh, that's not mold, that's a concrete, that's paint, y'all.
Let's stay away from my body, my choice. I need an autograph, so please let me buy your artwork. If you want to buy my artwork, email me or reach out to me and I'll make you a personalized artwork, but you have to pay and you have to pay shipping. Pay shipping.
I thought she loved all her beezers. We couldn't do like a one-time caricature drawing with signature in a frame. I mean, between me and Calorie, I think we've given away a butt ton of stuff to people out here just because we felt like it, because we wanted to make people feel good. Yeah, you kind of come in at an off moment there. I hope y'all realize that a lot of that is me messing around, because honestly, y'all know I flat don't care. Oh no, that's just disgusting, Heather. I thought YouTube was just fun money and her husband is dirty rich. Girl, that boy ain't got a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of. Hey, Zoo Flute, he's been handling some business. Desperation at its finest.
Really? No snacks. Yeah, Valley, yeah. Ride the short bus to avoid everyone. There was like 2 kids on. I didn't care. F all those kids at bus driver. I rode the short bus. I had to ride a short bus to daycare, but so did everybody.
I think she rode the short bus well past daycare.
You know? Wipe the left side of your cheek. No, I want to keep it there. You would literally beg. I would totally buy a painting. Okay, you guys can, honestly, if you're serious, email me and or message me on probably message me on TikTok, or yeah, maybe email.
We'll get back to that as soon as you get to feeling better.
Okay, what I'll do is after the stream, I'll put it in the community post.
I don't want
to reach out to me. So just you can
I don't
want to
overtax you.
Put the rage to paper, big art. Go swimming, maybe.
Ugh, I don't want to listen to more of that. All right. Fuck these bees. All right, let's get on with the other one. I'm good. Thank you very much. All right, let's speed her up. 1.5.
Hi, everybody. Hey, Shelly. Sweet Marie. Hey, Laura. Hey, babe. Lady J. We couldn't agree on a movie. You ever do that where there's just like nothing to watch? We can't sleep. I was working on my art, but I didn't do a good job. Shucks. Hello, Tangerine.
Oh, girl. It's still thrown out. She ain't done nothing with that. You know it.
Hey, little fighters. How's your son doing, by the way? Hey, Opie Breaker. I haven't played fast in a while.
I'm glad y'all realized that.
Do you guys like this light or do you prefer the light? Up late? Yeah, I know. I can't sleep. We can't sleep. Go to bed now, Tracy. Nah. Caroline.
One more
Let me start
again.
over. Not on TikTok style. Rosemary's Baby. Oh. You know what I mean? You don't like her job, Rosemary? Hi, Lady Lugosi. Sleep problems are terrible, I know. Yes. Made a long post saying he's 16. Well, okay. I don't know. What do you want me to do about it? Chicken curry from Sultan Grill. Yeah.
Again, you could adult rate your stream so that you're keeping minors out from listening to shit they got no business listening to. I mean, that's not rocket science.
The best pita bread I ever had. Sounds good, Breeze it. Hey, Linda Marie. You have an injury? People are going nuts on the emojis. My cat keeps rubbing by me. Scapegoat. Keep your humble tenacity. Yes, Natalie, I agree. At least he's not a paper towel lumberjack. Yeah, at least. I didn't know. Why isn't being 16 relevant? He's a cheddar. Like, I have no idea. I haven't tried DDT. No. Monkey. Really? It's really good. Is that the one that has a haunted house? Hi, Vanessa. Ghostface Gamer. People are all like, I don't know, they're claiming he's underage or whatever. He's like 16 or whatever. Hi, Sue Ann. Welcome to them.
He's admitted that he's underage. He's admitted it. For fuck's sake.
I don't know. I mean, am I even saying anything inappropriate? I mean, what? I don't know. Kids get on YouTube. No proof of them anyway. Nobody believes they care. Yeah, exactly. So stupid. What the F? No name. Oh my God, $100. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Girl, seriously, wow. Thank you. I really appreciate that, no name. You're so generous. Oh my gosh. Thank you. I love it. Thank you so much. You're so nice. That's a very kind gift. I think I can do a better one, so. Draw Justin Timberlake's mugshot. What did he do? What's gross? Howie? Chucky beat. I didn't mean to put that there. The teeth in the butt. Cute little nugget. He looked like he was going to cry. He should. He probably has a lot of lawyers. The officer was so young he had no idea who he was. Imagine if that was like 2002.
Speaking of, that was so damn funny. The police officer that popped Justin Timberlake was so young that he didn't even know who the fuck he was. That's funny. That's priceless. Priceless. And there's video of him showing up to the concert that he was due to do the next night, and he was still lit. Bro was tore up. He looked like he was on something. I was like, wow.
I wish you the most love and healing at teardrop.
I've thought so many times about making a channel to talk about Chantal. The problem is that she's not actually struggling because she doesn't want to change. And that's a conversation ender right there. Yeah, I truly agree, Yulia. And I've had that conversation several times. It applies to her and it applies to Amber. They are too comfortable with being comfortable. And that alone is going to be the end of them, because any change, any real long lasting change comes with a level of discomfort that they're not equipped to deal with. I mean, just being able to be honest with how far gone they are is going to be uncomfortable to a point that they're not willing to acknowledge. Oh, hi, Regret. How are you? Well, it's a lot of work bringing sexy back and all that. Hey, I guess he needs some pep up substances to keep him going. Apparently, the cop heard Justin say this is going to ruin the tour, and the cop was like, "What tour? That's funny." Ah,
Yes, me too, teardrop, always.
that's funny.
Hi, Lisa P. You don't like the vertical? Aw. Maybe you guys just have to get used to it. Yes, of course, no name. Even if you're not gifting anything. You're just a nice presence. Welcome to Lab, Sue Ann.
We fixing to get a commercial. Oh, praise Jesus. They talking about Justin Timberlake, girl. That's not something, I don't think, that's not your area, baby.
Wrong shoes. What is it? You guys know more about the lore than me. I wish I had her hair, I'm not gonna lie. I
Oh, we're drawing again.
Give a break. Go get a hobby. How much that makes me a bad Muslim and
Wait.
hey grandma. He's 16. Oh no, I haven't read all the hadiths. I guess that makes me a bad Muslim and a non-Muslim. I'm sure that most Muslims haven't read all the hadiths. Give me a break.
I can almost guarantee you that most newly reverted Muslims have read all of those and the entire Quran multiple times. And I'm not saying it makes you a bad Muslim, because it would mean you would actually have to be a Muslim to be a bad Muslim. You are somebody playing dress up, my dear.
Go get a hobby. How much are you charging for these masterpieces? I don't know. You guys want to buy them? Nashi or Mon Bear. I just need a Nashi. I know I need a Nashi. Now! Why am I drawing pics? I don't know. Nothing to do. Here's my butterfly. You like my glasses? Thanks. I think I subbed to the wrong channel. Oh, you're welcome here. You think people would buy them? Draw a witch? Degrees Celsius. That's like what, 140? It was 126 the other day. Draw a hippo? You draw the blue pot with the rotten food in it. Did I ever tell you about the bag of carrots? Or I don't think I told you guys about. I know. No, I'm just chilling. I don't know, Reese Peasy. Maybe some string lights. Comes along with the soup or pizza. Oh my gosh. Draw her as an egg. Doesn't I think Foxy 8 draws her as an egg. Oh,
look, we've brought food.
Okay. I'm just having one slice of sandy cheese.
Well, to be fair, crab apples mash is not real big into pop culture. Like, we had a conversation one night about this. Like, she doesn't really like a lot of basic mainstream movies. She's never seen them, so she may not be in the loop on that. That's funny. Hey, if she were more familiar with a bag of carrots, maybe she wouldn't be in the predicament she's in right now. Yeah. Oh, true. That's an excellent point. Well, it's one movie and that's it. God bless her. Yeah, I caught you.
Maybe a couple pickles only. You missed me?
True, Dax.
Is this clean? Yep. Yes, babe, me too.
We are not listening to that.
Well, live it says horizontal, vertical, and they recommend vertical, so I was seeing why. I don't know why. I'm in my PJs. Didn't get notified about your last live. About the one before? Oh no. Missouri, Tennessee, Illinois, Kansas. There's tornadoes there. I'm not going. No. Actually, I've never seen a sandstorm yet. Something, don't you have anything better to do? Like, these people are so effing weirdly obsessed. It's so weird. You'd think they're 16. Speaking of young people, you talk about Ghostface, he's more mature than you. Crying out loud.
I'm sure that the man that she was fooling around with at 16 probably told her she was incredibly mature too. Isn't it funny how people who are victimized eventually can turn into predators? Hey, Goose Chuck. Actually, we were just discussing this whole minor teenage boy that's been floating around in her chats and everything. And at first she's like, that's not true. You don't know that. And then it was confirmed for her. And now all of a sudden he's incredibly mature for a 16-year-old.
Love experience flipping burgers. I would like to apply. Come work at my beauty burger. That's a good idea for a sketch. Yes. I bet that she was doing the same vertical move as St. Chantal. They was her copy of being more obsessive jealous. It's really sick at this point.
Okay.
This time.
Most of this is bullshit from here. There was another damn video that I saw somewhere of her hiding behind a damn of her hiding behind an avatar again, unless it was an older video. Maybe that was an older video. I do know this. She has been holding in this little angst of hers for a little minute now. So I tell you what, let's just talk. Let's just cut up. I ain't got nothing going on here. Anybody want to come talk? We'll shoot the shit, y'all. We ain't done it in a minute. Hi. That's my boy. That's my boy. Agreed. It's a baby. That's a baby. Hey, it'll always be here when you're ready. I'm just offering it up to anybody who's up to it, you know. Even if you just want to come up and speak for a minute on what we've talked about. Ooh, he slobbered on me. Well, I mean, if you're in a private room, then probably. I mean, there are people that do it all the time. It's really no different than FaceTiming, I would imagine. Then there are victims as minors who would do anything but that to another human being. Agreed. But what does it say, though, that, you know, you have ones like Foodie that end up going from victim to victimizer? And, I mean, it is a real thing. And she doesn't seem to have any problem with that, especially given the fact that, you know, she makes the claim that, she was abused and all that. Then why would she not do everything that she could to protect someone who is not capable of understanding what it is that they're involving themselves in? You know, I have had inappropriate interactions with people older than me. I am aware of what to look for, not just now, you know, having worked with predators in the prison system, but, you know, having lived through inappropriate behaviors with people. And I would, not only would I never do that to somebody else, it would end up being, there would be an entirely new level of, this child is not your child. You're going to back the fuck off. What's up, Goose? Talk to me, Goose.
I love it. I love it. Top Gun is my favorite movie of all time. Just so you know. So that's amazing. Not much is up. I'm kind of just, you know, been busy with horses, so I'm kind of catching up myself with stuff because she seems to have been going off on shit like hardcore, trying to get that money drummed up for her visa run, it seems, eh?
Yeah. Seems so. Oh, look at that. Hey, Dirty Uncle Sal. That's an excellent point, Sal.
And and another thing I noticed too is like, you know, the whole thing with the mature for, it's like the same thing. It was nothing minor about it. That's, I mean, fuck off. Yeah. You know what I mean? There's just fuck off. Yeah. I mean, you're playing on the internet. You got to know by now that it just means instantly. I'm no offense, Ghostface, but you'd be blocked instantly on my fucking chat.
Agreed.
Like you just the way I speak, just my vernacular alone, and I'm not. I mean, look at how vile Foodie is just as a person. Like this, you wouldn't want kids around her at all. Period. Anybody that's like not able to make those kind of choices. Hey, Inferno, what's up? Fuck Foodie, man.
Yo, Goose, fuck Foodie.
And hey, Mash, how you feeling? It's good to see you back.
Hi.
Yo, Mash.
Sorry.
She's hanging in. She's getting there.
Hey, man.
Oh my god, I miss so much shit. It's boring in here and I have nothing to do. Oh my god.
Well, I'm going to suggest cigarettes and marijuana. So,
I Inferno, my drugs
yeah.
are better than yours right now. So
Yeah, let me put it to you like this. My drugs won't exactly send me to rehab to get off of. My drugs are fine.
Yeah. For the most part, all legal.
bro.
I'm over 21. It's great. So.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing to be over 21, isn't it, Inferno? Isn't being
fucking
over
rocks.
21 and having conversations online with a bunch of strangers that you don't understand because you're an adult is pretty neato.
I have a good time with it. I can't say otherwise. I do. So.
See, Kat makes a perfectly valid point. She says she thinks that Foodie's still trying to convince herself that little relationship she was in, even though it wasn't, she took to it because of that. You're so mature for your age and all that, I mean,
it would have been anybody that just stroked her ego in any kind of way. That
Yeah.
would have it would have been she's remember how pissed off she go, well, Nader says I'm easy. Dude, you are as easy as fucking every goddamn sense. You're easy to trigger, you're easy to manipulate, you're easy to do everything to. It's because you're lazy as dog shit. And like that's the thing, right? So like when this whole thing and I agree, like it's just a way for her to justify it, and then if she continues on the behavior, she can say, well, when I was 16, right? Like, and it's like, well, it doesn't matter, dude. Like check, take a look in the fucking mirror. It's like I said in that one video, look in your actual eyes, like look in your pupils in a mirror and stare at yourself with who you are and tell me that you're happy with the choices you made. There's no way.
Or tell me there's still a human soul inside there.
But guys, she can't open her eyes properly. How can she look at them?
True. She's got those eyelid fupa ball things going on right now.
Well, and I'll say this: the other reason why, there's a reason why there are, age restrictions on pretty much everything. It's because of the lack of development of the prefrontal cortex that makes all the rational decision making possible.
Yeah.
That's why young men especially always die in vast numbers in their teens and their early 20s. It's because that part of your brain that says, you know what, maybe I ought not to do that is underdeveloped. They don't have the ability to play the tape all the way through, to say, you know what, well, if I do this, and this could happen, and I don't want to do that, and that's something that I don't think that she really thinks about, because realistically, she did such a drastic amount of damage to herself. I don't think her prefrontal cortex ever healed from all of that. And that's part of
and I think like it's really interesting because like you said, it's like a bunch of, you lose a bunch of young men because young men are out there doing physical dumb fun shit, right? Like they're jumping, they're doing fun shit. Like let's
yeah. I think you're having sound problems.
Your audio could be better, and it's not.
Hi.
Hey, Mash.
Sorry.
The hazards of being out in the country.
Okay.
Right. Sarah Marie says it. Goose remix.
So how come you guys are only finding out now that Ghostface is a minor when I said something about it like 2 years ago?
Look, here's the thing. A lot of people already knew this.
Yeah, it's just reemerged.
Yeah,
And
largely because of Mr. Snowflake.
And it's turned into a bigger discussion of late because people are bringing it to her.
The Snowflake guy, Cardigan Man, put out his other video?
Yeah, we're up to 4. We're up to 4 now.
Yeah.
4?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay. God damn it.
Yo, Goose.
Now you have something to take care of you for at least tomorrow. You'll be able to go through all of those and catch up.
Oh my God! But the Voltaren, I can't.
You do it anyway. Just do it anyway.
Then I won't take it in. Like I already got in trouble for doing stuff in here, so I'm trying not to do stuff that makes me talk.
Well, watching doesn't necessarily mean you have to talk, so you're good.
Yes, the fuck it does. How do you mean? Yes, it does.
I'm gonna take a guess that MASH it talks to the videos when she's watching them.
Yes,
yeah,
yes,
okay,
yes,
yeah,
I do.
probably.
I
I've seen
do
her
too.
videos, so that would make sense.
I do too. Yep.
Oh my god. Hey,
I do too.
What? Who doesn't? If you don't yell at your TV or your phone, there's something wrong with you.
I'm cutting
It
them up.
depends on what it is, I've noticed. If it's foodie related, it's going to be like, what? Bitch, who? You know, yeah, it just straight cackling. You know, but if it's something like a movie or whatever, no, probably not so much.
Well, I started, Hannibal actually told me to go watch something called 300. I got to the, what is it? Warner, the opening thing, and then I'm like, okay, I'll watch it later. That's movies to me.
What? Check the Riff Tracks version of 300. It's better.
I don't know what the
You
hell
gotta
you're
check
talking
40, 48 minutes into, I know the time. It's around 48 minutes into 300. Just skip to 48 minutes. You're going to see Gerard Butler's majestic fucking thighs having a single fight as Leonidas and just doing a long fight. That is what the only reason you watch 300 is that.
I don't even.
That's one reason. Yes.
I don't even know who the hell that is, so I don't know what I would be looking
you'll remember. You'll remember Leonidas. You'll remember Leonidas.
Oh, God.
So
just so you know, 300 was supposed to be
Thunder
military
Buddy always goes. Thunder Buddy knows.
What's Thunder Buddy? What's Thunder Buddy? What does that mean?
So Goose, I think it's
Thunder Buddy's my best friend. Outdoor man. Thunder Buddy shows up in my chat sometimes. If I'm watching, he knows every word of Top Gun. We went to Top Gun together. Pardon me, Top Gun together. Like the second one, and we were in the theater, and I hadn't seen him for like 3 years. Yeah, and we went and watched, and like the part where fucking Duck or whatever his name is, the kid that's supposed to be Goose's son, Rooster. When he says, "Talk to me, Dad," I stood up and go, "You don't get to say that. That's Mavericks." I said that in the theater. So me and Mash, we understand each other that way and Thunder Buddy just fucking howls, right? Because it's like I'm like, no. You didn't even know your dad because fucking Maverick threw his goddamn dog tags off the boat. He didn't even give them to you. So you don't get to say that. So you see, that's where I like, there's certain things, and 48 minutes into 300, I'm telling you, it's worth the watch. It's that long scene of him fighting as King Leonidas just with a spear and off him going like that. It's actually an amazing shot. Like the actual shot itself is amazing. But at the end of the day, you'll know who Gerard Butler is by the end of that. You'll know.
Cinematography.
I'll look into it. I'll look into it. And if I howl out loud and pop a stitch, I blame you. But okay.
Riff Tracks version. The Riff Tracks version. Watch that instead.
MASH, the only way that I could think to summarize it is it's like an hour and a half long battle of half naked, muscular men. And I think it's pretty safe to say, based on Goose's assessment, Gerard Butler could absolutely get it.
So do you
90-year-old in a wheelchair, Gerard Butler could get it.
Right.
So y'all are putting me to watch
the eternal face bomb right now. He's like, what did I get my fucking self into?
No. I know this will happen if I step on Salty's panels. I know this will happen. It's totally fine. It's just really hard to get around, because I don't like.
But it's okay because I done already. But it's okay because I done already told you could get it.
So
Amen.
You're putting me to watch a Gerard Butler.
Gerard Butler.
Whatever.
He's a big Scottish guy. Gerard Butler.
Emphasis on the butt, but yes.
So 48 minutes in, so that I can watch soft porn and yell in the hospital. That's cool.
It's not soft porn.
You're welcome. It kind of looks like a comic book. It's actually really well done. Like the actual movie's actually really well done. I can't see who else is on panel here. Is that Krusty? I can't see it because I got my old people eyes.
Yep. She dipped in.
Well, I jumped in because when everybody, first of all, can you hear me? Because I have new earbuds.
You're good.
Okay. First of all, let me start by saying earlier when I said the hoo-ha wagons were going to circle,
As they will, yes. Yes.
they are now circling around Gerard Butler, who is
Hey, bam, yeah,
whew, yeah, he can get it.
we
But
can do it.
Thank you.
Yes.
The Riff
I
Tracks
am
version. Watch the Riff Tracks version, Mash. Trust me on this.
Well, what is the man's name again? I'm gonna Google him so I can rate him now between 1 and 10. So what's his name?
Gerard, Gerald, Butler. He's a Scottish man, and he's got a very nice accent too.
him and Jason Momoa.
Oh yes.
Okay.
Thraki, especially Dothraki, Jason Momoa.
Oh,
Thraki riding horses, speaking Dothraki. Give me a break. Give me a break.
Okay.
It's unfair. It's unfair. It's like Mila Jovovich. She's unfair to women. Fifth Element, Mila Jovovich, unfair. The same level that Jason Momoa as the Dothraki king is unfair. Same thing.
Well, I mean, let's be real though. I mean, any version of Jason Momoa, any version.
That man gives me the meat sweat.
Okay, so
not Gerald, it's Gerard. Sorry,
it's Gerard. Yeah.
Okay, I looked up that guy Gerard. Bleh. He's likable. Who's the other one?
Hang on.
That's thank you. I'm heterosexual.
Wait a minute. Let's do this the correct way.
This guy looks like he's the child product of Matthew Perry and Ed Norton.
Yes, look at that man,
Actually,
great.
Inferno. Yeah, there's 300. There's Leonidas, him as Leonidas.
Lord have mercy.
No, he totally did. I didn't know who you were talking about first, but as soon as I saw the face, I'm like, okay, wait a sec. I do know this guy. And yeah, like if Edward Norton and Matthew Perry were to successfully have a son, that would be him.
I can see it. I don't know where he'd get the bulk from. Maybe he would get the bulk from the filler DNA. maybe the filler DNA would be like, horse.
But at the same time, though, I mean, like, you'll remember Edward Norton was like seriously jacked for what was that first movie?
Fight Club?
American History X. He was like super jacked in that.
Oh, right. Yes.
Yeah. It ain't all the genes, baby. You could work that out.
Yeah,
but
he had the Bruce Lee physique going on too.
Yeah, well, I mean, even a thinner Edward Norton is just cute to me. He's a very guy next door.
So who's the other guy did you say that sounded like a drink name?
Who sounded like who?
The guy that sounded like his name was a drink.
Jason Momoa.
Here, I got you. Thank
you. I like this stream. This is why we do age checks, Foodie. That's why we know who's in our chat and who's doing Foodie.
Okay, so right off the rip, that the face is just purty, but let's pick the appropriate image here. There we go.
You picked Aquaman as the appropriate image.
Aquaman is Aquaman is Aquaman is there for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. Cal Drogo.
Can you zoom in a little bit because I want to see a little bit more.
You know, we have to help Mash in her recovery. So can we please enlarge the picture to be considerate to Mash's needs while she needs recovery? We must enlarge that picture, I think, quite a bit for Mash.
Yeah,
doing it for Mash.
She needs those abs and those pecs to feel better. Yes.
Okay, wait, but can somebody tell me how Sandra from The Cosby Show ended up with not only Lenny Kravitz, who is incredibly hot in his own way, but ended up with Jason Momoa as well.
If
Because
I remember an interview correctly, Jason Momoa sought Lisa Bonet out.
yeah,
He had a crush on her from a kid, and he
Yeah.
told his mom he was going to marry her. So it was the other way for sure. Yeah.
Oh,
So are those Samoan tattoos because he's in a movie, or are those on him?
Well,
all
these
the time?
are for Aquaman, but he actually has a lot of Samoan tattooing.
Yeah, he does have ink. I
Samoa.
know that. So
Let me find.
Well, he's lickable.
You know,
I mean, lickable
Salty,
as
we're going to
well.
have to find a shirtless picture and real, like, you know, we have to just find a shirtless picture of Jason Momoa where we got to help our friend Mash out. Come on, everybody. Let's just pull it together.
This is
I mean,
entirely
he's-
this is
he's
therapeutic
lickable.
gawking entirely. Everyone, therapeutic gawking. So
Pardon? I don't need tramadol right now. Thank you.
See,
I don't need tramadol.
His head
Thank
done.
you.
He's got
Ouch.
his
Ouch.
forearms done. Right there.
Mm-mm-mm.
The loincloth I could do without, but you know. I mean,
Yeah, me
it's
too.
fine.
I would rather the loincloth stay on, but I've got to call heterosexual 44-year-old male on that. So yeah,
No,
I have a bias here.
bro, it's you could just say I'm not gay, but yes.
I could say that, but I'm probably not going to say that.
I mean, you could say nothing. I'll reach for nothing. Shut up, Mash. Okay.
At the end of the day, we can all appreciate a super healthy physique. And that's, I think, really what it is. That's one of the reasons why when we watch things like Foodie, who says she's going to get a six-pack, it's absolutely unbelievable. Because we know that these guys, even when they talk in interviews, like which one? Bill Skarsgård talks about when he was getting to be Tarzan. In an interview, he was talking about like how that work was so bad. He said that the trainer actually looked at him and knew he was giving up on life, that he hated it so much. They took him out for a cheat day to eat pasta because he knew he was just like gonna give up. He's like, it's so hard to maintain that kind, and it is. I mean, for anybody to be able to do that, the amount of discipline required is insane. So like when she says she's just going to get a six-pack or get an eight-pack, it's hilarious when somebody who just figured out that she ate 10,000 milligrams of sodium in that mukbang, how is she going to end up getting an 8-pack? When we see things like this, we can appreciate that physique because of how much work goes into that physique. That guy might be born with that, but he didn't, but with the face, and but they have to do the work, right? And that's the thing.
And here's the insane thing. You brought up the sodium. You missed it. I did a breakdown of it earlier with Sansa's help. Over the course of a 7-day period, she ate almost 15,500 calories. That's enough to feed 10 people at 1,600 calories a day.
Get out.
And that did not include
that was in the last week.
That didn't include the meatloaf that she made at home, and that did not include the psychotic Mr. Beast burger meal that she ate today. That was everything else over the course of the week.
Did that include the super romantic date where she was? Oh, okay, because that was so romantic. Everybody wants to be filmed during a date and feed the camera fucking butter chicken.
That's the one.
They went on a date outside the house.
Yes, and it was atrocious. It was so.
It is a cringe fest, dude. The date night, Mash. If you watch the date night, it's the most fake ass, cringe ass fucking thing you've ever seen in your life.
Well, and
make sure you watch the video before you watch her live assessment of it, because she did the live assessment first and then the video next. Just watch those in reverse order. You'll get the timeline.
Well,
yeah, exactly.
I'm just waiting to get home to watch everything and catch up so I can run my damn fuck shit mouth.
Understood.
But, getting back to the abs on that guy, if I could wash my shirt If I could wash my shirt on your abs, I like it. But if I were to wash my shirt on Foodie's belly, it would get lost in her fucking navel. Fucking gross.
Yes. On the calorie count thing, the date night evaluation was actually the one that she did the least damage. Sansa tangled it up, tallied it to 1396 in calorie count.
That's just the caloric intake. That's not the social fuckedness of that.
Right.
That was her social fuckedness. Like, how can you do everything socially wrong? So it wasn't really necessarily physically wrong. That was her socially completely fucking wrong thing.
Well, the main reason why, and I said this, the reason that the calorie total is so drastically reduced on that is because even though she swears up and down she doesn't care if people watch her eat, she absolutely does. She was out there on that video trying to act all fucking dainty. No, that's the only reason why. If that had been packed up and took to the house, it probably would have been double.
Yep.
Oh, dude, she ate the chips the night before, just like with her head over the fucking queso and just shoveling it in with a chip.
Here's the thing. I honestly think she went to I think she went over to what was it, Texas Roadhouse, probably right after that meal too.
Yeah, I mean that's not including that 15 and a half K. That's everything she did show us, not the stuff that she didn't show us.
How many milligrams of sodium was involved in that?
Oh my Lord.
Or was that not tallied? I'm always curious because no one pays attention to her sodium intake. They're all about the diabetes, Or the sodium's going to take her up before that.
Well, we know it's there. The thing is, we know
did one.
Hang on, I got you.
The one that Sansa just did a video on her Chinese food takeout. And dude, she ate 10,000 plus milligrams of sodium in one fucking sitting.
What the ass crackery?
Yeah. Oh no, it's shocking. It's shocking. Yeah.
Sodium, it was 10,448 milligrams.
Oh my God. What the fuck? Okay. God, Jesus. Okay.
Sorry, I probably said grams. My bad. Milligrams. Yeah. It's insane. Like that kind of stuff. If I remember correctly, I've heard a story somewhere. I don't remember. I think it might have been online somewhere, but somebody said that their dad ate a whole bunch of lasagna and then started feeling like he was having a heart attack, and they took him in. They hooked him up to the machines, and everything was like okay, but he ate so much sodium in one sitting that it actually tricked the machines and tricked some stuff a bit in saying that he was having a cardiac event.
Yeah.
Does that happen?
Yes.
That can,
yes.
Wow. So she could have definitely done that.
Yeah. The
wow.
total, hey, and the carb count on this, 409.5 grams of carbs.
Damn.
Dude.
Pardon?
You know what? If she decided to go nuts one day and actually kept things low, this would be a lot easier to swallow. You know what I mean? Like the reality is, though, is that this is like a day-to-day thing. That's what makes this really, 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 really horrible.
Right. And that's the reason why she likes to say, well, nobody has anything to say about these skinny mukbangers. It's like because they're not fucking killing themselves with this shit. They're doing OMAD, or they're working out and eating like a regular human being when they're not.
Yeah, they don't have like 6 warm-up BK chicken sandwiches before going on the camera either.
They're not slowly destroying themselves on camera for money. That's the difference.
And the fact that they're like that, she's so flippantly can say, "I'm going to get an 8-pack." Like she can even have the idea of the level of work it would take and the level of discipline. She can't even stop herself from picking up a fucking Oreo or whatever. And she's going to tell us that she's got the discipline to go to fucking base camp. Like what?
What she doesn't seem to understand is that whole 8-pack thing for women, it is infinitely harder for women to pull off than it is for men.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. It's hard, and it's still so hard. Even like a naturally fit dude, like my friend Thunder Buddy is a naturally fit dude. He's just a guy that's had the 6-pack his whole fucking life. He's just he just rolls on that, right?
Yeah.
Like, and he's like, but he hates it. He's like, I can't gain an ounce and I can't lose an ounce. Like he goes, I can't get bigger. Well, I want to get bigger. I can't get bigger. It's like he's like, I'm stuck at this fucking lean 6-pack, and I don't like what the fuck. And so for him, he's got difficulties in the other way too, right? So like there's discipline in everything. Like him, he can eat legitimately what food he eats right now and still just have a six pack. He just burns that hard, but he doesn't get bigger and he doesn't get smaller. He's wearing the same clothes. He's like, I can wear my jeans from high school. He's like, and he's 37, 38.
That's genetics for you.
And it's like,
I think based on if tell him to go online and use a protein calculator to help him gauge, like if he wants to gain muscle weight and he wants to gain some bulk, he could put in his current stats and where he wants to get size wise, and it'll tell him how much protein he needs to be able to build some muscle.
What was it that he needs to, what was it that you said?
A protein calculator for
okay. I'll let him know that.
And because like that's a lot of guys that do like that are heavy duty into the bodybuilding circuit. That's how they kind of gauge. That's why like The Rock, you see how insane he eats. He'll sit down and eat like 10,000 calories in a meal. And a lot of it up for him is protein. And that's how he's able to build and maintain such a massive amount of muscle weight.
But there are some people that are genetically predisposed, like my kid.
Yeah.
She can eat whatever she wants. She could probably go through the Cheesecake Factory menu and lose 2 pounds. That's just the way that she's built. And in some
my Thunder buddy's like that. Yeah. I'm I look at him and I'm like, oh yeah, that's a curse.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
what a curse for you to just, you want me to have, I can give you some of mine. That's no problem. You want it? You can have it.
Here, work this off too. Yeah.
Can you grab, actually, yeah, I'll lend you some just for today. Okay. Because you'll burn it off.
He's probably strong as a horse too, isn't he?
Oh, dude, you should see him. He's not a very big guy. He's not very tall. He's well for he's not like 9 feet tall or anything like that. But he arm wrestles. Like we watch arm wrestling, right? Like because Devin Larratt, who's like one of the best arm wrestlers in the world, is Canadian, and he's as Canadian as Canadians that can Canadian. It's that guy. He's special forces, all kinds of shit, right? So anyway,
Letterkenny.
Oh yeah.
I love Letterkenny's great.
Have you guys watched Shoresy?
Yeah,
I have not seen it.
Oh my God, Shoresy. A lot of my chirps are based off of Jared Queso chirps, because like Jared Queso, who created Letterkenny and all that, like just so awesome. Did anybody watch Letterkenny when it was only on YouTube?
No.
Oh.
Wait,
was that the first
few seasons? Was that the first?
Yeah, I gotta watch it.
I've seen them. I've seen them. Yeah.
Yeah, it started on YouTube, and then it got grabbed from YouTube. He's a Canadian guy, and from Sudbury, Ontario, and Devin Larratt, who is like fucking amazing. Guy's like super zen, walks around barefoot, fucking gets bee stings on his injuries, rips off his bicep. He's still one of the world's best arm wrestlers, both hands. He was special forces, all that. He lives in Ontario. Nice. The other guy lives in fucking Sudbury, Jason Kessel. So she has this idea. Ontario, Jim Carrey, his fucking crush, Scatbot's crush came from Ontario. Ontario is not. That's the thing is like, Ryan Gosling's from there. Mm-hmm. All that kind of stuff there's a lot of amazing actors from Ontario, Mike Myers. And so when you have somebody like Foodie's thinking that she's representing Canada or representing Ontario, it's fucking a laugh. Like it's a laugh. There's no, like, she just, to me, it's offensive. Like, just as a Canadian. And then for her to be like, this is it's like you guys that live in the States, you guys have ALR, right? Like we know ALR does not represent the States. Like we know that, right? And it's the same kind of thing. It's like, God damn it. That's why Girl World's so uniting for North America.
Well, I mean, here's the difference, I think, between ALR and Foodie in that respect is in Foodie's mind, she is at the same level with Ryan Gosling and Ryan Reynolds and every other
He's from BC. Yeah, but exactly. That's the
her mind, she's a fucking celebrity, whereas ALR is just a fucking nobody, and she's aware that she's a fucking nobody because she would lose her shit if she met an actual real celebrity.
Oh, and I think ALR is just happy to be like when she infantilizes herself, it's like into the actual like just being a kid. Like legit just acting like a kid, being a kid, having the responsibility. But you know what? Her house is cleaner than Foodie's ever was. Her hair is cleaner than Foodie's ever was. Like, maybe not when she was in Kentucky, because that was like they were both at the same level of growdiness. But like when it comes to now, to be honest, it's pretty sad when ALR has her shit together, Foodie. Like compared to you, like that's pretty like whoa, like that's because Foodie thinks she's this like boss bitch, like that she worked her way. You know what I mean? Like she just acted like a grosser fucking TMI mattress.
The struggle. I noticed the struggle was real, y'all. That's Foodie. That was Foodie in this live stream tonight. Talking about, I was kicked out of the house at 16 and homeless, and I graduated with honors. I went to college. You didn't do half that shit, bitch. Your mother was making money to fuck off.
What did I miss? Mash and I are both going to have a watch party to figure this shit out.
Right.
Featuring
Because I have no. What are you talking about? When did she do that? Was this was tonight?
Yeah, this was in the live stream earlier tonight because apparently she went off on a tangent about Breezy, talking about her. She was saying stuff about my mom, talking about she can't believe the daughter that she produced. Well, what about your parents? I didn't get drunk and have a seizure. I didn't punch an old person. I don't have a criminal record. I was kicked out of the house at 16. I was homeless. And I think I turned out okay. So my mom didn't do too bad. Did she? Love you, Mom. I was like, bitch.
She hung out at Shannon's house. She stayed at Shannon's house a lot. She even stated this already. So
and dude, and she already told us the stories of she basically went to do all that because she wanted to just fuck.
Yeah, she wanted to.
That's what it was. Fucking Smee wouldn't let her fuck in the house, so she said, "Fuck off! I'll fuck everywhere else." That's what it was about. She talked about all. That's all she is. I just want to fuck. My mom wouldn't let me. My mom wouldn't let me fuck my older boyfriend with the pregnant fucking girlfriend and shit.
She was intentionally dating legal guys for the ability to get substances and sex,
and to feel taken care of. Like they'd pay for things because what would she be able to? Because she's only 17 or she's only 16.
She made the comment, "Oh well, my mom gave me to make sure I had food and everything." But yeah, I was like, so basically, your mom paid you money to fuck off.
But and go and be the little tart you wanted to be.
Yeah.
Because you think that being pretty and being hot and that everybody wanting to bang you is all that it is. I mean, shit, even when she was last in Kuwait, when she was doing the fucking I'm gonna beat you up fucking FFG thing, the one that I wrapped the horse bandage around my head for. Mm-hmm. That one, that one was that was like how long ago that she was talking about how other husband, like your husband won, like what? Like she said something like that about like how somebody's husband would rather be with her and whatever. And it's like, what? Yeah. Like, aren't you married to a dude that sent his nudes and shit on December 28th, 2023, by the way? Anybody? You can search it on Google or YouTube, Solid Cheats on Chantel. And she went, you can like that kind of thing is like, it's, and then with this whole thing with Ghostface, that to me is fucking just whatever, dude. Like I said, if I find out in my flirps, even like anything, and considering my flirps, I'll go to members only after they're done. If I knew in that or learned in that, I would, no offense, I have a lot of wrenches, man. And I'll just say, if we're aware of that, that wrench will take care of it. Like, just my vernacular, just the topics, just everything is not appropriate because of what Salty said earlier about the prefrontal cortex. That's all developing socially, especially right now. And social media is very powerful. She has this idea that it's not. It's like, well, we're going to see your fucking, the ingrown pubes of your fucking hubby who had the little, looked like a dog going into fucking surgery manscaping. We're going to know about that for the rest of fucking time. That's how powerful the internet is. It's going to come up with every job interview. And like, and so that's unfortunate. That's too bad. Sorry, Scatbot, no hunting for you, fucker. And like, but that's the thing. Like, she doesn't understand how powerful it is because she's just let it shape her. It's built her, right? She's a product of it. And who the fuck wants to be that?
True. Not only that, but like the other thing too is that Girl World pretty much is 18 and up. Period. There's really no other way.
Period.
But that it like no matter what, you should be setting all your shit to 18 and up. Like that's that. You should be. And it's not. And you know what? No offense to the youngins, but like for real, don't go jumping into this shit.
The part to me is that there are people that are in her chat that are like, "Oh, my 4-year-old loves you." What? What?
Well, they probably think she's a Snorlax.
Well, they probably also don't understand her, and all she does is make those stupid fucking faces. The reason she has to cam up is so she can make her stupid fucking faces. Because if she didn't be that spectacle and make those dumb faces, so a 4-year-old's going to love her because behind an actual avatar, she has nothing to say.
Yeah.
She says you have to cam up. Why? Because so you can whip around your pinky so we know you're serious? Like what? Like how? What the fuck are you talking about? So like that whole thing is that she is like a clown. She's like a dangerous clown. She's like the reason people are scared of clowns. You know, like,
just for Foodie, we're cammed up. We're cammed.
You're number one.
You're number one, bitch.
Now all I can process is a mental picture of ingrown hairs and scat. And I retract my previous statement that I was craving Panda Express because, ew, Goose, you're going to be my new diet.
Congratulations, you've caused an eating disorder.
Like, I'm hungry. Let me get on here and see if Goose is a real. Oh God!
Congratulations!
Girl World is very serious business, guys. It's such serious business. It's our entire lives. We waited our whole life for Salah to cheat on Chantal. You waited your whole lives for this. I know. I waited half a century for a scammer to fucking cheat on an idiot. I have. Yeah. I know. We're so jealous of this entire process.
Hey, and let's break it. Let's do the get down one time for old Scat Man.
Teeny weeny, shriveled little short man.
Wow.
Wait, I couldn't see it. It was too small. I didn't see it.
Oh, there.
Then you saw it. Then you already saw it. If that's your response, you totally saw it.
Do you hear my beeping?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Did Salad cause you to set off a monitor?
No, they turned it back on because I was tacky. Maybe it was talking about the abs. Maybe that did it. You know?
Maybe. We started showing you nice looking men and it got your heart rate up.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to start sending her a photo.
Such serious business, guys. We're so fucking serious about this topic.
Yes, you are.
Girl World, man. Girl World's serious.
I'm gonna have to start sending her one a day. Here's your daily tachycardia session built in.
Oh, I've got another list. There's a couple other lists. I know the minutes in the movies for some of them.
And here we are circling the hoo-ha wagons again with Inferno right in the
poor Inferno's like, it's okay, man. I know what I'm in Girl World. It's okay. I understand. Right?
You got to understand too. Like I've spent a good amount of time being like thrown around in like girl talk and stuff like that, like in high school and in college and all this other stuff. So there's a lot of this that doesn't. There's a lot of this that genuinely doesn't really fuck with me. It's really just all right. I'm the heterosexual guy here right now. That's it.
Yeah. Like, that's what Thunder Buddy's like too. Like Thunder Buddy bugs me all the time. He goes, "You're not watching 300, are you?" That's what he sometimes when he answers the phone, he's like,
he goes, "Someone I do that with, but it's over Timu, not 300."
Yes, I'm like, "No, not today." And no, he's like, "Okay, good." Like,
Inferno was the stereotype that knew everybody's business in his high school?
No, actually, it wasn't in high school. Well, it was in high school, but it wasn't necessarily in my high school. I went to an all boys Catholic hell, which is really ironic because I was also raised Orthodox Christian. So dealing with the religion classes and that was just a fucking trip. But like, no, I had friends in other high schools, mostly from middle school, and everyone sort of dispersing from middle school. So like, I would hear a bunch of stuff here and there in regard to like life and stuff and things from like everybody across the board. From like, I would say from high school, probably through my late 20s until people started like getting married and life started shifting. So like, I'm totally used to like everything you're discussing to some degree. So it doesn't bother me in the slightest.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's, I think that's why I vibe with you, Inferno, because like in high school, and so I was talking to one of my clients about it today, because I was talking about when I was in triathlon in high school. I did triathlon,
Okay.
like I did for years. So I had a very diverse, weird, like I was friends with everybody in high school, all high school. And I went to a different elementary. I went to an elementary school. Then I changed in middle school in Canada. Is like, when you hit grade 7, you go to 7, 8, 9 is a different school, and then you go to high school as 10, 11, 12, right? So I went to a different one of those. Then when I went back to high school, I knew everybody because I went to elementary school with half of them, and I went to middle school with the other half. So when I went to school, I happened to just know a lot of people, and I wasn't the only one. There was a bunch of us that, we ended up moving onto the wrong side of the track to not be on that school, because there's only 2 schools where I grew up, right? Okay, so like you were either going to this one or that one. So like that's what we did. So I ended up knowing a lot of people. So the same kind of thing. I'm comfortable with everything. Like I was in triathlon. I was in the mornings, all the guys playing basketball and all that kind of stuff. They were there all morning practicing. So they would see me come in. I'd be the only girl going into the girls' locker room because I'm showering, because I just biked into school to get ready to go. And so you end up knowing a different level of people there too. Those are the super A types that are out there doing all that, and they're doing it for passionate reasons. They love it, right? So that's why they're doing it. So like, it's interesting when you see all of that kind of stuff and you see the success of everybody around you, and that success is different in every single way. So when she talks about like, us kind of being jealous of her success or whatever, it's like, dude, most of us have to make more money than you do right now. And we don't have to sell our day, because we live in North America, the place you had to run from because you couldn't afford to and didn't have the fucking ability to do the work. You ran from it to a life where you are going to collect a Darwin Award and be completely where like, I don't make any choices. I don't know anything. How empowering is that? You're telling me that's empowering? You can't be here doing the work that we're all doing, and success is at different intervals. Like I have friends of mine who are like retired multimillionaires that I went to school with. And I live in a van because I have fucking horses, and all of them are like, that's Peg's happy. And it's like, because my name's Peggy, just so you know, they're gonna find out. Some people call me that in my chat. So, and they're like, that's her. That's what she does. And it's my happy. Mine isn't $1 billion happy. I see some of it when I go and hang out at their houses. I'm like, oh my God, I guess I'm so uncomfortable in this situation. So like her, like just the fact that there's like, wow, there's a lot of really like focused energy in this room, man. Wow, nobody's chilling. Nobody's fucking chilling right now.
It's like intensity.
Yeah, there's an intensity, and it happens. I've also hung out with. I used to ride for a aristocracy from England, a baron. I used to compete. I used to yell at Olympians like until my leg got twisted around. Now I'm just some weirdo that lives in a fucking van. And I have horses. Oh, keep having horses. What a good idea. Hey kids, never get fucking horses. Go take lessons from somebody. Don't ask for a pony. Her level of, I want to know what she thinks successful is. I think I've asked her that on videos. I made that before I deleted them.
Is that she'll never really answer that, because I don't think she has an answer for that. And talking about anything doing work, somebody actually said something to her about doing therapy, because she was like, I'm depressed. And she said, well, I don't think that therapy would actually help. She says, because she says, this is probably clinical depression. And I'm sitting there thinking, That's what they do.
Pathological liar.
She calls her chat therapy as it is.
Yeah,
So we already
it's-
know that there's problems.
Yes.
But therapy can't work for that lady because she's a goddamn fucking Chinocchio liar.
Well,
Yeah.
and back to what Goose Chuck was saying, not everybody's view of happiness is the same.
Yes.
You know, like my view, I live in a double wide. I ain't even gonna sit here in front. It's paid for. My car's old, but it's paid for. My husband's crap is paid for. You know, we can pick up and total. I haven't personally worked in like 7 months, and that's by choice because I don't have to right now, or maybe
Exactly. Success is
ever.
different for
Yeah.
everybody.
Right.
Because I own everything I have too, right? Like my RV, I have 2 vans, and now I'm sitting in the second one. I'm gonna start taking people around Vancouver Island in this one because this one ain't gonna rattle apart like the other one. And then I've got my RV that I'm going to turn into a tiny home. Hopefully this summer. I've already got that on for a plan, and you know, to change all that kind of stuff up so that I can just go wherever I need to go because I have to just follow my horses. That's why. That's what I do. I live like I'm a show person or like a rodeo person on the road, just following the horses. That's what we're doing. So like, that's the thing is like. So is my success? Why is my like? So am I what does she call Yaba? Am I a hillbilly?
Well,
Is that what I
No,
am?
no, you're not.
What am I? What am I? If but when all I am, I'm the same as Crusty. All my stuff's paid for. There's everything I own. I sit in. This is mine. My name's on all of this stuff. Everything is mine. All and so are the experiences outside where vitamin D happens. There's a lot out there too, and you missed 40 years of it, kid. So it's time for you to shut your fucking mouth. Like
Agreed.
that's the way I feel, and it makes me a dick, and that's fine. Because guess what? I'm a fucking dick.
You're you may be a dick, but you're a dick with no payments.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And honestly,
Hannibal
that's a
and I
great.
said it. I'm sorry, Hannibal and I said it one night that there is nothing that beats. There is no greater feeling than security.
And that's it. That's what it comes down to is security. And that's something that Foodie has proved time and time again that she does not have and she cannot have
And will never.
because her idea of security and success are so wrapped up in each other and it's all materialistic.
Yes.
Well said. Yeah. And I have to just say, the fucking Chinocchio liar. Come on, Nash. That's fucking gold. Chinocchio? Come on. That's fucking amazing, jerk. Amazing,
I called her
jerk.
that.
Had to be fucking said. Sorry, but Chinocchio? Oh,
Well, I called her
awesome.
that because I couldn't call her Pinocchio because her nose isn't growing. It's fucking shrinking because her wraparound chin's getting too fucking large. Gotta call it how I saw it.
It's also even more fitting because, you know, Pinocchio's dad was Geppetto, so Foodie's dad is like G-Pedo. Think about it.
Oh, God. That's why I jumped on here in the first place, actually.
Whoa,
Going
really?
back to, yes.
Okay.
Take a seat. Take about 20% off there. Okay. Going back to her with the 16-year-old, and when I say I have experience with this, no, not that kind of experience. But and Salty knows exactly where I'm fixing to go with this, I think.
Yeah.
Without saying a whole lot, because this has been a big deal in our lives. There's someone who I was very close to. Matter of fact, the first 2 years of our marriage, my husband and I raised this kid. And we've already been through the whole my daughter's mother, my baby mama, is for lack of a better word, she's been found wanting in several departments. And going back to the signs I saw with him when he was 11 and 12 years old, you know, we'd have him for 2 weeks and then send him back for his weekend visit. And then he'd come back, and at 11 and 12 years old, that first weekend, you could put money on it. He was going to wet the bed, and he would not take his clothes off and change into night clothes. I mean, we're talking about the kid slept head to toe, shoes, pants, 2 pairs of pants, hoodie, and I took him to the doctor, and the doctor suspected the same thing I did, that he was being SA'd. And when confronted, the mother got viciously angry and took him back. And we were never, and be aware as I say this, my husband has one biological child. That is our daughter. And took him back. And the more we figured out what was going on, he was actually being SA'd by his paternal grandfather. And we did not find this out until after his mother, the boy's mother, moved the paternal grandfather in because he was her drug pusher. So he's living in the house with the rest of the kids, still doing the same crap. And now that boy, who's not a boy anymore, he did get, because, and I'm not making excuses for him, because I do believe at 16 you're old enough to know right from wrong. But socially, he was very awkward, which Salty knew him, not as well as she knows my daughter at all, but she's known a lot of this. He is now in prison because of all that leading up to this. And he did SA a minor. And when I say minor, we're talking about a victim under 12 years old. And it's very hard to deal with that. And we did call, and I don't know how it works for you guys up there, Goose, but we did call DCF. We did call, you know, the authorities. We encouraged mandated reporters to call and say, hey, this is what I've observed. And nobody did. The system failed this child.
Yeah.
So how many others are out there that the system, and I understand the system is totally overran. That's why it really pisses me off when, you know, you got mom and dad that hate each other more than they love their kids. So they use their kids in DCF as pawns to try to get even with everybody when there are real kids out there with real problems. And now he's in the system. And I'll be honest with you, I don't expect him to stay out long. I have a feeling he's going to be there again and again and again. Maybe not for the same thing, but it's a tragedy the mental health was never attended to like it should have been. The physical signs were there, and nobody would listen.
And the sad thing is, and I think I've told you this at some point, a lot of people don't seem to understand that the jail system is been dumped into by the mental health system because
Since 1984.
the mental health system is failing. There's not enough methods of treatment or avenues of treatment for people available at all. And people
Agreed.
assume, oh, well, they're going to go to prison. They'll be able to get the help they need. You're talking about, take the camp that's right there in town. Between the main camp and the work camp, that is 1,500 men. Okay. And the mental health staff is literally 2 people.
Right.
And most of, let's get you some treatment is here, have some antidepressants.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's not enough. Right. There is no dealing with the root issue. The only time I've seen anything like that is the guys that sign up for AA and NA in the system. And that's because that is a therapeutic method. You have to go in and deal with all the packed up trauma and unpack it and find some resolve with it. And a lot of times those guys have had better success, and they end up not having to have pharmacological intervention because they're dealing with their damage along the way, versus them going to the mental health services and here, take a pill, you'll be fine. Let's just deal with your symptoms.
And it's not just, it started before that, not the physical assault, but the mental assault, simply because of where and who he was being raised by. He was the oldest of the children. He was expected, at 9, 10, 11 years old, he was expected to get the kids up. He was expected to feed them. He was expected to give them their medication. When we got custody of him, which wasn't really custody, it was guardianship, he was on 7 different medications, including clonidine, so he could just sleep at night because of the other medications he was on. It was insane. And we eventually got that down to 2 pills a day. And he was doing well. And then he decided, we took this kid from a F student. And when I say an F student, I don't mean like, oh my goodness, you got a 68, you got to bring that grade up. We're talking 20s and 30s. We brought that kid up to an AB honor roll student.
Well, a lot of the thing with the medication side of it, there are a lot of them that were built like Doolittle. You know who I'm talking about when I say Doolittle.
Yep.
Here, have a pill. Oh, that's you're having what problem? Okay, well, here, take this pill with it. Oh, well, that one's got you with a new problem. Here, take this pill. Yep. Stacking pills upon pills upon pills instead of finding, number one, the appropriate medication for the particular person, because not everybody responds appropriately to the first pill you give them. But it still doesn't, but they don't issue referrals for mental health services really like that anymore.
No, and the sad fact of the matter is you have to be even if you have guardianship, legal guardianship through the courts, you have to be the biological parent to be able to get that child any help. So we were stuck between a rock and a hard place because the mother did not want to get him the help he needed because she was scared that DCF was going to be called. And they would have been, invariably. And to this day, I'm not even going to lie, I still get upset that I didn't do everything that I possibly could. I know I did, but I still question myself. My husband still questions himself.
And that's
You
not,
know,
that's a
it,
normal, rational human response.
Yeah.
it just is. And, you know, when you have people like Foodie who's sitting here and what she's doing is basically grooming this kid, from what it sounds like, or encouraging the interactions.
Yes. She's forming a really inappropriate level of parasocial interaction with someone
Right.
who's not equipped for it.
And
I mean,
that makes her,
parasocial connection is a dangerous thing anyway. I mean, there are plenty of documented cases of online personalities being stalked, being murdered, being assaulted, you name it. And that's by people who they've never met a day before in their lives. Now, imagine you're taking a 16-year-old who already has a problem with emotional regulation and encouraging a parasocial bond.
and that
Especially
makes,
well, what makes it even worse is that she was using this young man to do dirty work for her.
Yeah.
and what makes that worse than anything is that makes her a predator, and what she's doing to him right now is not only harming him, it's so many different things. It's his socially, it's mentally, it's emotionally, and you can't change these things. So first of all, where's this kid's parents?
That's an excellent question.
Because when my kid, rather, Tiny Rattlesnake's 18 now, so I really don't have a whole lot to say about what she says or does on the internet. I still do tell her, you know, you're under my house, you're using my equipment, this is what we're not going to do. And she is respectful enough to not do that. And I don't think I have to worry about her. I don't think she's the type of kid that's, you know, as well as I do, she's not going to let anybody steamroll her into anything.
Well, the difference with Tiny Rattlesnake here is that, you know, she because of life experience and the amount of things that she's had to overcome, she's already incredibly strong-willed.
Yes.
And her bullshit meter is very finely tuned.
Yes.
And she is not going to just let anybody deal with her any kind of way. But she's an unusual case in that regard. You're talking about this boy who is probably not been through even a quarter of what she's been through to be able to even remotely prepare him for the world in the way that people are in it. And that makes him fodder for Foodie because she loves to manipulate people.
And she's good at it. And
well, not only that,
she's good at it.
but Foodie's actually interesting because Foodie's one of those people that you see on the darker side of the crossroad. And in particular with Foodie's case, this isn't one of necessarily those deals of like I was essayed by someone and, you know, like it caused me trauma, but it kept happening. In Foodie's case, she sought this out to get money and sex out of the situation. So for her, she's already normalized illegal relationships, so to speak, in her mind is okay. Now, when we move this ahead more, instead of having the usual deal that someone who's been victimized by such behavior would have of trauma, bunch of like psychological issues, seeking help, that kind of stuff, in her case, she has learned to have that stuff be part of her repertoire of how to get people to do things. So she's taken on a deal of growing as a predator as opposed to being someone who is predatorized. And when we wonder, because the other thing too, you see a lot in regard to stuff to do with cases that involve child SA and things of that nature. The people who turn into predators are Foodie. putting this into perspective here, the people that turn into predators about this are foodie, because you hear a lot of people who have a history of whatever happening to them and then they go recreate it themselves. Foodie's totally going and doing this. That's the thing. We've already seen Foodie try to recreate and do this herself. She's even made excuses as to, well, he couldn't be that young. Look how hung he was. And like that's the problem here. She's already legitimizing whatever in herself anyway to be like, oh, whatever, this is okay. I have no problems with it. In fact, I'll even give you guys an excuse to use.
Yeah.
So like in Foodie's case, this is very much a matter of she picked up the predatorization to use herself to get what she wants. And considering the fact that she's extremely hedonistic and materialistic, this has worked out for her on multiple levels that we don't even fathom to necessarily look at, because most minds do not think like this.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. She's fascinating in the sense that her thought patterns are dark. Like these arcs were going to be dark right from that day where she had her tits out in the morning and then she was humbled in the afternoon. It's the same as going the other way. It's like her extremities of doing things and justifying it and just sweeping it up, and her ability to sweep this stuff under the rug, like sweeping all the things that she's ever set off the rug. See, the pumped up kicks, the Cuba rages, the everything, right? She has explored her disgusting behavior so far that she's like, well, might as well just keep going with it too, right? Because like Salty was saying, she's somebody that likes to manipulate. She's almost like, well, he's doing my bidding. I'm in control now. You know, Scatbutt's in control now, and like my stupid mistakes are in control now. But now I can like extend some control somewhere because she has no control anywhere else.
Yeah.
And so she's gonna do that. She controls the animals. She controls the cat's lives. She controls the hamster's lives. We're not allowed to know anything about it because it's her thing to do. It's like they're not just living things. The way people treat animals is like on the scale of how they look for serial killers. You know what I mean? Like so we've known of her neglectful like ability to just detach because she's like a sociopath. Right? Like, and it doesn't matter how much Charlotte lipstick on, how many stupid faces she makes. We know that she's dark. Like he was like Inferno was saying, in Gore World, she's like the dark side of it, right? Like, and it's because she's a manipulative bitch.
And the low B,
and that's the problem I have with her, right?
The
Like,
I'm a pious Disney princess is so fucking glaringly false. And that's why she gets so angry about people saying, you know, we know you're full of shit, because she thinks that if she believes it, then everybody else should be required to too.
And if she acts tough about it, she thinks she can act tough about it. And well, I've got fucking minions and I've got my stuff and I'm in control. I'm the queen. It's like, dude, face to face, if I walked up to you and go, hey, stop being fucking weird about having a kid in your fucking chat, stop it now. If I was standing right in front of her face, there's no fucking way that she wouldn't just back down instantly. There's no way. So she's and that kind of person is dangerous to be talking to anybody who's developing. That she's just dangerous you don't want them to mimic that behavior at all, right? Like, and so allow that to happen to them too, right? Like the fuck. Like that kind of stuff just gets me fundamentally mad. That's why the stuff about Foodie bothers me, because she's Canadian, like, and I've talked about before about the parallels in my life that I have with hers. Yeah. So like she to me is like, how did you grow in this country? like, I don't even know how you, like, how did you, what the fuck? And you know, by the way, she told the stories of manipulating her grandma to come and pick her up after she pretended to unalive herself with the pills and the whole thing. Dude, she's been doing this her whole life. Yeah. Now she's just playing around with it and thinking that she can just sweep it under the rug and do it publicly. It's disgusting. Like, and that kind of stuff just pisses me off. Like, it just pisses me off. And I don't know, I'll probably get another strike for it or whatever. But, you know, oh well. Like, you know, but I'm going to say my piece because of people like Krusty's stories. Like, that story is like, that's why we have to fucking say, hey, what's going on over there? If the fucking system's going to fail it in the sense that one person can't make a difference, the whole fucking neighborhood should have made a difference. There should have been a lot of people that noticed that. You know what I mean? So society, in a sense, has become so detached that we allow somebody like fucking Idiot Stick there to have any kind of authority and feel successful. You shouldn't. You should feel like a shameful fucking loser. Agreed. Because of the way you act. Fuck you. That's my feeling toward it. So like, especially when I hear stories like Krusty's, like it just makes me a little bit more like, whoa, don't you do that stuff. Why are you doing it? Like,
And
stop doing that now. Like, there's no, like, we see you, stupid. That's the stuff that I always say to her. We see you. Like, when are you going to realize that we see you?
well, and
But she
that's
doesn't care.
yeah, she doesn't care. But I mean, how many times, I don't know how many times I've said it, but I have said it. We are not, as people that are on here, even though we are just random nobodies at, in the grand scheme of things, because the great wide world and everyone in it has access to us, we have a level of responsibility to report ourselves in a responsible manner. I mean, otherwise you end up with people like Onision. And Onision is a dangerous motherfucker. I mean, I don't care what people say. He's like, oh, I'm just a quirky gay man. No, you're not. You're a sick fuck. You've been a sick fuck. And so is Foodie. And she falls in the same vein. She just hasn't
She had
gained.
a crush on Onision. She wanted to talk to Onision.
She
She had
wanted
a
to bang.
crush
She wanted
on
to
him.
bang Onision. It wasn't even
Yeah.
just that. She smashed her past. Openly smashed him.
Yes.
Like, yeah.
Like, yeah. So and that right there should have been enough right there to be like, no, 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 no. Like, and like those of us that when we do say no to this shitty behavior, we don't hate her because she's fat. We hate you because you're a fucking sociopathic fucking weirdo, and you
Yes.
need to be told you're a sociopathic fucking weirdo because you don't seem to have anybody who loves you in your fucking time to be able to help you check that. So let society go, hey, stupid weirdo, we fucking see you. Like you can't do this shit. If you're like this ghost face thing, it bothers the shit out of me. Like, I didn't really know that it was confirmed until today. And now I'm like, you're fucking kidding me, right? That kid doesn't even have his own fucking driver's license yet.
Yeah.
Nope.
Like,
But
what the fuck? He's not responsible enough to drive. He's not responsible enough to have to be able. It's not even responsible enough. It's just ill-equipped. That's he's learning, right? Like he's developing. It's not anything. It's not lacking any ability at all. If anything, it's the fact that he has infinite ability. It's unfortunate that he's running into somebody like Foodie who's going to try to direct it for her own needs, rather than him being able to take that same energy and putting it somewhere that makes him feel successful individually as a person. She wants to take that away from him. She wants to hold that. She wants to be that energetic vampire that pulls life of everybody. Look at them. Everybody that in her wake is a just like she just sucks love.
Yes.
Two things.
And metaphorically. And it's like, like there's got to be a point where we see you look like a big fucking fat parasitic tick slug thing. And guess what? It's because you are. And that's my kind of idea, right?
To expand on what Goose Chuck was saying, I'm totally in her corner on that. Somebody said one time, and I don't remember who it was, but it was, people have gotten so comfortable with disrespecting each other over social media, they forget that I will cross the street and come punch you right in the damn mouth
Yes.
if I see you in public. And I think that is a huge thing. Social media has drawn like this giant iron curtain and encouraged people to say and do outrageous things,
like exactly
in the swaddle of anonymity. And even though we know her face, we know who she is, where she is, still that blanket of anonymity. And one day she's gonna have to pay for that. But here's the thing, right? So in the same hat. No, so how old is she?
40.
Oh Jesus.
Way
okay.
too fucking old to be playing them games.
Right. So here's the discussion that we were having in my house the other day. There is an age difference between me and my husband. Matter of fact, he's 6 years younger than I am. But that is an incredibly mature 6 years younger. We met when I was 33 and he was 27. We had our 10-year anniversary this year. We haven't killed
Oh,
each other.
congrats.
Thank you.
Of
Thank
course.
you. Wonderful human being. However, if we would have met when I was 20, that would have been 100% inappropriate
Yes.
because
Yeah.
he would have
Oh,
been
yeah.
14. Now, we have where I live, and Heather, I know you know them. I'm not going to throw names out. We have a case that happened several years ago where there was a guy and he had been dating this girl for a while. She was 17, fixing to turn 18.
I know who you're talking
He
about.
was, he was 18, and her parents despised him. So they called the cops on him, had him arrested. He will forever be known as a child predator.
Yes.
It is on his books. It has followed him the rest of his life. The day she turned 18, they got married, and they are still married to this day. And to be honest, they're one of the happiest couples I've ever met in my life. They have
Good.
4
I'm
kids.
glad they got through that.
Oh yeah, 100%. They are
Glad they got
great
through that.
people. So, and that was just because the parents wanted to be dicks about it. So that being stated, I know some states have what's called the Romeo and Juliet laws
Mm-hmm. Most
for
do.
the age, yeah, for the age difference.
Yeah, there's like
What
a 3 year.
is
There's
an
a 3 year over. There's a 3 year time frame for that. Like say, like someone's 19, 18, 17, 16 is okay. It's kind of like that.
Yeah, yeah. So what do we feel is an appropriate age difference, or does that vary from child to child?
I would think it would probably gauge. It would probably shift more from child to child, because again, talking about baby rattlesnake. I mean, even at 15 and 16, she had the mental maturity level of a 22-year-old because of life experience.
Absolutely.
Whereas if you're talking about a child that's incredibly sheltered and has never really been through anything, 15, 16 may still be too young for them. Truth be told, I mean, I didn't have a lot of, I was doing shit I probably shouldn't have been doing at 16, 17. But
who didn't?
Yeah, but was involved myself with people that I shouldn't have involved myself with at that point.
Yeah.
And to me, that's just like looking back at it, I'm like, man, I wish I could have saw what I was looking at now that I'm on the other side of it, because it was predatory behavior on the part of the other person. And that happens. And it happens quite frequently, but ideally in the moment, I didn't know any better. And those are the ones that really where the issue lies, because he may not know any better.
Well, and that's the thing. It's more like a socialization thing. It's how socialized are they to, into being interaction in real time, like you were talking about.
Yes.
How socialized are they in real time with humans, as opposed to in not real time? So like you can have this inflated sense of self and things and have all kinds of stuff and be easily have those fires stoked by somebody, and be more influenced parasocially than actually socially. So I think it would make a difference. It's like a bush kid compared to a city kid. That's why I call Scatbot an inside kid. It's why that's like the biggest insult I can give him.
Yeah.
To somebody like me. So like that's the thing. I think it's really a lot about the social, and it's the developing stuff, like Salty was talking about. Like the developmentally, this person's not even fully developed. you know, and like is developing. Like you should not have any influence on that. Other like you shouldn't have any influence on that if you're not within physical space of this kid. That's what I personally think.
I
You're like if yeah, like you if you're within this person's actual life, you have to be. That's the influence that he has is on the ground, boots on the ground, not this
see,
parasocial stuff.
and that was the question for us because Tiny Rattlesnake, about 2 months before she turned 18, developed an interest in a 23-year-old that we know personally. Um, amazing human being. And they hit it off because they both have the same issue. They both have cerebral palsy. He is much more mobile than she is, but they were and she really liked him. So we did tell her, wait until you're 18. You know, let's do this the right way, but if that's what you want, we don't mind. But then she went and found herself an 18-year-old boyfriend that they graduated together, which I have personal feelings about, but you know, whatever. But that would have been a 5-year age difference, and her mother flew off when we were talking to her about it. And it was like, look, he's a good guy. We know him very, very well, know his parents very, very well, and had no problem with it. And when I say that, I know somebody's going, ugh. Let me tell you, when I tell you that I am the mama bear from hell, I am the mama bear from hell.
Noted.
I will rock orange for my kid, period. So it's just kind of weird that there's that de facto cutoff. Boom, 18. And then go do what you want and live your life. But now Foodie's got this kid at 16 who was apparently already messed up in the head. You know, something's happened to him. Something's obviously happened to her. And she's manipulating the situation to turn him in to, you know, and I was just thinking too, sidebar, if Foodie was, let's say, 150 pounds lighter and still carried the same attitude, but was just like supermodel gorgeous, would people have the same problem with her?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
It would have, and it's mainly because, Heather, we don't really give a shit that she's 450 pounds. It's because she's a toxic asshole. And reality of the situation would be if she were 150 pounds and supermodel gorgeous, it would be infinitely worse.
She would be dangerous. She would be dangerous. Like
that.
Alyssa Jordan. Alyssa Jordan, the woman who flipped her shit on her purchased boyfriend in the car, and like it got like and all this shit. There's an example of what it would be like if Foodie didn't have the weight on, but still carried herself the way she was. That's one of the best examples I could think of. And even though they're not the same person, even though we've got like, you know, differences in details here and there, you still have the same narcissistic bullshit complex going on that controls the mentality and the ins and outs and so on. So my answer to that would honestly be yes. I think the only difference that she'd have maybe is probably maybe about 100 to 200 more bees whores floating around in the live. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
And it's a matter of like a dark night of the soul sort of thing.
This is a never-ending dark night. This is like Dark Night Norway.
Yes. And and that is her perpetual normal. So in all sincerity, I mean, like right now at her current state, she calls herself prettier than 90% of YouTube. And Yeah, pettier, yeah, definitely,
Pettier.
but not prettier. And calls everybody else out here ugly and stupid and, you know, awful and this and that and da 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 da, projection, projection, projection. But if she were 150 pounds, I have no question that she would be that type of woman that when someone scorned her, she would find a way to manipulate somebody into murder. She would be that type.
But what does that say about the rest of society?
Depends on which mentality groups we're talking about, because you've got multiple different mentalities that create this society. So like you'd have to actually cut that down more to see where she'd sort of fit in before you could actually like look at the rest of it. That's the only thing.
Yeah, you're right. But historically, if you go back and look, and this has been true through history, the quote unquote beautiful people have literally gotten away with murder.
Yes.
Kind of, yes.
And it is.
The manipulation factor goes up 9,000. Like it just maxes out that stat. Like it just means that you have no social binds. You know, it's like Zoolander. You can go anywhere, right? Like you can slip underneath the radar because of that happens in for realness. But like her, the way she is now as a kind of a fit, big, like a tall, like she doesn't realize that if she actually started losing the weight, she'd be dangerous. Like she'd be dangerous, not physically dangerous. She's just manipulatively dangerous. Like she's constantly looking for a weak link to take advantage of because she's so fucking lazy. She can't get it done. We should be thankful that she can't, have a kid. So yay. Thank you, universe, for that one.
Yes.
And B, that you did make her obese.
Yes.
That you did make her undesirable because you did make her obvious because she is obvious. Like we can see all this shitty behavior, dude. You're so fucking lazy you can't even cover it up. When you say I don't care 1,000 gajillion times a day, we believe you. That's the thing. You constantly say you don't care. We know you're a sociopath. So like that's the thing. That's why I have a problem with Foodie. Yeah, I make fun of her and whatever because when it gets down to the real stats, you're just like you're a fucking prick. And like there's a reason you hid on a methane scented pillow in fucking Cornwall because you couldn't handle real Canada. Real Canada is very rural, dude. If you look at the map, it's just basically a bunch of cities along one big highway. And
it's so pretty.
It's like, you know, like that stupid video of my friend making that trident out of the goddamn beer cans. Those kind of real things happen all the time, and it did for a lot of people. So if you think you can manipulate everybody, you're wrong.
Yeah.
You're wrong. And that's what my issue is.
Somebody get this woman a fucking peppers. Letter Kenny joke.
I think that, you know, talking about, you know, where was that comment? She would be a predator evolved if she was at a normal weight. That is factual because, I mean, if you'll look at her in her current state and the chain of events that's transpired online, starting as far back as channel creation, the gentleman that she was with at the time, BB, she literally moved her stuff into the house a little bit at the time until she was just there. And he was so incredibly chill that he didn't have it within him to oust her. I mean, like his sisters hated her. And
she went from Pete's to that, right? She cheated on Pete's to go to that same thing, like you're saying.
BB, she was with BB at the channel conception. But yes, Pete's that ended up being the roommate for all those years. Pete's was the boyfriend out of high school, and she knew that she was taking advantage of him. She bragged about it to her friends. There was a nude photo that she took of him and took it to school and was showing it to people, laughing about it.
Oh, that's sick.
Yes. And despite all that, he still continued to be friends with her. I mean, he's not formally diagnosed, but he says he has autism of some form. And despite it all, everything that she's done to him, he bows down to her. Like if Sala dumped her on her head tonight and she called him and said, I want to move back in and be roommates again, he would find a way to do it.
Well, you know,
Absolutely,
and
he would.
that's
He tried.
another thing for somebody who claims to be the most beautiful woman on the internet. Beautiful, beautiful thing in the world. There is not one man that y'all have shown a picture of that personally is even remotely attractive. Not even remotely attractive. Personally, they all look kind of dingy and dusty and dirty, and they have issues themselves. So is this just her issues attracting their issues, and now you have
I don't know
two-
about that. I mean, she has a tendency to seek these people out, and when she
Absolutely.
realizes what their weak point is, she capitalizes on it.
Because she manipulated mom and sister and grandma and family far before she moved out. When she moved out, her skills were honed before she decided to leave. Because she wanted to leave because she wanted to fuck. She says she was homeless. She wasn't. She fucked off because she wanted to fuck. And she talked about it all the time. We had to hear all of her fucking stories, all of the things she would do for a Klondike bar, all that kind of stuff we had to hear. So like that's a legit story. She has a Klondike bar story.
Yeah, she does. She does.
Yeah, and it's like, and so like, and that's the thing
my
is like, yeah. And so like she, you know, like, and we heard all of it, man. We heard all of it. We knew it. She talked openly about manipulating her family. So moving into the boyfriends and then going, oh yeah, I really felt bad. Hey Pete, remember when I cheated on you? How did you feel bad? Yeah, I felt bad. Oh, sorry. Like, and then looks at the camera again, and keeps going. Like,
didn't she kiss him in that same evening too?
Yes, I think. Yeah, it was in that same time. But the fucking villa, dude, the villa Chantel is Chantel. That's the real Chantel. That's the real lazy ass with the cat shit in the fucking hallway and the blue pot and the forever spited for desk mustard and all of those types of things and the, you know, the chicken bones, the KFC chicken bones in the drawer, and her sniffing her underwear on stream and picking her nose and picking her ear and eating it. Oh yeah, that's Chantel. She just figures she's just shellacking this up and covering it up with some stuff, and it's still not there. You know she's cutting farts out. Everybody's like, "What are the jump cuts? What are the jump cuts?" They're farts, dude. They're 1,000% farts that she's fucking cutting out of those videos. There's no way it's anything else really. But
another thing that's like, just to kind of stay on that track of predation on her part, her paying a 20-year-old man to have sex with her, and then made the comment, oh yeah, I'm old enough to be his mother. There's something kind of hot about that.
And that's when she staged all the condoms too. Remember? And like showed it around her room.
Wait.
Those were decorative condoms. Those were decorative condoms.
She did what with the what? The 20-year-old what? And said what?
Hey man, there's beeping in the background. We're gonna slow this conversation down. What's happening right now?
He found a 20-year-old man and on Tinder to spend time with her, and it came out later from him that she paid for his time. And
Big Turk.
Prior to him actually meeting with her, she started talking about it on a live and said, yeah, he's 20. And she was like, oh my, somebody said you're old enough to be his mother. And she said, oh yeah, I know. She's like, there's something kind of hot about that.
Gag me with a serving spoon. Ew.
I mean, God's honest truth. I mean, I think I'm going to be flat out real here. Okay. And I think this applies to every human being walking the planet. It doesn't matter how old you get. You are still a human being. Your eye is going to be drawn to things that you find attractive. Okay. But whether or not you look versus you act is two entirely different things. And for me, if I had a 20-year-old, I've had 20-year-olds hit me up on Tinder, y'all. And I'm like, I think we got a problem here because I'm too fucking old for you and it's past your bedtime. You need to go to bed. You know, I just can't. There is a level of ick to that, even when they instigate it, that I just cannot follow through. And that for me says a lot about her.
Well, I was on House of Hannibal's chat. I think Inferno was there the other day.
If it was a panel, I probably was. So.
It wasn't a panel, but it was he was showing this guy that was walking up and down the beach, having girl best friends call each other's boyfriend.
Yes, AREL. That was the AREL segment. Yep.
Yes. And this kind of goes back to the same thing about mental issues. First of all, if I meat sweats, I'm sorry, that is a common term in this house.
Noted.
If I am walking up and down somewhere and somebody comes up and says, let's say I'm with Salty and says, hey, call, Krusty's husband and see if you can get him to meet up. First of all, I am secure enough in my relationship to be able to say, how about no? Because that's stupid. That's like high school Mean Girls bullshit. But the ones that do are inevitably the ones that the boyfriends are like, hey, yeah, come over. She don't have to know nothing. And I kind of feel like this is the salty, the foodie mentality. Like the manipulation there, because either 99% of the time the best friend has already hooked up with the significant other, or the significant other's like, hey, yeah, let's do that, but you can't say anything. So it's not just, I think social media, again, is teaching people to manipulate, and it's gross, and it's grody, and you have people like Foodie who are on there actively manipulating people. And, you get a 14, 15-year-old girl who's feeling some kind of way, and they're like, hey, if she can do it, I can do it.
Yes.
And now we have a whole set of, little twat monsters running around stealing each other's boyfriends.
That's the reason why there's so many World Star Street Fight videos.
Listen, that's why we big girls have to circle the hoo-ha wagon.
Hey, that's why when you were saying, let's say I was with her and they said to call and see if I could get your husband, I would be like, why would I want to do that?
Because I will tell you what would come out of his mouth would be number
don't
one.
Get me wrong, I like you, fella, but I don't like him that much.
He would
not even for AREL. Like,
mine would be like, number one, do you know my wife? And number two, she'll off both of us.
Here we go.
Like, no questions.
Well, and it's kind of, well, but that's the thing though too. I think a lot of it has to do with like going back to what you're saying, a generational age group there, that because we're Gen X, we don't do that bullshit. We don't fuck with other people. We just want to be left alone, and we want what's ours to be left alone too. And when we don't, then it turns into a shallow grave and a backhoe real quick, because we're more about that action than about running that gator, So, all right, I'll tell you what, since we have talked about this 40 million times, let's add this on. Let's bring Heather and Mash up to speed. They're going to be like, what the fuck?
Why is this guy in a cow costume?
Because Foodie and ALR are law cows.
Foodie's a horror cow.
Yeah,
like, we really have to openly define horror cow a lot better than we have.
And this is Mr. Snowflake. He is so pleasing to the eye and to the ear. God bless him.
And what about the kids' penis?
What?
He said, she said, what about a kid's penis?
We'll see that momentarily. What she said, not the kid's penis.
I was a little concerned there for a second.
Yeah, no, I we have that covered in more than one way.
I want this song.
I think he said what song it was in the opening. There's an intro video.
Okay, I'm gonna have to look it up.
What song it is?
It's a banger.
She just looks like a rabbit trying to gnaw through a cage.
Every time.
I've heard many different words and phrases when it comes to describing Foodie Beauty. Insane, deluded, selfish, excellent driver though. I think the two best descriptions for Foodie are baby reindeer and single white female. And a film about two
I forgot that was in there.
scary individuals, unhinged women. I thought I'd seen the worst of Foodie's strange behaviour when it came to Red Flag Man. But compared to this episode, Child's Play was nothing. And the main reason for erratic behaviour being turned all the way up to 11 in this episode is her fault, obviously. Dom's fault. And it's the fault of another woman who's entered Dom's life, a woman named Dee Dee.
Every single thing this has had this week has been my grocery bill. Do you want me to pull up the bank account?
All right. I want the woman who's there to know that that knife that he's using, that freaking turns you on with his knife skills, that's my knife. I bought it.
Aw.
This Dee Dee woman, she rocks up about Christmas time. I think she's there just before Christmas, but I know she's there on Christmas Day in one of his videos. Not the best present he could have got Foodie for Christmas. Though he did give a gonorrhea in the mouth once, so could have been worse. Could have been worse.
The phone is my phone. And the one who's going to probably record you naked. That's my phone.
What's weird is, well, it's all weird, but what's weird is, they had this whole backstory that they'd known each other for 10 years. He was mates with one of her exes. And it was all just to say that they were friends. They were nothing more than friends, apparently. But in reality, and there's a word we won't be using much in the Foodieverse, in reality, this woman was a fan of Foodie Beauties, and because of Foodie, the internet had been subjected to Dom, and so had So this DD woman?
You have no problem eating, sleeping, laughing with other people. You have no problem. The comforter on your bed, Veron, I bought that at Walmart. What else? The iPad, the ring light, the ring light you're going to use like this. That's for the super chat. I'm going to let you have it tonight. You want to have fun with your friends and Equid Sin and Sharmula? I'm going to have fun with you tonight. And then I'm going to be done with you. Goodbye. And trust me, you're going to me more than I need. You need me more than I need you. Like, you people are stupid. Like, people who are saying things like, the people who, it mind boggles me that you say, you're hypocritical, because you'll say to me, actions speak louder than words. You don't see by his actions that we're together? Or what? Come on now. If you're going to say you were never with me, then you use me for all those things. Because you accepted them willing, no problem. And you told me you love me. I showed the text messages for that. So you're lying. Just admit it on your live stream right now that you love me and tell everybody. Or, fine, I'll look crazy one last time. And then after that, you'll never see my face ever again.
I definitely began to notice the money talk more and more. I've bought this for you. I've done this for you. I paid for this. I paid for your phone. She loved that one. I paid your phone this month.
I'm turning your phone on to be nice to you.
Her love language is bribery.
Yeah. Yeah. And lots of money and drugs.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I feel so pathetic even saying that.
But Dom didn't owe a relationship just because she paid his phone.
You know my girlfriend. I'm not your girlfriend. I'm not girlfriend enough to pay your rent and give you shit.
But that's definitely how she saw it, and that she would try and use that against them all the time. I did this for you, now you give me love. Oh, you didn't give me love? Right, I'm turning your phone off. But Foodie, that's not how relationships work. At least not the healthy ones.
Amen. Amen.
Why am I not allowed at your house just to get my stuff? Like nothing. Like I'm a piece of dirt. Like I was never anything.
As well as noticing all of the I paid for this nonsense talk, I noticed more and more talk of Foodie saying, "Oh, I've left this at Dom's house. I'm gonna have to go get it. Oh, I hate him. I'm never seeing him again. I can't stand the guy. Oh, I've left my handkerchief at Dom's house. I'm gonna have to go and get it." But we knew why she wanted to go around this time. We knew why she was going back.
And you're saying she's not sleeping there? But she just magically appears every time she smells your food cooking out of nowhere? Express? Yeah, no. And Dini, you look like a loser. Like, how fun of a trip is that for you to come all the way to Blizzard just for a friend?
Nothing was going to stop her from going around audience, Dom, DD, common sense. Nothing was going to stop her getting over there, getting in that house.
So just go and bang on the door and like get my stuff. No, I'm not going to leave alone until I get my stuff. I need my medical device. How do you shut off the iPad? Ooh, I can disable the device from remotely. You're right.
While I was watching this play out, I was thinking, she's not just addicted to Dom. She's addicted to, and I know I'm late to the party as always, but she's addicted to the drama. She absolutely loves it. She's playing up to the camera. All the attention, it's on her, and she loves it. I think a more sensible person probably wouldn't shut off Dom's iPad and end his live stream. Foodie is the type of person to pretend she desperately needs this CPAP machine to help her breathe.
I mean, to be fair, CPAPs are really good.
She needs it or she's going to die. She has to have it now or she's going to drop dead tonight. Or lay dead.
Well, I disabled the iPad, but he might still be able to use it though. Like with his Wi-Fi, I don't know how they would disable it remotely. And if you're with somebody, you're supposed to ask. He doesn't care. Like he doesn't like the same thing with May. Didn't ask me about that. You just go to a hotel room and meet another person.
Foodie Beauty is our reaction channels and their armchair psychology. Sorry, I went a bit sexy there. Their armchair psychology. But I don't think you need to be a psychologist to realize that she just loves it. She's living for the drama.
You better give me my back. I'm not coming out for nothing.
All day she's been ranting about this CPAP, about how she needs this CPAP to live, about how she could die without this CPAP. How many nights have you gone without this CPAP machine, Chantal? And now you want to go because Dee Dee Mega Doodoo's over there and you want to get your CPAP machine all of a sudden. Now, all of a sudden, it's a big ass deal for you.
Not ever like giving me the love I need. I give you so much. I give you so much. Yep.
You can't buy love. Food.
You have another f***ing woman there having wine. You stupid, goner filled piece of giraffe looking. Go ahead and talk to that woman. Okay, he's calling me. Hold on. Alright, I'm gonna go to the door. Yo, can I get my stuff? Okay, well, let me in then. I just want my stuff.
What's my video?
What video?
Can you bring it back? You can bring it back, break your stuff.
No. Yo. I want my stuff.
That's annoying here.
I want my stuff. Call the cops then. Call the cops. Yeah, I want my stuff.
I don't go cops.
I want my stuff. Let me get my. What's your problem?
You want to call the cops?
I want my.
Oh, 911.
For real?
911. For real. They're gonna give you the stuff right away.
Give me my stuff. I want to. I'm here to get. You said I can. You said I can come get my stuff. You said I can come get my stuff. So go let me get my.
What's my video?
What video? I didn't like live stream, but when I turn the phone off, it's like, do you want to also disable the device? And I say yes. I just want my CPAP machine.
Look, these people. You need to sit down by yourself. See what you do. Think about it.
While you have wine with somebody?
God, Foodie, just stop. Go home, have a cup of tea. Sit down. Just stop. It's too much. I mean, to be fair, he should have just given her the CPAP machine, and she would have went away. Well, maybe, and she might have went away. But again, he was joining in on the imaginary game. I just want to say chess, checkers.
Someone helps you build your house, you kick them out,
my house,
and ignore them.
So I went. I knew the engineer was here who built this place.
No, but I help you pay for it.
Pay for what?
Let me get.
Yeah, I assume that Dawn must have lived like 10 minutes away from her. The amount of time she would go over. 45 minutes? 45 minutes there. And 45 minutes back. I couldn't be asked. But then again, I don't have her motivation for pettiness. Anyway, she was getting nowhere. He wasn't going to give her a back. So she got back in her car, drove around for a while, egged the audience on to call the police. I was watching that and I was thinking, why doesn't she just call the police? And then she knows it's been done. And then it hit me, much like Foodie hitting a bunch of animals in her car. She wanted the police called to get her stuff to win this game of Imaginary Connect 4. But she didn't want to do it herself, because if she did it herself, there's a big chance this off and on nonsense thing they had would just be off.
What, you didn't think I was going to call the cops? I didn't actually. Somebody else did. But that's what you get.
So if somebody did call the cops and Foodie didn't have to do it, it's quite smart of that. Oh no, I'm just giving Foodie Beauty a compliment. Oh no.
And that's actually something, Mash and Christy, that's actually something she's known for. She has a tendency to dog whistle her audience into doing things for her. Whenever you've had channel reactors or that have been doxed, their info put out, or, you know, like with this woman, Dee Dee, when her info came out, she brigaded her audience to do the work for her. Dee Dee lost her job because all of Foodie's channel viewers were calling in to her place of employment to the point where they just finally fired her. And it's been this way. This is the way that she deals with people because she doesn't have a backbone to do it herself.
Mm-hmm.
So she platforms predators.
Yes.
Weaponizes her chat.
Yes.
Yep.
And it's still platformed there.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And the ass crackery fuckity shit is that. Okay. Noted.
It's yeah.
And also the fact that she gets so giddy when she went up to the door like that. If he was, they're probably mutually abusive. I'm just gonna mutually a word, but I'm sorry.
Well, yeah.
Why?
You're not wrong.
And I don't care what people say. If people say that can't happen, it can. But the giddiness that she got up there on while she's trying to hide her chins in her stupid Michelin Man jacket. That's normal for her to be like that.
Yes.
Like, I bought this, I paid for that. You have to lick my asshole. That's
basically. Yeah.
Well, it was here's some meth. Now you have to lick my asshole. But yes.
Okay, that's that. Oh.
So, do you know who else weaponized their followers
There's
so they
multiple
could
people
claim
who
they
do.
had clean hands?
Who's that?
Charles Manson.
Yes. Yes.
You know what? His parole hearings are epic, though. I got to give him that. I love Manson parole hearings. Those are the
And
best.
that's why
They make no sense.
That's why I made the comment earlier about if her being at a normal weight, she would ultimately end up with somebody losing their life because of her behavior, because this is her. This, even though she's high as a damn kite on cocaine through that entire era, that is who she is.
Yeah, but there was nothing normal looking about Manson, even when he was younger. He was not an attractive
No, but he's
person.
very, very capable of reading people.
Yeah, he was charismatic too.
And Jim Jones was.
Mm-hmm.
And Ted Bundy. Ted Bundy is probably the biggest wake-up call in all that, because society's given us this mental image that
Wait, I got another one for you. Hang on, let me find it.
that all mass murders and
This guy right here, Randall Woodward. Back in the day, he actually played for the 49ers. This was him at the time. Not a bad looking man. Could have probably walked up to any woman and been and had the desired response that he wanted, but he was a serial rapist and murderer.
Yeah. And you're telling me that if Bundy didn't look like Bundy, he wouldn't have gotten away with it for so long?
Oh, no question. No question whatsoever.
Yeah.
And that still holds. I think that's just okay. It goes back to that comment about the eye being drawn to things that we find appealing, and how we respond to them is drastically different versus the things that we don't. That's kind of where you ride a fine line in areas of your sexual harassment, your rape allegations, all those sorts of things at times, because take like somebody like Snowflake here. Snowflake walked up to any average woman with that miraculous accent of his and said, "How are you doing today, darling?" He would probably more than likely get a positive response, because he is a physically pleasing specimen. Now, if you had somebody like, say, Steve Buscemi do the same thing, probably would not be, if nobody knew who Steve Buscemi was, that he probably would not be the same response.
Yeah,
if it
was
were
another serial killer for that too, Gary Ridgway, the Green River
Gary,
Killer.
Ridgway.
You could actually converse that with a different serial killer in mind too. So yeah.
You know, and you see there are instances of people being put in jail that are actors, like that. What's the kid that played Fez on that 70s show?
Wilmer something. I forget his last name. But
Wilmer Valderrama.
Yeah,
cool. That'll work.
He slept with a girl, and apparently multiple times. And after it was done and over, because apparently she had participated in it, afterward, she declared it rape, even though there was consent involved. So, I mean, it's really, it's a double-edged sword, I think.
Well, and the same show you're talking about, Danny, what's his
Well,
name?
yeah. I think that, I mean, well, different circumstances between the Wilder and then the Danny kid. The Danny kid, I think, was drugging people.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was doing some fucked up shit. Like
Wilder, from what I understand, he was actually actively pursuing her, and she was it was like an equal back and forth from the two parties.
Yeah, but then there's some people that don't actively need to be doing that nonsense to be able to get women or get what they want. Like, okay, as gross as this is gonna sound, there are literally women, I am not one of them, to be clear, who would have jumped at the chance to go face first into Bill Cosby's lap.
Well,
but yet here he is drugging people.
It's not well, it's like, well, but it kind of falls into the current day P. Diddy thing, if you'll think about that, because there, from what I understand, allegedly there was a lot of intoxicants involved in those scenarios too. It's having the ability to attain women. It's about control. It's about power over the other person. That's why mutual attraction and physical interaction is not the same thing as SA. And that's part of the reason why, like Foodie, when this situation with May comes about, she was like, why would he do anything with her? She's an old woman who sits on a pee pad in her car. And it's like, and I said it to her in her chat. I'm like, this is not about attraction. This is about power and domination. That's what this is. It is sexual arousal from being able to manipulate and physically control and extort what you want from someone. And it kind of falls into the Green Bay Packer guy. I mean, again, he was a very handsome man for his time. He was fixing to go into the NFL. He was in NFL training when all this stuff kicked off. And he was he started out just sexually assaulting people. And then R. Kelly, you know, you have people that once they get to a level, I think, and it falls into the pretty factor, obviously, because everybody with the pretty factor has a little bit of a power dynamic there. But you add to it the fame and the power with it, you know, they kind of get to a point where just having the fame and the response that they want is not enough. Eventually, this power, I have money, I have notice, everybody knows me, I can get what I want. It gets to be not enough. And eventually it has to be taken to another level to provide that same amount of excitement.
Well, if you go back through, and I don't know if I'm a glutton for punishment or what, but, and don't say a word to me about this, but I started watching the Kardashians.
Oh, Lord.
The whore
And, well, here's the thing, right? When Kanye lost his ever-loving mind, that was so interesting to watch, because you watched Kim kowtow to him over everything except the kids. The kids was where she drew the line. And I gotta tell you, the woman is much smarter than she appears. She really is. But watching him lose that control and sink deeper and deeper and deeper into his distress and trying to get her attention back and trying to, you know, manipulate her into doing the things that he wanted her to do, because he controlled everything. What she wore, what she ate, who she went out with. where she went with them, everything. Like to the point where he was literally picking out her clothes from head to toe. And it was insane. And then when they split,
that falls into the lack of control on his part caused him to tighten his grip, doing more damage. And that does apply to Foodie, because Foodie is the exact same fucking way. Anybody she's got her claws into at the moment, that grip is so fucking tight that eventually they get tired of her. Take the Dom guy that he keeps talking about. The man he's a meth addict, coke addict, woman abuser, former prisoner for attempted murder. I mean, she knew all this going into it, but because he was the object of desire he was the object of desire for her, that grip just tightened and tightened and tightened until eventually she got so toxic that even he didn't want to be around her, no matter what she provided him. And that's why this other woman came into play. That was his way of completely cutting the cord in letting her know, we are done. I don't want you.
And that's why she goes after these already damaged people.
Yes.
So when they do finally say, I've had enough.
Well, what are you going to do without me?
Right. And she honestly can't blame herself. Well, he was already doing that when he was with me.
Yes.
He did that before we even met. I'm not taking the blame for that.
Right. But we've just hit the tip of the iceberg on this entire thing. So we'll keep going a little bit further.
Excuse me.
What's up, Mash?
Sorry to interrupt. I just got loopy stuff, so I'm gonna excuse myself if that's okay.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Get rest.
I'm sorry.
Rest up.
Again, Matt, drugs. Okay, bye.
All right, peace. Enjoy the drugs.
They gave her some good. They gave her some good stuff.
I'm a little jealous.
Just prove that you're fired. You want? You said I can have it. Then you give it back to me. There's the police.
I'm gonna jump real quick because a lot of this stuff after this point through that midsection is mostly her being a dick to Pete's when his cat died and he was depressed and all that shit. And
she just had the smuggest little smart ass grin on her face.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, when the whole thing went down and she was sitting there and the police showed up, she's like, "There's the police." I mean, it was like it was really fucking disgusting, like level of satisfaction. It was wild.
Then
Wait.
I found by a person.
Me to know because I wasn't there. So therefore, there's no way for you to know because you weren't there that I'm in love with a man who's accused of that. No one have a wife and kids. No fucking loves me. He does. You guys know he does. Al, stop recording my stream. Do you not want to hang out here?
Here we go. The big event I always end on. I think this is as big as it gets. Although I keep thinking that, and then she keeps surprising me. This is definitely the most confusing end to an episode I've ever done. I still don't get it. I've never been more confused by a person's actions. Lol, cow, or anybody. I don't get it. I thought she's wearing these outfits that she was wearing when she just did her OnlyFans. She'd come on live stream wearing the outfits. And I thought, that's a bit risky. They were a bit revealing. That's a bit risky. Then I found out she was posting links on a YouTube community page, links to her OnlyFans. And I thought, that's risky, isn't it? And then...
So see, then if Foodie were still in this stage and that 14, 15, 16-year-old boy had been on scene, that would have opened a whole door that teenage boy was not equipped for.
I found out that Foodie went on this website called Omegle. Most of you'll know what it is. You're on webcam, you get matched with somebody else on webcam, and you can cycle through and chat to people. That's all it is. So Foodie goes on to this website, live streams it. I don't know anything about YouTube or the internet. I'm rubbish. I don't know anything about it. But even I know that's a risky move.
Hi. He was not. He was Indian, that guy. No, he wasn't a minor. Did he look like a friggin' minor to you? There's nothing minor about him. A minor with a 15-inch wiener. Yeah, right.
The person she's talking about there, who flashed her, to me, looked really, really young. I'm not just saying it to try and make her look bad. If you've seen it, then, you know. He looked about 14. I mean, I'm getting old now. Anybody under 25 looks about 14 to me now. But he genuinely did look like he was a school kid. I worked in a school, and he looked like a kid I would have taught. First lesson today: keep away from Foodie Beauty. I'd heard when I was doing the research, because people are helping. Thank you. That be careful when you get her speaking about a minor. It's really creepy. And I was thinking, did she speak creepily about a minor, or is that just what is now believed, a rumor that's been believed? No, she did. It's true. I don't know why I keep doubting. I think it's because these things keep sounding so awful. I'm like, nah, it won't be that. No, it looked like a kid to me, and she was talking about him in a horrible, horrible way.
There's nothing minor about him. A minor with a 15-inch wiener. Yeah, right.
There's another clip of her asking her what again looked like a minor to me, asking him to show bobs.
Oh, India. Show bobs.
I never heard of show bobs before. Never heard of it. Tried to Google what it means, and Foodie even explained what it means, and it just means show stuff, show boobs, show stuff.
Bobs and vagines. Bobs. They're just boobs, yeah.
I don't know if she was just trying to be funny, asking a minor to do that.
She's entirely entertained by this the entire time.
I don't think she can tell.
Yeah. Yeah.
And not only that, like the way she was speaking about stuff in the prior reference to things was very, very, very much minors aren't that hung. Hell yeah. I mean, like that that's not the right reaction. Like, I hate to put it like that, but that's just not the right reaction.
Well, and I can't remember if he has it included here, but there was one that she had a pretty lengthy conversation with that you could look at him and tell that he was not even shaving yet. And she was being very flirtatious and and she was like, so how old are you? And he's like, and of course the biggest smile broke across his face, like, well, how old do you think I am? And she's like, 24. And he's like, no. And I mean, and we all know every one of us has been 16 years old. I mean, we always, it's cool that people find us older than we are. And the conversation continued on until it finally came to the point where he was like, oh, well, I'm 16. And she was like, oh, really? And she was like, he. And then she started talking about, oh, your room is so cool, and he was like, oh, yeah, okay. And then eventually she ended up clicking out of the conversation in the middle without saying anything, because I think it dawned on her, holy, I'm having a conversation with a child. But prior to that, it being cemented that he was a 16-year-old child, that kept on. And it's just like, okay, bitch, you knew. I saw as soon as that kid popped up on video, I was like, that's a teenage boy.
Mm.
I'm sorry. There is a difference. There's a difference. It's kind of like that whole Kaya conversation and him and the boyfriend talking about, well, and then Kaya talking about, well, they weren't 14. They were like 16 or 17. I'm like there's a drastic difference between a 14-year-old and a 16-year-old. There's not.
Not that much, no.
Not that much of one. You can look at a teenage child and tell that they're a teenage child.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he did. Yes, he had him a little mustache, but I believe he was an Indian gentleman, and a lot of them have very prominent facial hair. So
it happens, yeah.
So let's yeah, and then she changed it into lingerie and went right back on. So let's keep going into the creepiness.
As a minor, she just sees somebody her fans, her actual fans, try to warn her and say, stop live streaming this is too dangerous, stop it. And she just gave a foodie response.
You're gonna get your chicken taken down. I could just be like, shut the you know. Like, what the I don't care. I'm gonna keep doing Omegle, delete my channel. I'll do what I want. I don't care.
Why?
It looks like she stuck a taco through a glory hole.
Basically.
Taunt your haters like that, fine. But your fans, they're just trying to I don't get how her brain works. She was going to ignore everybody and she was going to do this live streaming people on webcam her way. She was going to do it her creepy way.
In lingerie.
His face and show us. I can't.
Oh no. There we go. I'm not freaking old enough to be his mom, am I? Oh God, that's hot.
Yeah, that's gross.
Oh my God. Old enough to be his mom, am I? Oh God, that's hot. Wait, he did break YouTube. How did I break YouTube terms of service? That wasn't my fault. It's not a purposeful breach. I think YouTube should take that into consideration, being as I've been on YouTube for 5 years, and make them some money. And although they don't really need my money, but still, she deleted her stream right away in good faith. She didn't know that was going to happen, so deleted it. It's gone.
She deleted the stream in good faith. It happened and she carried on live streaming. Right, I promise I'm not going to be shocked by stupidity anymore. I had to mess up on that word, didn't I? People warned her over and over, and her attitude was, shut up. I'm Foodie Beauty.
So I have to, like, every person I talk to on Omegle, I have to ask if they would be okay with it.
She actually tried to use another YouTuber who does streams like that, where they go on Omegle and they talk to people at random.
Mm-hmm.
The problem with that was, and this is what the actual YouTuber responded, was like, don't drag me into your shit. That has nothing to do with me. I don't want to hear it. If you got a problem, that's your problem. Yeah. But ultimately, the YouTuber she was trying to drag into it does not do live streaming on Omegle. They video and then clip down so that if there is something inappropriate, it does not end up on YouTube.
Listen, are we not going to talk about the fact that she had her finger up to the, like, third knuckle?
That's because
her nose.
Because that was basically her during that time frame. The cocaine era had her digging all the way back to scratch her brain, girl.
Good God.
She also, up until the hijab started, she also had a way of getting the boogers into her mouth. That's the other thing that's fucking creepy about it. No, she wasn't just picking her nose; she was eating it too. The only thing is that she would end up picking her nose. She'd do a couple hand movements. Then, as soon as she thought everyone wasn't exactly paying attention to the nose pick anymore, it would get wiped somewhere in and around her lip, off the finger.
Oh my God!
Or occasionally she'd move it over and then wipe it with the finger she moved it over with too. So,
oh God!
Yeah.
Welcome
like
to
Houdini.
welcome to the foodie verse, girl.
Like as if because the platform has children on it and I accidentally, like it's automatic rolling. They act like I target children on there. Like I accidentally, like I purposely look for them. That wasn't my fault.
Wasn't her fault. It wasn't my fault. It wasn't Pulpy's fault. It wasn't the reaction channel's fault. It was your fault. It's your why do you have It's not that hard. Don't show a child on your YouTube channel. I don't know. I still feel fairly new to being a YouTuber. I still don't know what I'm doing. But I think,
Says the man with what 100,000 plaque behind him.
Oh, I think he means live-esque.
Oh, maybe.
it's not that hard to not show kids. You know? Maybe I'm wrong.
You don't even know their age. Like when I would ask them their age and say, I'm 14, bye, see ya. And were we talking sexual with the 14-year-old? So I'm not allowed to, it's against the terms of service to say hi to a 14-year-old on camera? I was aware of that. So I guess everybody who talks to anybody underage on film can then.
Yeah, it's not against terms of service to speak to a 14-year-old. That's fine. It is against terms of service to show. Oh yeah. And no, obviously, not everybody who speaks to a 14-year-old is a PDF. But the ones who say, I'm old enough to be his mom, that's hot. The ones that say there was nothing minor about him. The ones that get warned saying that was a kid's private parts and carry on doing it, those are the people that I wouldn't allow around my kids. So I'm not saying Foodie is a PDF, but I wouldn't let her around my kids. Not a chance. There was nothing minor about him. Oh, honestly, he was really young. Ugh. Is this over yet? How long have we got left? Oh, we're nearly there.
I don't care. I'm going to keep doing Omegle, delete my channel. I'll do what I want. I don't care.
The sheer arrogance to dismiss everybody like that. And it's because of that arrogance that nobody had any sympathy for her when what happened.
Hey guys, hey guys, hey guys, hey. Hey, 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 hey.
Oh my goodness. Chantal got herself thrown off of YouTube.
And another girl has been terminated. That's right, you heard it here last. Foodie Beauty's channel has been terminated for repeated violations on YouTube.
Yeah. So Chantal's channel got terminated. That's the summary.
Team YouTube, good morning. I just want a bees. I didn't expect that I would be flashed a massive salami on Omegle. It was probably a kid's, so calling it a salami, fine. Let's keep going. I will be careful from now on. I did, in good faith, delete my stream as I was horrified. Yeah? You seemed dead horrified at the time.
There's nothing minor about it.
I just want to add this to my appeal. The dong, again, probably a kid's, was unexpected. A real attitude shift from, I'm Foodie Beauty, do what I want. It's a terrible impression. I genuinely just think she doesn't understand consequences. I think she can only live in the now. She doesn't have the ability to think, oh, tomorrow. Which is one reason why she's near death's door. Because she just...
Yeah. I don't know why he put that food clip in there. That kills me. But anyway, she ended up getting this stream back. YouTube gave it back to her, which to me was the dumbest move ever.
It didn't happen. The only thing I could say that it didn't happen on site, and YouTube is very much about taking proof on its own site, not so much other sites. That's probably why.
I don't know, but yeah. Add to, she has defended Cyrax, who was ousted for having inappropriate relationship in conversation with a 14-year-old girl. And how he's still on YouTube is beyond me. Her ride or die, her online husband, as she called him, Karate Joe, was an actual convicted sex offender. And she knew. I don't care. She says she didn't, but she fucking knew. So she is, her circle is exactly who she is.
Wow. And it's not just those two either.
No,
no.
The Dom, the meth head woman abuser, is currently in the process of being taken to court in Canada for charges for SA on a 63-year-old woman.
Oh my God.
That he met on his channel that she helped him platform.
That's sickening. It's absolutely sickening.
The weakest link roommate likes to write rape stories.
I mean, birds of a feather.
Right. She was a mod for Dragon Lord Frodo. That one was another one. He was an online, he physically looked like a troll who stalked and sexually harassed multiple women, regularly would snatch his drawers down on stream and wave his little weenie around. Yeah. She is a sympathizer for these people because she is exactly like them. The difference is that she hasn't had the balls to actually carry anything out directly herself.
That and that in itself is disturbing because, first of all, no offense to anybody, but I don't want to see you snatch down your drawers and watch your crusty rusties flop around.
Trust me, nobody did. The only reason that he would do it is there was a reactor in the girl sphere that would, whenever Foodie was not online, he would follow this guy and do commentary on this guy, Mr. Pickle Boy. And ideally, the same reactor actually turned out to be predatory himself, apparently. Yeah. So, and somehow is still here. I don't even know how, but somehow still here.
And this whole conversation should be a gigantic red flag to anyone that has kids under the age of 18.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Period. They're everywhere. They're watching. And they can get to your kid. It's disgusting. So.
Okay. See, then you got like people like Dax that was actually, I guess, a part of the landscape over there. And as soon as he found out about that, he was done. And that whole, I'm going to do what I want to do, delete my channel, don't you tell me what to do, that arrogance thing, that is par for the course for her. Whenever they have had circumstances like with the meth goblin and the SA, she tried to be an alibi for him, even though there were live streams where she was at home high as a kite the whole evening. And she swore up and down. She posted false information online. She attacked this elderly woman online, calling her a liar, calling her insane. It was the same set of circumstances, and she went Captain Save-A-Ho for this man. So, I mean, the behavior itself, that's why I don't think that it's okay that she has this teenage boy floating around like this, because again, parasocial interaction is very, very dangerous to begin with, especially, but then add to it somebody who's just really not mentally and emotionally prepared for it at all. She will use it. She has.
And you're 100% right. It just takes the right person to find the right kid, and it's not even about kids. There are people out there
Oh,
that are
thank you.
mentally unwell that fall for this.
And then you got the current day, the handsomest man with the little pickle in his pants, was outed for interaction with one of her viewers, espousing dominance and rape fantasies and scat play and urine play and all that.
Oh,
And she came online, cursed him out. It was a whole deal. And then the next day she forgave him, and we're going to start over again.
Mm-hmm.
listen, okay, so just to be fair, I think if oh, that I don't even know where to start with that. The whole that is a whole rainbow
Of
of
nasty.
nasty, but to publicly announce that you're into scat play and urine play and all this other crazy stuff. If you're into it, that's great. That's for you, not for me. But don't come around me publicly announcing what happens in your bedroom or hopefully bathroom, because wowzers.
Well,
Um,
from how the conversation went, it didn't look like it was supposed to be going public. Just to put that at you.
okay.
Okay.
But it did make it out there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
So,
totally. It totally did. But
I mean,
So-
and realistically, that's the reason why. I mean, this is the same dude with the weed whacker groin area that you saw. So there's that. But I mean, realistically, whenever you're talking to somebody via text, you have no control over what they do with those text messages. That would be the main reason I have never sent nothing to nobody, because number one, I'm not fixing to do that right off the rip anyway, but I don't trust nobody enough with them to give them that kind of power. If you know where every tattoo and freckle is on me, it's because you've been in my presence. You not
I
fixing,
mean,
you know,
I
and that'll
mean,
be the only way.
I'm above the waist. I think I've seen about all of it, but
Right. Well, I mean, probably.
not for nefarious reasons.
Right.
She just had a small house, and we changed in front of each other.
Yes, that's hey, teenage girls. It's time. I'm ready to go to bed. You ready to go to bed? Cool. Let's change clothes and go to bed.
And that was it. Not to make that sound like
Yeah.
it was something that wasn't.
But you know, and you know, even then, I mean, realistically, that's why like the idea of women's locker rooms and men's locker rooms being a whole thing, because I mean, you're going to be comfortable changing clothes in front of somebody that looks like you, you know. But as a generality, no, I'm not fixing to just send people stuff like that. So the level of either ignorance on his part or just pure out, let me think of the appropriate word for it, entitlement or vanity, that he thought that was going to stay between him and whoever he was talking to. He was fucking delusional.
But it's still, there are some things that should be left alone. Personally,
I can agree with
and
that.
I can honestly say, in the 10 years I've been married to my husband, never once have I thought of sending him a picture of my boobs or of my roast beef sandwich. Okay? Arby's is closed to the internet.
Yes.
And in the previous relationship I had, the man that I was with for 13 years also never got to visit Arby's on his telephone.
Yeah,
So,
take a look at this comment by Grateful. The meth addict once he acquired this channel and a lot of the following that came from Foodie's channel, women came out the woodwork and would message him varying things. And whenever any of them spoke against him in any way or threatened to out him for anything that he had said that was out of the way, he would threaten revenge porn, to release revenge porn on them.
And that's the okay. And once again, let's go back to Charles Manson.
Yeah.
How many women have sent him? I don't know if they'd let him have like actual nudity, but how many women sent him proposal letters or just sent him canteen money
Yeah.
or anything he wanted? They would
Murderers
just
seem to get that.
Yeah.
Like I can't explain that one, but murderers seem to get
Yeah,
that.
there seems to be some kind of offhanded fetishism of the well, and I mean ideally it would be kind of like the bad boy thing, but this is like next level bad boy thing. I mean, like take Richard Ramirez. He
oh
had
my God.
he had like
He got a lot of fans.
he had a lot of fans. I mean, and people that he would, I think I listened to an interview of a girl that actually went to the prison to meet him. And he actually told her, I would really love to reach across this table and strangle you to death right now.
Yep. I don't know if it was the same interview, but I did hear about him doing that. But once again, we're back in the realm of Bundy, where Ramirez was 80s hot.
Yeah. I mean, and realistically, if you'll think about it, if he had had his teeth,
Yeah.
I mean, he probably would have been even more of an attractive gentleman because, I mean, he had like those really high cheekbones and the really dark eyes and the pretty hair and all that stuff. He was very attractive to the 80s standard that at that time frame. But I mean,
B-movie 80s, from what I can remember from his hair, very B-movie 80s.
yeah. Oh, yeah. But the thing that really messed him up was the fact that his teeth were so jacked up and broken off and all that other stuff. So,
yeah.
Look at this. And Goosechuck actually said he got married in prison. So
did he really?
That just means there's hope for everyone.
There's obviously somebody out there.
He married Doreen Leoy.
You know what? It was what, 15 years ago ish?
You know it's love because he's not actually strangling her, but he's close enough to.
Damn it, Inferno.
It's just an observation.
So, I mean, all I can assume is that, you're talking about people in the same sort of headspace as women like these that were reaching out to the meth gremlin, because I mean, it was known that he had been in prison for stabbing 2 people and that he had previous domestic violence behaviors on his part that were confirmed. And that actually, there were plenty of other people that had conversations about it at the time. But despite all that, these women came out of the woodwork. But these are the kind of people that she's drawing to her, mainly because I think that she is exactly like them.
Well, what's going to happen one day when she attracts the right one? Who's going to be the next Bundy or who's going to be the next Ramirez? Because it's coming. Because like attracts like.
Yeah.
And she's going to come up on the wrong one.
I really honestly don't think that she'll live to see that.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Really?
No.
You think it's gotten that bad?
Yes. I mean, Heather, we were talking about the sodium just in that one meal. I mean, you're talking about 400 and 4,000 some odd milligrams of sodium in one meal. She cranked through 15,000 calories in a week. She has hypertension. She has non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. She has diabetes mellitus unregulated. She's doing the bare minimum. She's taking the Genumet they're giving her, and that's all. She's still going through, she's still cranking through the carbohydrates and salt like she's never going to see the end of them. I honestly think, and I've said it a couple of times, and Inferno's agreed with me, I honestly think she's going to end up having a stroke at some point.
Yeah. Bedbound, then stroke is my guess. But stroke's going to knock her out.
I just don't see how a human being can consume 15,000. That is a lot of calories.
This is an irregular human. This
Well,
human
yeah,
has been spending their entire life eating.
She's built different. She stretched the hell out of that stomach. Just to give you a rundown, she ate an entire pepperoni pizza with ranch on it. Okay, that's
Surprisingly, it was not ketchup this time. That was I was shocked with that.
That was about 3,000 calories. She ate 2 Subway sandwiches, 2 6-inches, I think 2 chips, and then something else. So that was 1,800. The husband, the ever so loving husband, brought her a family-sized platter of Arabic desserts for Eid, of which she ate about half on camera, confirmed. 2,400 calories in one sitting.
Good God.
She had Cajun pasta and some other stuff from Applebee's, 27,000 to 2,780 calories. They went on a quote unquote performative date night where she ate like a bird because they were in public. So she only had 1,400 calories that night. And then the next night, which was most recent, she ate 2 family size Chinese dishes to total up to 4,022 calories. So all total added up, that's 15,412 calories. Okay, for people at a 1,600 kcal range per day, that is enough to feed 10 people.
That's insane. That's insane.
That is ridiculously insane.
Don't get me wrong. Like, I eat big when I eat. I usually eat once a day. So I eat big. So I get the whole deal, putting more down and stuff. Because I mean, I look at some of the food and I think to myself, I wouldn't say 6 people. I would say 3. Shit like that in my head. But the other thing is that I'm only eating once a day. I can't do what the fuck she's doing, even if I'm eating a whole bunch once a day. So
well, and ideally, I mean that for you because of your eating habits, that would be more of an occasional overeating. The reason that Foodie is the way that she is, Heather, is she has ate to the point where she has stretched her stomach to where a normal amount of food is not enough to trigger that response by her brain to say, hey, we're full.
See, and we actually, you and I, have a mutual friend that is rail thin, and you know who I'm talking about, newspaper.
Okay.
I have watched her eat an entire supreme regular crust pizza on her own.
Okay.
But in the meantime, all she eats all day, the rest of the time, is she'll eat 2 boiled eggs and an apple for lunch. She'll have a yogurt for breakfast. She'll have a salad and some fish for dinner. But there's that every once in a while that when she sits down with that pizza, it God bless it, it didn't have a chance.
Well, and that's a Well, that goes back to a completely different thing. I mean, that's occasional versus daily. I mean,
Yeah.
this behavior on Foodie's part is literally every time she cranks up that camera, and probably even off camera, she will probably eat herself to the point of bordering on illness, because that's the only trigger for her that she's
And,
full.
and that's just what she's saying she's eating.
Yes, the stuff that we see on camera is the only stuff that we confirm, because
Right.
she swears up and down that, oh, well, what I'm eating on camera is not a binge, but it's enough food for more than two people, usually more than three.
It's all gone within 15 minutes.
Yes,
Tops.
because she doesn't really turn, she eats until it's gone.
Like, she'll cut off sentences to finish entire bites type shit. She cares
Right.
way more about the eating than she cares about doing anything else.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I was watching another YouTuber and I forgot what her name was. Her name is Michelle
McDaniel.
Yes.
I like
Yes.
Michelle. She's funny.
I do too. And I was watching her and she was talking about something that you guys talked about a while back, where she opened her bag and the sandwich was supposed to be a veggie sandwich.
Oh, Amber.
And it wasn't. And then,
Amber's a whole ass liar. She thinks that she's trolling people too, and she's another one. She's actually the bigger of the two.
and then she says, well, I asked for an apple, but they gave me 2 bags of chips instead. And
Yeah.
okay, so put the chips down and go get an apple. How hard is it?
Well, Laura at this point, she is now on her second round with Ozempic. And he's lost, according to her, a little under 40 pounds in 4 weeks. And all of a sudden, she's obsessed with making sure that she gets an abundance of protein in, which means her weight loss is already slowing down, if not close to stalling. And it won't be long, because she is the arbiter of self-sabotation. She will find an excuse to come off of it.
Well, and I was reading about that, what is it, Wegovy?
Yeah, semaglutide.
Yeah, I was reading about that. And if you read the fine print, it says specifically, once you start,
You cannot ever come off of it.
you cannot come off of it.
Nope.
And unless most insurance does not cover it.
Yeah.
And you're talking at least $1,200 a month.
Yeah. And what she's doing is she's going through a med spa to get hers, so that she can pay for it out of pocket, and the cost factor is lowered. But Kat called it. I was thinking the same thing, Kat. It'll be her losing her hair that's probably going to make her come off of it, because the hair on her is the only pretty thing about her. And that's really not even that pretty these days, because her eating herself out of a reproductive system threw her into automatic menopause. And she refuses to take any kind of estrogen because she's worried about the side effects. But, we're not worried about what it's doing to her bone density or her memory, because, there's been a proven correlation between estrogen and memory in women in their elder years. The sooner you go into HRT, the less likely you are to have dementia symptoms. So, she's not worried about that, but it's like this with her too. Every time they both have a cycle, they go through this. I'm going on a weight loss journey. Here's what I'm doing. The difference with ALR is ALR's cycles tend to last a little longer on the diet train before she derails. And what happens with her is she goes into this whole planning mode. I'm going to buy popsicle sticks and write numbers on them. And each popsicle stick correlates to a question that somebody's asked that I've never answered before. And then something happens. She gets dumped. She moves. She goes into depression that she didn't have prior to, which she's always had. And it gets derailed. And then all of a sudden the conversation around weight loss completely ceases. It turns to whatever it is she wants to focus on in the moment. And then it comes out, yeah, no, I haven't weighed myself in a month, and I'm sure I've probably gained weight, sort of thing. The girl has tried to get weight loss surgery twice. She started twice. The second time she actually even went to therapy. They required her to do 8 sessions of therapy to even discuss moving forward in the process. And then all of a sudden at the end of that eighth session, now all of a sudden she's not as connected to the weight loss surgery as she was before. But the difference between your foodies and your ALRs is ALR literally rests her entire personality on being a 500-pound woman because she doesn't really have a personality.
And if I hate using, and I hate it when people use depression as an excuse. I'm not saying depression doesn't exist.
Yes.
And I know that I went through a lot, and I talked to you about it a lot.
Yeah.
And at that point in my life, my mental health was way more important to me than
Mhm.
my physical health.
Mhm.
So at that point, I had to pick one to work on and to repair, because to be honest, I just didn't have the energy or the fortitude to do both at the same time. It was
No, you're not telling me nothing that I don't understand. I mean, I'm actually in the process of clawing my way back from an episode of that lasted about 4 weeks, and it hit hard and it hit fast, and I was like, fuck, something's got to give here. And I went and saw MD, got put on a low dose of pharmacological, and then started doing supplementation with lion's mane, and I feel infinitely better. And now I'm actually at a point now where I'm like, okay, some stuff's got to give here. There's some stuff that I want to change, and there's some stuff that I've got to address that don't involve being focused around the mental health side of things, because I'm taking care of that now. Now I've got to focus on some other stuff that I've got going on that I just want to deal with. And it's really not anything pressing. I mean, overall, I'm in good health physically, but I really just want to be more comfortable in my body again.
and that's understandable. And because of what I believe in, I am very open with my struggles with mental health.
Mhm.
If my stories can help somebody and kind of bring them around to realize, because there was one point you and I had talked about this, that I was ready to be done. Like
Yeah.
I was ready to be off this planet.
Yeah. And see,
And
and that's, I think, part of the reason why you and I mesh as well as we do. Not just the fact that we've been ride or die as long as we have, but because you have like a flip side of the coin duality that I don't have. Mainly because, I mean, you've been around my family. My parents were always good people, but they were always of the position, you don't talk about your personal business outside of the house.
Nope.
You don't share that with people. You present the way that you're expected to present. And whenever I did say or do or act on the things that were going on with me, I was scolded and treated like I was doing something wrong. And then here, take this pill and be quiet. And I am just now getting into a rhythm with the start of this channel and everything. And it was incredibly uncomfortable at the beginning to have these kinds of conversations and just to say what I'm thinking out loud. But it's actually gotten easier with time.
And I think we grew up in a time where that was something our generation in general was told,
Yeah.
you don't talk about this. This
Yeah.
is something that you keep to yourself. Or my favorite, you're just looking for attention.
Yes.
It was not attention. It was, I have a real problem. And
Mhm.
that's why I am so outspoken with it today because I didn't want my child to go through that.
Well, and I think too, the other thing that, I had going on, and I think I've talked to you about this, that whole glass child syndrome thing
Yes.
going on. Because I didn't have any developmental issues or ability to function in society as easily as Daniel did, they kind of looked right through me and only saw him. And that's part of the reason why I think I have that ingrained tendency to not say anything and to try to go through things by myself, because trying to ask, it's like, well, oh, well, this is really, what's the problem?
Yeah.
And I love Daniel, and Daniel, you've been around Daniel as long as you have me.
Mhm.
Daniel has had his disadvantages, but he has overcome most of them. But for some reason, even past that point where he has the capability of living his life normally, that he has continued to be incredibly sheltered and kind of hid away. And it kind of left me in a position where I'm like a little resentful. I'm not going to lie. For a while there, I was resentful with him. But now I understand that he's got his own set of things to deal with, and that they're going to be his alone to deal with. And because Dad actually said to me at one point, when me and your mom are gone, I hope you're ready, because he's going to be coming to you expecting guidance. And I said, no.
No. You're right to do so. I mean, it sounds harsh.
I imagine it would be, but I had to figure things out.
And there's a point where he's, and like you said, he's really grown in himself.
Yes.
And that's fantastic. He is not the same person he was, and I don't think any of us are the same person.
No, absolutely not.
We were 20 years ago, but I think that the mental health situation, especially in our area, because we are so underserved by mental health specialists. I think if we had more specialists around here that could assist with some of these kids, a lot of this nonsense would stop.
Well, I think it's not just, in particular areas. I mean, it's all over.
Oh, you're right.
And it's some of it too, I think, is because it's the pharmacological route is too heavily pushed.
Yes.
And people are falling in line with it, like they do with the Wegovy and the anything else. The pharmaceutical companies would absolutely be happy for you to stay on mental health meds for the rest of your life, or for the rest of your life, or hypertensive meds for the rest of your life. That is one of the things about the healthcare system that I have the largest beef with, is that it stopped being about preventative care and making people healthier. It's about, here, let's just fix this problem, so take this pill and go on about your way.
It's also not about cures. It's about treatment methods for profit too.
Yes.
Yes.
And we still live in a society where, and it's slowly becoming better, but we still live in a society where we're told, that's embarrassing, you have mental issues, keep it to yourself, sweep it under the rug, you don't want anybody to look at you any differently.
I don't really think so.
That varies.
I can't wholeheartedly agree with that, because if you go on TikTok right now, Heather, and you scroll, there are whole subsects of people claiming to have DID. There are whole subsects of people claiming to have Tourette's. I mean, the mental health disorder arena is turning into the goth phase for us.
Right.
Goth isn't supposed to be a phase.
Well,
I hate just to put that out here.
It isn't for everybody. There are some people who are goth lifelong, but in our age group, everybody went through a teenage goth phase for a moment.
Not goth, I'm emo.
Right. So realistically, that's kind of the way that it's translating now. I mean, instead of being emo, now I have DID and my primary is this person and my subsect is this person. I have this person and that person in my head. And then they're recording TikToks of them changing personalities on camera like they have control over that when you actually have DID.
Well,
it depends on what arena you're going into, I think, as to whether or not it's acceptable to talk about it.
Yeah.
Like not only that, but I think it's regional too. Like we have like sub cultural mentalities within regions, within states, within all this stuff. It's regional because I'll tell you right now, I'm pretty much from the East Coast. I'm originally from Jersey, and like New York and Jersey, Connecticut are pretty much sort of like the same place, kind of, at least a little bit in some cases, particularly legally and a lot mentality wise here and there. And you wouldn't see somebody necessarily shoot down therapy. It wouldn't be the same as I hear it in other places where, like, I mean, I live in Oregon now, and I also live in Portland, so I'm sort of like in the what the fuck's the Democrat town in Texas? God damn it, Austin. I'm sort of like in the Austin for Texas, but for Oregon instead.
Gotcha.
So when it comes down to it, like, I'm not going to have the same like necessary deal of going to therapy being seen as a stigma in so much as I would if I were in other parts of the country. That's very much seems to be a social mentality thing more than it seems to be a generalized thing across the country too.
And I agree with that. I happen to live in the armpit of Florida, which, if anybody knows anything about that, the weekly conversation is whose mud bog are we going to and who's bringing the beer.
Yeah.
Amen. That sounds like fun.
It can be. When we were kids, it was whose pine tree field are we going to?
Yeah.
To go on the weekends. I mean, it's still very much, it's not a hillbilly mentality, it's a redneck mentality.
Yeah, very
and
very rural indeed. It's predominantly, you're talking about predominantly agricultural area.
Yeah.
The other thing that I've noticed too, and this kind of falls into that, some of the stuff, the trending TikTok stuff, is it's kind of become nouveau to have something wrong with you.
Yes.
It puts you into a group which gives you distinction, and it also helps to make excuses for things you don't want to change if there actually is nothing wrong with you.
The crazy thing about that, though, and and I speak only for me, I don't find it nouveau that I have depression. I have been dealing with this shit my whole fucking life. If it were up to me, I would never go through another depressive episode from now till the day that I cease to exist.
Yes.
Because all it does is debilitate me. It doesn't make me interesting. It doesn't make me fun to be around at all. It doesn't make it really even possible for me to live my life normally. So there is nothing okay about it. And it's the same way with anxiety. I've had anxiety attacks. They fucking suck. I don't want to. I'm not going to claim everything every time I'm a little tense that I'm fixing to have an anxiety attack, which is another thing that I've noticed is really popular. Oh, that's going to mess up with my anxiety. And it's like, bro, this is called fucking life. Life is stressful. Not everything is anxiety. This is not nouveau. This is not new. This does not make you interesting. Okay. And I don't understand the desire to be broken.
And I'm with you on that 100% too. It is honestly one of the most painful things in the world to wake up in the morning and truly be disappointed that you woke up. And having to walk through that. And then God knows, sometimes the medication is worse.
Really, Dax? That's amazing. Ow.
Really? That's awesome.
It's still treatments, not cures. That's the only thing I got to say towards that one.
And
Yeah.
there is a difference, and I recognize that, exercise and going outside and doing things, little things,
Yeah.
gardening, take
That's
your dog out.
that's why I have done so many projects outside that I'm just like, okay, I know I can do this. I'll have a tangible end result. I'll have that dopamine hit that I know that I need, and that serotonin that I know that I need to keep me on pace. And that's why a lot of the stuff that I'm doing, and I've said it multiple times before, nobody probably is really all that interested in the fact that I'm posting this crap online. But realistically, it gives me the ability, like if I get at a point where I'm like, okay, this is waning, so let me go back and look at this again, and I can see the start to finish on it and be like, oh, there's that serotonin and that dopamine again, because not only did I see where I started, but I saw the process and where I ended. So you're reinforcing that positive behavior that was already there, and it's something that I don't think a lot of people realize. And that's part of the reason why too that I refuse to stay the pharmacological route. I'm actually already weaning off of those, and I'm going to stay with the supplementation side, because Dax was right. He said it earlier, lion's mane is incredibly potent.
Really? And you've had luck with it?
Yes. I mean, it is, I take that, Heather, and without coffee, I am wide open all day.
See, I had to quit caffeine.
I'm so
altogether.
incredibly, it makes me so incredibly alert. But me, I'm not fixing to do without caffeine. So I am still having my coffee, but
I know.
my blood type is espresso.
I couldn't do the caffeine. Like, not like that. There's no, like, I'll get all anxious and shit, and it's just bad. So,
And not everybody is wired that way. And like I was saying about the anxiety, I'm not saying that anxiety is not a real thing, because everybody, that has it and experiences it is awful. But take like our ALR over here and our foodie over here with, I have anxiety. No, you just don't want to get your ass up and walk the fuck out the house. And when you do, there has to be some food involved. That's the issues that I have with the two of them, is they play these games with the, oh, look at how broken I am. Well, you know what? Do something about it, bitch.
And
For real.
You're right.
There are some of us out here that live full and miraculous lives doing all kinds of crazy stuff that most people couldn't imagine, because we actually do things about the things that are wrong with us.
Yep. You're right. You're absolutely right. And it's sad that people like her have a big enough following to have an effect on other people.
Well, and both of them at this point are at over 100K.
Oh,
it's just like, what the fuck? Why is nobody not seeing how toxic these people are?
Mm.
And here's the thing. I mean, there are a lot of us, and we've said it, be it for like, we're just here for the train wreck at the end. We're just here to watch it derail because it's coming. But not everybody that is in their chats and subscribe to them, not all of them are in it for the train wreck. They're in it because they want to be in it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. They're in it. Well, how many of them are learning how to do these manipulations?
No, most of them, I think, are so mentally stunted like her, and they're malleable. So realistically, they end up doing more of her whim than their own.
Or there's also the point of attraction where she's doing all this fucked up shit that I wish I could do. So I'm going to admire this because of her doing all this fucked up shit. You see that a lot with, how to put this, negative act music stars. For example, Gigi Allen. That was part of an appeal for a Gigi Allen fan, was the fact that he's doing all this fucked up shit and saying all this fucked up shit and whatever. And I totally wish I had the balls to do that. I don't, but he does. Hell yeah. It's like, kind of like that.
Yeah.
Oh, live life uncensored, people.
There's Gigi Allen's version of it, which was worse than living uncensored. Way worse.
Well, and that's the funny thing. And I mean, and don't get me wrong. I mean, I know plenty of people have been like, why are you on here saying this? Because like I've come on here and I've just ripped into shit and just gone the fuck off. And then the next day I'm like, you know what? I probably shouldn't have been quite so harsh. I could have said what I said and meant what I said without having to go as far as I did. Sorry about that, y'all. And people are like, why are you apologizing? And I was like, it's a self-accountability thing. I have to do it. You know, I'm not saying I didn't mean any of it. I'm just saying I could have chose a better way of saying it. That's all. But Heather, you know, I don't give a damn. I say whatever floats between my ears.
Oh, I was born without that filter between my brain and my mouth. So
I mean,
surprisingly, I'm actually watchful. It's more for me. It's a matter of filter apathy, not so much that I don't have one.
Well, I mean, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I think my biggest problem is where when I worked for my parents and the particular industry that they were in did not cater towards women. It was a man only industry. And one day I woke up and decided I was tired of being ran over. So I developed a backbone where I was not afraid to tell the 6'7" ex-Marine that he could bend over and lick my ass. And
she did multiple times.
Oh yeah, more than once. I have gotten very accustomed to telling people to fuck off, although not as eloquent as your mother was at it.
I work so hard to be like that. It doesn't always work.
You almost want to call it petty shade, but there was nothing petty about her.
No.
She was just eloquent.
Yeah.
But I had to learn real quick that not everyone is going to respect you mutually, because I have no problem with anybody. Honestly, well, one person. I have a list, and there's one person on that list. And if I am ever diagnosed terminal, it's coming. But, you know, you have to be able to stand up for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to be able to make boundaries that say, look, I can't handle your bullshit today. So if you want to come trotting in here with it, you can. But I'm going to tell you, you're going to walk out the door crying.
See, I think that's where one of mine and your differences lies on things. I'm one of those kinds of people that I'll tolerate a lot until I'm fed the fuck up and then I go off. And if that doesn't change things, then you've made it abundantly clear that you don't appreciate my presence. So I'm going to make you appreciate my absence.
See, I am not a peacemaker. I have never been a peacemaker. When have you ever known me?
Never.
To be a peacemaker?
Never.
I am that person that even when I'm wrong and I know I'm wrong,
yeah,
I'm still going to argue.
And she absolutely does, Inferno. It's infuriating. It's like, bitch, you know.
I could piss off the Pope.
I could too, so don't worry about that. As far as I'm concerned, that's actually a plus.
I mean, honestly, and I can admit it though. That's the thing. I can admit that. God bless my husband.
But I'll tell you that peacemaking thing, that a lot of that is like learned behavior, I think, But, of course, there's the whole astrological deal. I'm a Libra, so I'm all about trying to find the balance and trying to see the other side, the other person's perspective.
Libra rising, I'm stuck with a peacemaker role naturally, which is
Mm-mm.
ironic, but yeah.
So, it's really kind of hard not to. And that's why, but we're also those types too, that if you cause us pain, if you cause us damage, you are done. If
I'm an Aries who could create a grudge, who knows how to hold a grudge because of the Libra rising and Libra moon setup I have.
so see, I am one of those ones. And if I'm done with you, then I'm done with you. And there is no coming back from that.
You die, that's it.
Yeah,
Period.
as far as I'm concerned, you cause me enough hurt, you're dead. You might as well have quit breathing because your existence on this planet is not valid for me anymore. And the crazy thing about that is all the instances where people have cycled back through that have caused damage at some point that, I'm willing to entertain them, but I'm still not willing to invite them back in. And then they get angry. It's like, what did you think was going to happen?
I am a full-on Cancer. I am incredibly emotional.
Yes.
And
all right.
Once I get wound up,
you just got to let her put her out.
Yeah, just let me go.
Yeah, when you
And-
crack the icy surface, there's raging water underneath. Think of it like that.
Oh, listen, I am one of the most hateful people you will ever meet in your life if it ever gets to that point. I am petty. I am, and I know this, but I'm also an empath, so that causes.
Just putting that together, I'm just, oh my God.
It's like what I'm hurting myself. But back to what Heather was saying, me and her, we've had it out multiple times. And the last time that we actually had it out, we didn't speak to each other for probably 10 years?
No.
It was less than that.
It was less than that. But yeah, I was like, I'm giving this crazy bitch some space because she's testing my Jesus here.
And what
actually, and I know she'll take it too far.
I will in a heartbeat. And what actually brought us back together is she saved my mom's life, literally. My mother was in a car accident, a very bad car accident, and the first person that scoots up on the scene was her. And she opens the door and realizes who it is. And my mom just started bawling. She said she knew everything was going to be okay when she heard. And then she heard Heather start screaming because I guess everybody was coming around with cameras and video recording. She said Mom couldn't see anything. She was covered in blood. But all she heard was this one yell, "If everybody doesn't back the fuck up." She was ready to go off. And we started talking again, and then kind of got through some of that. And it was petty. It was petty. Let's be real.
Most of it was your doing.
No doubt. I don't deny that.
Nice.
And
I say that because we've already had this conversation because I can be a petty person, but I'm like a blue belt and petty, and she's like a triple black belt and petty. I mean, it's two different levels of petty. I'm subtle petty, and she is like wide open.
Listen, my husband tried to. My husband tried 2 weeks ago to sneak home a dirt track racing car.
How do you sneak that? Those are big.
Don't go out
effectively. He was hoping she wasn't going to notice.
It's a car.
we have two shops. One's closed and one's open.
Okay.
And he hid it in the closed shop.
Okay.
And I never go in there because there's spiders in it. So when I finally figured out, because somebody texted me and was like, you know what he's hiding in the shop, right? It wasn't half an hour that thing was on Facebook and sold. I'm that level of petty. And I'm not the one that put it on Facebook and sold it. He just didn't want to hear my mouth.
I was going to say, if you actually went and did that, that technically counts as theft. So you admitted to a crime there. But
well, you know, it is what it is.
No, it's good you did not sell it. That's pretty much what I'm telling you. It is really good you did not go and sell that. Good deal.
What's he gonna do? What's he gonna do? Nothing.
He is very much the laid back one of the two of them.
Everybody.
I don't know if you're trying to sneak in a car. That's not exactly as laid back anymore.
And he is not a small man, and everybody is worried about when he gets upset. And he'll be the first one to tell you, I'm not the one you got to worry about.
Yeah.
Because I'll honestly, and that is a horrible personality trait of mine. And I've gotten much, much better. You have to admit, I've gotten much better.
You have.
I will go off the damn rails. Like, there is no ceiling to my petty.
I'm surprised there hasn't been arson involved yet, to be honest.
That's always a great sign.
A matter of fact, Dad came down here and got his wood chipper.
for a swamp buggy?
No.
Away from her.
Okay, got it. Okay. Like I was gonna say, like, holy shit, they're gonna wood chipper a car. That's insane. This is awesome.
No.
I want to see this. Okay.
No. He's just scared of.
I already know whenever the time may be that she ends up in prison, it is my responsibility to put money on her books.
Noted.
She should know where it's hid by now.
I don't want to get called into court over this live, but thank you for telling us.
It's one of those. Eventually, she's going to end up knocking somebody's block off, and and it'll be like, I got your books covered. Don't worry about it.
I'm too old for all that. I'm too old for all that. I come home, or I don't leave home, and I'm in my happy place with the dogs and the Hubs and Tiny Rattlesnake, whom I want to strangle sometimes, but I never would because I love her. Let's be clear on that. But yeah, it's down, and once again, it goes back to the whole mental health thing. If I was not taught a healthy outlet when I was a child, I had no outlet. Well, I did. I had my grandma, and then when she passed, it was like whoosh, everything left. But the whole mental health aspect of it, and I have found things that do help me through that. I found meditation. I found yoga, which I've been asked not to do in the presence of the Hubs because apparently, and this is way too much information.
Perfect.
Apparently, I'm extremely gassy. And
What the hell does everybody when they do yoga?
Oh my gosh, it is just like insano. But you eventually have to learn how to move on with that. And I do have a therapist that I talk to. I don't do psychiatry anymore, which was what was needed at first, but therapy helps just to have an outlet. So I would encourage anybody who's, you know, having trouble, excuse me, expressing themselves or getting something off their chest to take that route. There's some really good online therapists that do wonders, but you got to get yourself out of that hole.
Yes.
So, very big proponent of mental health.
And see that, some of that and, the chronic, medical misinformation is what brought me in to all of this stuff with these ladies because they misrepresent everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And they use it as a shield, and it's not okay. And I will never really be able to get behind that. If you want to destroy yourself, fine, destroy yourself.
Yeah.
But stop blaming it on your depression. Stop blaming it on anxiety. Stop blaming it on binge eating disorder. That is entirely your choice to live that way.
Yep.
If you want to change, it is entirely possible for you to change anything that you see fit.
Yep. And that's why, and I know you've been very open with your journey,
Mm-hmm.
and I've been open with my journey, and I know you've touched people, and I mean, not in the
Appropriately touched.
Not in the Foodie Beauty, P. Diddy, R. Kelly kind of way.
Yes.
Inches didn't add up to extra years, so we're doing fine.
So, as long as you keep doing that, even if you only help one person, that's one more than was getting actual help.
Yeah. And that's really all I can ask for, I think. Because like when I started the channel, I was talking about, the grief process and everything and about how certain people around me were telling me it was not okay to feel the way that I was feeling or to act on the things that I was feeling in the way that I was. And I specifically said, I was like, if this teaches you at all that being angry is not okay because you've lost someone that you love and care about, then please do not take anything else away from this but that, because anger is a part of the grief process for a reason.
Yes.
And especially when you're talking about somebody of such a pivotal position in your life, because there is no other mother for you. It doesn't matter how many adoptive mothers you got. Like, I love your mom.
Yep.
My other mom, but she's not my mom. It's not the same thing.
No.
And it never will be. And it's really kind of difficult to have to sit with that and know that even though, like right now, even though I have another parent, I literally walk around every day feeling like an orphan.
Yep.
Because the one person that understood me is no longer here.
Yep. I went through that when I lost both my grandparents in a very short time frame, and Dad went through all of his stuff, and we weren't sure he was going to make it out of the hospital. Multiple times, actually, if you want to get technical, because he's hard-headed and belligerent. And then it was just little things on down the line, like we lost my cousin. Remember Brandy?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I had a cousin that was in her mid-30s that we lost to cancer, and it was terrible.
Yeah, I can imagine.
And in between all that, as minute as it sounds, I lost 2 dogs and 3 horses, and we were moving, and there was so much
So close
that,
together.
yeah, that just piled one on top of the other, that I just couldn't take it anymore. And to be honest, if it wasn't for my husband, I don't know how I would have made it through. And he was so calm and so understanding through all of it. Even though he was, a part of it too, he just kind of held my hand through it and dealt with it as it came.
And see,
He's
that's where I think that's where you're very lucky, just because a lot of the stuff that's gone on, and I've talked to you about all of it, it is literally me by myself.
Yes.
And that's part of what makes this whole process and me opening up about it and talking about it and just going through day-to-day life and work kind of slowly working through it on my own, even though a fair amount of it is online. That's part of why I did it, because there are a lot of people that don't have that person.
Yes.
And I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm incredibly lucky because of my program and everything. I have coping mechanisms in place to help me through those things, but it's still a challenge that I've never had to face prior.
Yes.
And a lot of people in sobriety do go through that, and it does derail them. It completely upheaves their life, and they completely lose their rudder is kind of gone.
Yep.
And the main one, and it's one that is used all the time: acceptance is the answer to all my problems today. And that's true. It is true. But even in certain circumstances, there's going to be stuff that you really can't accept in the moment,
Yes.
no matter how much you want to.
You're 100% right.
And being able to navigate the anger and just the overall engrossment in that moment in a way that isn't going to end up causing you to be rudderless is really why I did what I did. And I know at some point that if Dad finds his channel and finds them videos, I'm probably going to get blessed out, but it'll be the same discussion. If you got a problem with me doing this, then you know what? You should have had my back when I needed you.
Well, there's somebody wrote once, and I'm paraphrasing, if they wanted me to speak warmly about them, then they should have behaved better.
Yes.
Yeah, that's fair.
And that is kind of a big thing with me. I know I've made enemies, but I know that the friends that I have are true.
Yeah.
Making enemies is just part of being alive.
Yeah. You're always going to be the enemy in the villain in somebody's story along the way.
Yeah, someone's gonna have some shit about you. That's all it really is. Just someone's
And
whether
I'm
it's real or
good
not, there's always
Yeah.
gonna be there.
Yeah.
I'm good with that. If I am giving someone else a break from being the villain in somebody's story, then I'm fine with that. I literally, you cannot fathom how much I don't care.
Well, I think for me, I mean, because obviously I care. I do care some. I can't help it. That's just ingrained. But I think realistically, for me, most of what I'm doing and continue to do is about being authentic.
Yes.
Authentic to myself. Now, if other people don't like that brand of authenticity, then that's going to be their issue, because I have to live with me 24 hours a day. I am by myself in those dark moments where I'm laying in the bed by myself and, have to be there with my own thoughts and my own person,
Yep.
So even with another person there, it's still, even that is not the same thing. I have to be authentic with myself before I can be authentic with other people.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, I think that's where we all are.
Yeah. And not nearly as many people embrace it as they should, though.
And well, I mean, I guess the whole point of life is just to try to be okay with the person you are and not try to be anybody else. And I think, and this is probably not going to be popular,
It's really not in this day and age.
I kind of feel bad for Foodie in a way, because you're looking at somebody who is never going to truly know what it feels like to have somebody that truly loves them and cares for them and worries about her and is worried about her mental health and well-being, or just randomly calls or texts to say, hey, are you okay today? And that is worth 1,000 on the people meter. There are days that even with my husband, I will call you or text you, because there's some, and don't get me wrong, he knows every gross little detail of my life. He knows that I think farts are funny, and I will openly tell him that I am going to fart on his pillow until he gets pink eye. Random. I am so gross to him, but at the end of the day, if you don't have that closeness with somebody that
To give them pink eye.
to give them pink eye.
To give them pink eye.
I have threatened him with pink eye.
I'm beside myself with that one inside. Continue, please.
I mean, God, he lets the dog sleep up there, so why not?
Yeah.
But if you'll think about it, that's not the only thing that she's really lacking, because that whole conversation about authenticity is absolutely true. I mean, this person that we see that she comes on and portrays herself as, that's not who she is.
No.
She turns the camera on, it's, hi guys, and the low BMI voice. But, and people, there have been instances where it's been caught where she ends the stream and that
mask drops.
That mask drops off. And there's, it's got to be a damning sort of place to live. That she doesn't feel authenticated unless she has someone doing that for her.
And I can guarantee that Sala or Pete or any one of the crusty rusties that are giving her attention, they don't care about her. They don't. If you look at them, they don't care about themselves. They just don't care. They're there for the ride, and then when the rodeo's over, they pack up their bull and leave.
Mm-hmm.
And it has got to be a very lonely life that she lives.
She's got so many bad dysfunctional coping mechanisms, though. There's a way for her to get around everything she needs to care about. That's the thing. So she's not necessarily handling stuff. She's finding more shit to repress it with. And when it starts unwinding and flying out and doing a bunch of weird ass shit, she not only not really explain as to why she flipped out, but the other thing is that with how it's been going, the entire audience can tell her instead, is that bad?
Yeah.
Yeah. So. It's been ongoing and so well documented that people can see the rage before it starts to break the surface.
Yep, you start seeing the pre-tremors or future echoes. You start getting that before the rage comes by about maybe 3 days to potentially a week.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's a butterfly flaps his wings in California, and there's a tsunami in Japan. It's come to that.
Damn those butterflies. We need to destroy them now to save Japan. You're right.
Yes, it's
all of them.
It's absolute chaos theory with her.
Yes, 100%.
And she just, I do to a point feel bad for her. But
trust me, that will have a limit at some point.
Yeah, that breaks down. It totally breaks down. You're trying to sympathize will just get undermined by her being her.
Yeah, because I mean, I think there are a lot of people in this realm that they start out that way, and especially the ones that are in her chat, they take like Dax, because Dax even said it. He was a mod for her at one point, and eventually she just pushes everybody too far, and she tells people, go. I don't need you here. You're replaceable. Everybody's replaceable. And eventually people get tired of being treated that way or being told that.
Yeah.
And what ends up happening is you have people like Dax and other folks that have transitioned over to, Foodie's dark side, as it were, to the reaction side, and they never leave because we're all kind of in the same boat rowing together, trying to say, okay, well, that bitch is going to sink, so let's move far enough away so that we don't go down with her, and just kind of holding on to see what happens from there, and it's really
avoid the blast radius too.
That too,
Yeah.
And
the literal or metaphorical?
In this case, possibly both, but definitely metaphorical.
Yeah. So, the feeling, the empathetic response that you're having is not abnormal. I mean, a lot of people have it, but it doesn't last. It never really does with her.
Yeah. Over time, you're going to see more and more shit add up. And I don't expect everyone to walk in with my mind state of you're a narc, you're automatically lying. Don't even think it, because most people won't. So in this case, no matter what, you're going to end up seeing stuff fill in places where your sympathy was with, oh, fuck, that was just bullshit the whole time, because whatever you were specifically following ends up caving in and just fills in with more narc boulders. That's all that ends up happening. So you will lose it over time.
Well, I mean, that was the eloquent way to say it. For me, it was more like, this bitch. That's manipulative, bitch.
That's circle the wagons talk.
Yeah.
Hoo-ha. But
when I say I appreciate my factory settings, thank you.
Word. I mean, go factory genitalia.
That sounds like a new hockey team or something.
The Anaheim factory genitalia. Yeah.
Yes. I need to have that printed onto a jersey.
I could probably make the logo for that if you really need me to. But,
oh my gosh.
Well, no, I've already looked up making my own version of hockey jerseys, because that's the only sport I like, and I even crap with following that one. So when it comes down to it, no, I was thinking of making Inferno jerseys for a home and away team. I already have the design done. I just have to fuck around with some shit to do with the numbering and crap, because there's 3 9s and I can only put 2 on the back. So it's 9, big 9 on the back, and then another 9 over here is what I was thinking. But yeah, so
I have a t-shirt factory in my back office.
Oh, nice. I used to have one of those in my basement.
Oh man,
we need to have a conversation, me and you, Miss Thing, because if I'd had any inclination you were doing all that, I would have done.
Girl, I do it all. I've got a sublimation printer. I've got the vinyl cutter. I've got the press. I've got a resin printer, which has nothing to do with t-shirts. I did use it to print wieners that were valve stem covers.
As one would.
And put it on my favorite farmers' vehicles. Yeah. I've got two regular 3D printers. I've got a laser cutter. I mean, literally anything you want to do. I got bored.
Well, apparently. And this might be just the segue for me and for the two of us to go into business together.
I'm always looking for a side hustle.
Same. And I mean, like, I've already got some shirt designs and everything that are posted up on some ridiculous website that's attached with YouTube. And honestly, they're ridiculously fucking overpriced on there.
I've got the mug press. I've got the tumbler press.
I mean, we're talking about like I think one t-shirt was not a t-shirt. I don't know if it was a t-shirt. I think the t-shirts were like $28 or $29 a piece.
Good God Almighty.
Yeah. And then like a hoodie was like 40 or 45. And I was like, if anybody buys these, I'll be shocked because they're ridiculously priced. And being on stream with Inferno and some other people, they're always perpetually giving me some new shit. So I just got to get the time to put some stuff together. Yeah, we're going to have to turn this into a whole thing.
It needs to be a thing. I agree.
Good call. Do it.
I am incredibly offensive anyway. So between
even fucking better. God damn it. So.
Yeah.
I mean, we've kind of covered that. Of the two of us, she is definitely the non-PC one.
Yeah, I've noticed. Totally fine. No issues there. So
I have my moments, but I still just say things in such a way that I'm just a little naturally filtered.
I don't mean to be offensive to anyone, and if I have been offensive, I apologize. But in the same hat, I'm not going to not be authentic after your last speech. Now I have authentic running through my head. I am who I am, and I'll be honest. What's the saying? I'd rather have 4 quarters than 100 pennies.
Yes.
I got to weed out all my pennies doing that, and the few friends I have are true. I know I can call you at 3:00 in the morning and say I need help. Bring a shovel.
Yeah.
And there will be very few questions.
Don't want to admit to that
asked.
openly. Don't admit to that openly. Okay.
What? Maybe I need to do.
Hey, we're just planting rose bushes. I don't know what you're talking about.
Of course. Nighttime rose bushes. It's the only way they'll grow. Yes.
I mean, maybe I just need to do some gardening.
Yes, gardening. Gardening, particularly fertilizers.
Actually, yes. I've really got you covered because I bought a tiller.
Oh. I have a bobcat.
Look, you're going to want to mutilate the corpse before sending the tiller over it. All right. Trust me on this.
Well, then
do I know that?
Just trust me on this.
Somebody's going to have to go get the damn wood chipper.
Also, put the car through it if you could. That'd be awesome. Thanks.
The car's gone. He did come home with another car.
Okay.
So
could it be wood chippered?
I'm not gonna do that to this one. I actually like this one.
Okay.
And I'm pretty sure she got brought into the decision-making process on this one.
Okay.
I did not.
Really?
But it is something that I personally have always wanted one of. I've always wanted a Grand National. A Buick Grand National. But they're very hard to find. So the next closest thing is a Monte Carlo Super Sport.
Ooh, nice.
So he brought home a Monte Carlo Super Sport, like the 80s model. And that is our project.
Okay. There ain't nothing wrong with that.
No.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
No.
I found a Triumph Spitfire over here.
Oh, I can imagine you on a little, yeah.
Convertible.
Really?
Might be gone by now though, because most people.
Oh.
Well, I mean, first off, a lot of people are ridiculously pricing them. I mean, like I saw. Oh my gosh, I've seen quite a few of them that they'll be like rust buckets, and people are asking like $15,000 for them, and they're gonna have to have complete engine rebuild and all that other crazy shit. And it's like $25,000. Don't try to lowball me. I know what I've got. Motherfucker, you got a piece of scrap metal.
That's exactly what you have. I've got a 27 Chevrolet sitting in the shed right now that you have to be like a size 00 to get in and drive, but it's got the rumble seat and everything in the back.
I would really love to progress to an antique auto and to forego the Jenny.
Really?
Yeah.
I would like to see you on a donor cycle.
You think so? Actually, I've been said that I would really like to have a motorcycle too, but those are kind of costly right now too.
Well, the last time we were over there, which would have been before you moved, we went to Thunder Beach.
Mm-hmm.
And I was amazed at some of these bikes that these people were on. I was just absolutely blown away. And you are handy enough, you could come up with something incredible.
I don't know about that.
I don't know.
And even then, I mean, I've already kind of decided. I mean, don't get me wrong. I kind of love the idea of just all motorcycles in general. But I think, knowing me, I would want more of a crotch rocket.
Get you a nice little Ducati. Yeah.
Well, not even that elaborate. I don't need something quite that expensive. Just something compact and fast.
I wish you would have got with me. We had a Can-Am Spider that just got sold.
Well, you end up with another one. Just talk to me.
Oh, there's always something.
Mainly because, I still got to go through the training class to be able to get the endorsement on my license.
I mean, it is what it is. You're fully capable.
Yeah, but you're less likely to get pulled over if you've got the endorsement.
Well, yeah, you're fully capable of getting the endorsement. I mean, you're a intelligent woman.
Yeah, just never driven a motorcycle before.
Ain't nothing to it.
Same. So
you've ridden a bicycle.
Yeah, but do you know how long it's been since the last time I rode a bicycle?
I mean, just strap a rocket to it and
that's gonna blow up.
Well, I mean, I think I told you about it the time prior, not the last. Actually, it was the last time. No, next to last time I rode a bike was when we went to St. George and spent the week in St. George.
Mm.
And I took to get away from everybody because I think Mallory was like 4 at the time and she was being a little hellion. I said, I'm taking the bike and I'm riding down the strip down here. And I got going, and do you know, I lost my balance and I ended up rolled over in some damn bushes in front of somebody's house. I mean, went square off the road into the bushes, just burp. And I hopped up, and the people across the road from this house was sitting out on their porch, and the guy goes, "You okay?" I said, "Yeah." And I was like, "It's been a little bit," and he just kind of laughed. And I spent the rest of that afternoon riding around and everything. So by the time I got back to the house, it was fine again. But I think I've only ridden a bicycle maybe one time since then, and that's been a few years ago.
Well, there's a whole song about it.
How about a Suzuki Bergman electric super scooter trying to find a good owner in a southern state? Let me look that up because I don't know. Is that which model is it? Because there's several different models, Dax. Look at that. Kathy's trying to help us out here with working up what us planting stuff.
Kathy, you may get to join the hoo-ha round. Circle the wagons, people. Circle the wagons.
No, man, I want. You're talking about a scooter. Okay, no, baby. I want me a crotch rocket. I want the major vroom vroom. I want to be able to find me a road and open it up past 100.
Yeah, you
See,
don't
I would
want
say go with the Harley, but get a shitload of weapons on it. Because I tell you to get a shitload of weapons on everything anyway. So just get weapons on it.
I mean, at that point, why not tell her to just get like a chainsaw leg? What was that movie?
Oh, you mean the M16? The M16 leg? That's.
It was
Here's the
one
thing.
the Grindhouse.
Yeah, no, I know exactly what you're talking about. I can't remember the movie either, but like, no, like, trust me, I look at it as follows. Salty's gonna probably want to keep her legs. The weapon replacement should be when she actually loses one, not ahead of time.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
you know.
just to be fair about this. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong, that'd be pretty badass. But like, if she wants to keep herself in one piece, there's multiple different forms of weapons that she can use to ensure that don't involve her removing limbs.
Heather Nutty's done joined the cause too.
Oh. I have lots of land. Lots and lots and lots of land.
Some would say it's big enough to be a cemetery.
Nice.
It kind of is. That's where we buried all the animals.
There we go.
I mean, we got horses, we got cows, we got.
So did you have to re-kill them after burying them?
No.
Okay. So the land is not that cool, but it's still good enough to be a cemetery, everybody. We're doing fine.
And it grows peanuts.
Yeah, corpse peanuts. That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you know.
They're robust. That's okay.
Yeah. I mean, you know, it is what it is.
Nutty aftertaste.
Oh, God.
It's like chicken, but nutty. I don't get it.
Secrets in the sauce.
Well, no, the good thing is you're actually making sure that you're refertilizing your land with corpses, because peanuts actually like tear up the soil to grow. So you're doing the right thing, at least by the peanuts.
As I appreciate that you know that, because I have tried explaining crop rotation till I'm blue in the face, and no one in my home understands that because they have never been around a farm.
Well, no, this is literally, it's about soil depletion more than anything else. Like if you were to have crop rotation on peanuts, you'd actually have to hyperextend part of the time for that, because they rip up, like it's kind of like cotton, but it's peanuts instead, because they'll eat the nutrients out of your soil in order for the plants to grow. So you actually have to make sure you're keeping your stuff going with corpses. So yes.
Yeah. See, it works. It betters the environment in two ways.
The peanuts are better because the corpses are consistent. That's right.
Wow, this is taking a dark ass turn, y'all.
I'm here. It'll happen at some point.
If nobody realizes it, this is all a joke.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, just to be very clear on this, as soon as I start getting outlandish, that means it's automatically a joke. So
yes. Well, the crazy thing is that, you know, there will be some people that'll be like, what? excuse me, that there are some people who take things a little literally, unfortunately.
We have very dark senses of humor.
Yes. Yes.
And I think that comes, and that's a whole nother discussion, but especially with what you do for a living and what I was doing for a living, it comes with the territory.
Yep.
You have to be able to get rid of some of that.
Well, and that's the thing, like the other reason that I'd be like, this is not literal. Please don't take it literal, because right now, and I've seen it happen a few times online, especially on TikTok, like paramedics and nurses and all that stuff posting like dark humor jokes about like when people have passed away,
Yeah.
or with like death as a whole, or drastic illness, and people get in their fucking feelings and they have them literally canceled. We'll be calling, finding out where they work and calling and having them fired.
Yep.
And it's like, you've never done a day in this hell, because this can be hell. Don't tell me how I'm supposed to deal with this. You don't have any clue the shit that I've seen.
I mean, and for those that haven't put two and two together, I owned and operated tow trucks for several years, and some of the stuff that we've seen was just horrific, and you have to have an outlet. The same way, Salty, I know you've seen some shit, and we've talked about some of the shit that we've seen, and if you don't have an outlet for that and you
That's
carry that,
the worst of it, and it's the main reason that I refuse to go back to doing hospital work.
Yeah.
Is the pediatrics.
Yep.
The end of ER for me was having to listen to a mother scream about the fact that we couldn't save her 6-year-old child. The sound of that.
Yep.
Like I just had chill bumps just run all down my fucking body from that shit. And if I were to close my eyes with that on my mind, I would probably be able to see it and hear it. I mean, it's
I mean, I same boat. I've seen things that I won't even talk about. I mean, some of the stuff I've seen are people that didn't even make it to you.
Yeah.
And
and even though, I mean, I know a lot of, if you talk to different varying specialty of nurses, because there are all these different specialty areas, if you ask them, well, what do you think of long-term care nursing? They would probably not consider that nursing.
Right.
But it absolutely is, just like any other specialty area. But the difference is that the people in that environment, you already walk in there knowing that there's a possibility they may not live to see the next day for whatever reason. You walk in there with that acknowledgement, and the ones that are even closer to the end, they're already on a protocol to make it as close to comfortable as humanly possible. Although I still don't think that there is such a thing,
No.
So, I mean, it gives an entirely different feel to it. That's part of the reason why, too, like with corrections, that I have no problem going in that environment, because the blood and guts in there, that's them fucking each other up. That's them having heart attacks and all that crazy shit. It's them doing the things they're choosing to do. But working in the ER and having pediatric patients, I can't.
I'm now that I've been out of it, and I know that it has bothered me, and you have to have some kind of coping mechanism. The thing is, and this has always bothered me, and I've honestly thought about taking this up to as far as state legislation. If a trooper goes on scene, right? And I'll give you a example without going into too much detail. We had one that we worked where the man was out of his mind. He was on some sort of substance. He walked out into the middle of I-10 and was run over by a fully loaded bull hauler.
Wow.
And it was
My internet needed to reset itself for like 30 seconds. It was weird. So
it was as bad as it sounded, and we were told that several of the troopers needed counseling and therapy after that.
I
We
bet.
are considered first responders. However, they do not see the necessity. The state will provide, even if they're not, troopers, if they're just volunteer first responders, they will get them therapy or counseling or find them somebody to talk to.
Yeah.
They don't do that for us.
There's a lot of well, and that's, you want to hear something crazy. Despite the prospect that I could pull up on anything between here and work tomorrow evening, I'm not really considered a first responder by certain standards.
Really? That is insane. See, we are considered first responders, and we do not get any of help. Matter of fact, most people, especially like people who are just randomly broke down on the side of the road, think that we're out to get them and we're just, price gouging. No, that we absolutely do not do that.
Well, when I say that in certain respects we're not viewed that way, I mean, like, I can tell you right now, EMS doesn't view me as a first responder.
Huh.
There are whole videos on YouTube that you can watch where EMS providers have made jokes about nursing staff, about how we're not as smart as they are because we don't ride on the truck.
That's insane.
It is insane.
I don't think that's fair.
And it's like, not trying to be ugly, but I'm perfectly content working somewhere where I have the ability to walk out of the room.
What is the difference between you saving somebody's life on the side of the road and you saving somebody's life in the ER?
Well, level of equipment, number one, but
and that comes.
Oops.
It wasn't just me.
I mean, ideally, like there was when I was still working at Leon, I was on my way back. I think it was like the day after Christmas. I'd stopped at Walmart to get something, and I ended up walking around in there for about an hour. And on the way home, I rode up on a girl that hit a guardrail, and it just destroyed her fucking car. And I jumped out and ran over there, and she was still in she was still in her driver's seat, still had her seatbelt on, but she had a huge gaping head wound.
Oh.
She was fucking confused as I don't know what. She didn't know where she was. She didn't know what was going on, and thankfully there was somebody else that pulled off that called 911, and I was like, you just hold the phone. I'm going to apply pressure to her head as best I can and try to keep her head still, because she was trying to climb out of the car even though she didn't need to. I mean, that's not okay.
No.
You need to be as still as humanly possible. And I'm sitting here rattling off, okay, we've got a laceration, gaping laceration to the proximal aspect of da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And the thing is even the 911 operator was like asking me the most mundane and basic questions. And I was like, I told you all that, but here it is again. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And then, and I think it took them like 15 minutes to get there, because it was literally like on the line between counties, and the ones that showed up were from the smaller county. But they hopped out, they walked over and they're like, all right, so what's going on? And they stepped in between me and her, and I'm still holding her head. I'm like, well, she's extremely confused. She's not even really oriented to herself. I'm like, I'm standing here holding her head because she's got a very, very nasty laceration here. I said, and she is trying her damnedest to move every bit of that cervical spine that she can. I was like, so if you can let me hold here and work around me, that would be great, because I don't want you guys to end up having problems on the way. And do you know that they turned and fucking gave me the fucking stink eye? And I was like, you fucking uppity paramedic bastards.
You know, and here's something else that a lot of people don't know. Paramedics and nurses and people of that nature, firefighters. Do you know the paramedics in our county do not make what they could make working at McDonald's?
Yes, I know. I know that. I've had that conversation many, many times. They are paid to make sure that your family makes it from point A to point B, and that there's the best possible chance for survival for them. But they are paid, but the person who flips your hamburger is being paid more.
Yep. McDonald's in our town starts at $15 an hour. The paramedics make 12.
Yep. And it's the same sort of circumstances that you find in a lot of places. Now, some places are not, it's not that way. But in a lot of places in nursing staff, in relation to nurses, they're not paid adequately either for what they do in relation to patient load and responsibility and liability.
No.
And, the reasoning is it's a calling. It's a calling. You chose this. It's a calling. Yes, it's a calling. Yes, it is. I chose this life. I walked into it with the undue expectation that, you know, because mom being mom, you know, you don't have to do this forever. You can just do this until you figure out what you want to do. And I got into it and I was like, I fucking love this. And I can't imagine doing anything else really.
Yeah.
But it doesn't change the fact that just because I happen to be made for it doesn't mean that it's not still a job for me.
Right.
I am not going to sacrifice the entirety of my life like I did during the coof, because I did that shit for almost a year, just nonstop, wide open, burning both ends. And I was burnt the fuck out by the end of it. And I'm not doing that anymore.
No.
And I'm not ever willing to again. And that's part of the reason why I went back to working with agency, because I'm like, you know what? I come in here, I do my job. Everybody is copacetic at the end of my day, and I go home and I'm paid adequately for what I'm doing.
Yep. And that's the way it should be. And that's the way it should be everywhere. And unfortunately, it's not. And I'm nothing against anybody that works at McDonald's or works in a retail store or works, you know, any kind of job of that nature. Waitresses, my God.
Every job is important.
I waited tables, and that was one of the hardest things I've ever done. That job legitimately made me hate people in general. But when you literally have people who are going to save your life, and they're making less than somebody who is putting together a hamburger, something's wrong.
Yes.
With the system.
That's aside from the fact that the medical system is now an industry, and you not only have medical supply but also medical insurance is very, very, very hefty lobby groups. You have a very big problem, because for the most part, aside from the fact that it creates a system where where you could have treatments, not cures, because that brings in more money. The other side is the distribution of the money in regard to how things are supposed to, quote unquote, trickle down, never properly happens at all.
And that explains too the lack of pay scale on the nursing staff, because we're considered an expenditure and not an asset.
Exactly. The other part of this is that this is also going to come out based on aspects to do with the state. Generally speaking, when it comes down to stuff to do with how medicine's going, you have the federal system, but then you also got the state system. You're going to be dealing with your state system more directly. They're going to be dealing with the federal guidelines on that too. So part of your funding is also based on whatever the money the state's going to be throwing around in regard to all that shit going on as well. So
that just means that I'll be an agency person until such time that I don't have any other option.
Probably.
I'll tell you that our county, for example, we were just talking about paramedics and EMS. At one point, they had privateered that. It was sent out to a private company. Were you aware?
Like a lead balloon.
Yeah. It was sent out to a private company. Well, this private company wanted everything documented. Mileage, how much fuel was used, how many hours they spent active, how many hours they spent down. And they cut the budget on our ambulances so badly that it took, example, it took them 15 minutes to go 1 mile. 15 minutes from EMS to Winn-Dixie, Heather.
That's insane.
And that I don't even think is a mile.
It's not.
Yeah, 15 minutes.
Half a mile.
Yeah. And after the first few people died, they decided that they were going to wait until the contract ran out and take it back private again or back to the county. But the private sector has nickel and dimed it so badly, but it's also being abused horribly too, because people, and I don't know if it's everywhere, but I know around here the ambulance is treated like a taxi.
It's called everywhere it's called the Medicare taxi.
Yeah. You know, little Johnny just sneezed and a booger just shot out of his nose. I'm going to call 911 and ride with him because I need to go to the grocery store anyway. And it literally abuses the system to the point where people that do need it do not have access to it.
Well, fixing that is about voting out the powers that keep it that way. I mean, let's put this to the real. So, and the other thing is this isn't necessarily just a all GOP or all Dem thing, because you need both sides of that to maintain the dysfunction that we have here.
Absolutely.
So it's literally about I mean, if you do not want to see that way things are regulated, it's pretty, which is all corporate anyway. When it ultimately comes down to it, you get those parties out.
The problem with that is that it has, I mean, yes, okay, it is a political issue outright, and how
unfortunately it does go there, but yeah.
But ideally, it's not just a voting problem, and it's a population problem, because they view all of us as taxi service and waitress and housekeeper and punching bag and you name it. You know, that's the way it's been. It's gotten progressively worse since the coup, because people have literally lost their fucking minds, acting like you're obligated to them simply because you're the one that happens to be there at the time. No, motherfucker, I ain't obligated to do shit for you other than to make sure that your ass is breathing when I leave at the end of the day. That's it. Not when I've got somebody in the other room who may not breathe till the end of this shift. That motherfucker, that one in there that can't breathe gets my priority. Not your drinks, not your snacks, not your ice cups. Fuck you. If you can get up and walk yourself to the bathroom and you can pick up your phone and order DoorDash, then you need to do those things, because I am not being paid to be your waitress.
No, and you're right. It's gotten significantly worse.
It has.
But that bias has always been there. My favorite thing was always, "You're a rude bitch. I need to talk to your manager."
Okay.
Okay, what do you want? They did not like that.
Well, and see, that's one of the other things too about agency that is probably going to keep me in it for a while, because honestly, I don't work for the facility.
Yep.
I don't answer to them. I don't even answer to the agency. They're just my middle ground. I work for me.
Yep.
And I have had people that I have dealt with on agency shifts that they're like, I need to talk to the house supervisor, rah, 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 rah. And I'm like, why? They can't do anything to me. And it isn't going to change the answer that I just gave you. No, you can't have your pain medication 4 hours earlier than prescribed. I don't care enough about you to lose my license. And you
Right.
will not ever be able to pay me enough money to make me care that amount about you to make me lose my license. It's just
Right.
not going to happen. I have had people at facilities that have said, if you don't do what I'm telling you to, I'm going to punch you out, bitch. I'm like, okay, go for it. Hang on one second while I get my phone, because as soon as you make contact with me, I'm having you hauled out of here in handcuffs. You can't do that. Yes, I can, because I don't work here.
Yep.
If I have you arrested, it's an entirely different story than the people who work here calling the law.
Mm-hmm.
Because you know what? They can get in trouble. They can get wrote up for that. They can bear repercussions for that. I can't.
Yep.
Play
Well,
me if you want to. I tell every one of them when they go there, I'm like, I can tell you, I know where you go, and I used to work where you go, and you ain't gonna like that. You're not gonna last.
Oh, I've had that happen. I had a woman try to jump on me, and I almost lost it. I had a broom handle in my hand. I was fixing to go to town. I said, "You got
Just
your kid in the car? If you lay a hand on me, I will beat you mercilessly in front of God and everybody, because you will not." And
yeah. I
then
mean,
I
but
was gifted a boat paddle to beat people with.
well, the crazy thing about it is, you would think that people would understand it. You know, if that was your family member that was being done that way, you
Right.
would be ready to beat the brakes off of them.
Right.
You know,
Right.
and then add to it, you know, because I keep up with stuff on TikTok. There are nurses on TikTok that they literally backbite other nurses. And they come online and they're like, yeah, like any nurse, you lazy ass CNAs, any CNA, you lazy ass nurses, just going back and forth at each other. And they're like, well, if it doesn't apply to you, then you shouldn't be upset by it. Why? Why are you doing it? This is part of the problem, because do you know they did research on it. And right now they said like 40% of millennials, after being exposed to negative information about the nursing field, have decided not to go into nursing.
Yep.
Because of
I
people
believe it.
being on social media, airing their grievances, backbiting each other, talking shit about their coworkers, acting a fool. And it's like, if we don't need that right now. That's always been a problem. You're dealing with a predominantly female population. Backbiting and petty bullshit and cattiness is par for the course. But we don't need that drug out into the streets, because guess what? All that does is make every single one of us look bad when we don't do that to each other. Everybody doesn't do that.
And that's true. That's 100% true.
It's no
But
different with EMS and the police department and the fire department and all of it.
yep, all it takes is one bad apple.
There's a few
And
of them on TikTok that are the fucking worst.
matter of fact, I was watching the news tonight, and Warm Springs in Georgia has fired their entire police department from the chief down. Whole damn police department. Done.
And the sad thing is you've got places like Chicago that have like no police traffic at all between like midnight and 4 a.m. now.
Well, because nothing has been. A lot of that goes back to political correctness.
Well, and the fact that they have, number one, they can't get anybody to come on because they don't pay them worth a damn. Number two, they run them half to death when they're on shift. They understaff them just like they understaff medical personnel and EMS. They understaff the shit out of them because they're like, well, if you're figuring out a way to make do with this few people, then hey, that works for us because we save money.
Well, first of all, I'm not going to go get shot at for 20 grand a year.
No.
It's not going to happen. Could they pay me enough? Sure. Is that number 20 grand a year?
No.
Hell no. And people don't see the correlation. It's funny to me that nobody wants the cops there until they need the cops. And then they start screaming. I don't know where they were. Where was the police when all this was happening? You chased them away.
The ones, the good ones, ones you chased off, not the negligent ones.
Right.
I mean, I gotta say, I haven't had a lot of interaction with LEO over here, except when I backed the truck into that dude. And the cop, well, no, I didn't mean to. I didn't mean
well, no, obviously.
And the
It's
cop,
okay. Krusty has a yard. You're fine.
the cop was like really nice, but he pulled up and I was on the verge of a fucking meltdown. And he was like, so what happened here? I'm like, I backed into him. And he was like, is that all? And I'm like, yeah, here's my ID and my insurance. He's like, okay. I imagine that there are probably a lot of really nice officers around here, but I'm thankful that I haven't had a need for them. But we have ones like Corey and Jost and all those ones that are actually down and dirty working in those communities that receive that level of pushback because they're like, I don't trust you. That they prove themselves, and we need more like that, ones that actually give a shit about what they're doing. They're not just going through the motions and taking care of things at hand because they know that they need to, because that's what their job is.
Right. You're right. And I think there's been a turnaround since we have gotten a new sheriff. I'll be honest, I didn't have faith in him at first.
Is that cue ball?
Yes.
I don't have a lot of faith in him.
Well, it's been a lot better. I'll be honest. I was where you were for a long time, but he's really made some good changes. He's made good steps forward.
It's just, to me, it's been a while since he actually rode the street.
Yeah.
And you tend to forget things when you're away from it.
Yeah. I'll give you that.
But somebody like Corey would be one of those ones that not only would he actually be doing the job in the office, but he would be out in a cruiser on the street regularly, still interacting with people, because he would want to maintain that level of connection with the community.
And that's a big deal too. You can't. Yes. I think with our previous sheriff, that was lost.
Yes.
And the one before that, everybody kind of liked him. You either loved him or you hated him.
I mean, take like Charlie.
Okay.
That's the reason why Charlie did so well.
Yeah.
And why Charlie stayed in office for so long.
Yep.
Because not only was Charlie doing the work from behind the desk, he was out in the community on the streets dealing with people.
Yep. And then we had people, I know a lot of people didn't like him, but you had people like Marcus that was out there that knew how to talk.
Yes.
To a lot of these people, and that man amazed me.
Well, and that's part of the the thing that I don't think that a lot of people see. There's a lot of multitasking involved with LEO, with nursing, and every first responder or medical response in across the board. There's so much more to it than just the little bit that you see.
Yes.
And you have to be able to play that counselor, to play the intermediate, to be able to de-escalate, to be able to do all these varying things. And it's kind of lost in translation, I think.
And there's so much more coming to it. Once again, listening to the news tonight, the state of Florida is fixing to require that its officers undergo more EMS training.
Which is not a bad thing.
It's not, especially if they're going to be dosing out Narcan. I still kind of, and this is not a popular opinion, I don't think deputies need to be dosing people for Narcan. I think that is an EMS job.
Well, while I can agree with you on that, I mean, with the level of fentanyl infiltration into the country, it's kind of necessary right now.
It is.
And honestly, I mean, I'm at a point where, and I haven't done it, but I was considering it, actually getting some to keep in the truck.
Well, I mean, we have some that we keep uptown,
So
just in case, because I've told the guys several times, wear gloves, be careful. You don't know what these people have been pulled over for, or what they have in their car, or
and that situations like that alone might be enough of a reason for them to want them to be able to do that, which is a good thing, because I mean, with the accessibility of EMS to at any given moment, it can be precarious.
Yes.
And if you have somebody who's down with an overdose, I mean, every single second matters.
Well, you also have people who, and I watch this, and I don't know. Here's my thing. I don't know how much of this is staged. I don't know how much of it isn't. I don't know how much of it's real or not. But we were watching Life PD. Are you familiar?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, wait. That's where they're covering police shit like it's ESPN, right?
Kind of.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I know what you're talking. It's been a while since I saw that, but I know what you're
I'll
talking
put it
about.
to you like this, Heather. I don't know how much of it could be staged, but if there is any staging to it, but I know that the episodes that they did in Tallahassee, accurate.
Okay. One of my favorite episodes was actually out of Tallahassee.
The one where the guy ripped his pants open.
And they tased him right in the butt crack.
Yep. Yeah.
Tased him right in the butt crack. I've never seen anybody jump like that in my life.
Add to it, it tore the front of his shorts open too, and they flipped him over, and they didn't blur it quick enough. So yeah, everybody watching Live PD got to see a little bit of his Johnson before they caught it. Yeah. He was in lockup. He was in lockup for about 3 or 4 months.
Was he embarrassed? Please tell me he was embarrassed.
He was embarrassed at first, and then he was like, yo, he's like, man, he's like, I'm going to have it made when I get out of here. He's like, my cousin told me that all these women been hitting up my Facebook.
And the
how many women are into ass tasing now? Like, I mean, just
look, I'm into any tasing.
It wasn't the butt tasing. It was the intentional flash.
Okay, gotcha. So he got Wang publicity. My bad.
Yeah.
Well,
okay.
and you need to know he was arrested. He was arrested the night before too, for stealing something out of a car. It was something stupid.
Yeah, they booked him and released him.
And then the second night, he was arrested for stealing like an 80-year-old woman's wallet.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the night they tased him and right dead in his ass crack.
But it had me straight tripping because, like, he was, while he was in there, he ended up having to be like on some antibiotics or something at one point. And like right after he got in, I dealt with him for a little bit because he wanted ibuprofen, which was fine. You know, he got tased. He's going to be sore. But the antibiotics were sinus infection. And that second go round, he's like, yeah, my cousin says all these women's hitting up my Facebook. He's like, I'm going to be busy when I get out of here. He says, I just got to wait for court to come around.
Good Lord.
I was like, Jesus. I'm like, please, Lord, man, before you go do anything. I said, go to the health department and get you some free rubbers. Jesus.
Maybe that'll keep him from stealing old ladies' wallets for a little
Maybe
bit.
get him some women to pay him for his time.
But what
He might have actually got into getting ass tased too.
Oh,
like thinking about this on other levels here, it's entirely possible. It's just, you know what? I got tased in the ass, and it was awesome. You know,
tasers and fur missiles, man. That's the only reason to watch.
Mm-hmm. I would imagine yes. So.
And actually, you know, I don't know if you know it or not, but I was there when Leon's dog went into competition.
Oh, really? Well, in the meantime, I watched a Friday night episode.
Bane.
Okay.
He was on America's Top Dog on A&E.
I remember that.
I got to meet Bane. Bane came into the jail quite a bit. They would pull them in at times to say, come do a shake so that we know that we're catching everything. This be Bane.
What up,
Him's
dog?
a pretty boy.
Big pretty baby.
He's a Malinois. Not a VSD.
Bane, look at that sweet face. Oh my God.
Him's good boy. Well, we were watching one Friday night, and the dude was passed out on the sidewalk in front of a 7-Eleven. So they Narcaned him and got him back and sent him off. The next freaking night,
Same thing. Mm-hmm.
the same thing. And I mean, how many times is it going to take? How many times is it going to take to get him? The state should recognize that this man has a serious problem.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And needs help.
Yes.
If you've been Narcan 2 nights in a row, you need help. So the state obviously wasn't going to provide him with help.
No.
They're just going to take him to the hospital.
Not without having to do something like apply charges and haul him off to jail. And I mean, even somewhere like Leon, Leon could hold something like 1250, I think. And at one point, for a while I was there, they had 1,400 in.
Mm-mm.
And that's part of the reason why, with the COOF, they would arrest people, they would book them, they would issue them a court date, and they would release them because there were so many people already in the jail that they couldn't afford to bring people in, and the people's behavior was off the charts during that time, you know.
Well, people were nuts. That whole thing made people
crazy
for no reason.
Isolation. They'll fuck you up. Not only that, but with a consistent deal of the propaganda we ended up having through the media during the time frame, that'll really fuck people up. It was basically having another version of terrorism going on within the 2K decade, but instead it was more the virus.
Yeah. But it's just, this goes back to the whole mental health thing.
Yes, I agree with that. It is lacking in a lot of ways, and something has got to give with it, you know.
I mean, how many times are we going to? And I'm not sounding heartless. I'm not actively over here going, let him die. It's not like that at all.
Well,
It's
no, the
not.
reality is it costs the state less to Narcan someone and put them back out to wherever as opposed to putting them over to a treatment facility.
Right, but the state can find money to waste on um, ridiculous legislation against Disney World.
Yes, it can. Because when it comes down to it, like a lot of the time when you have state legislation going on, it's either most of the time it's to benefit some kind of corporate party. The other part of the time is to basically set some kind of standard for general mentality. So if they're trying to go after whatever or some crap on Disney World, don't get me wrong, I'm no fan of Disney. I think that should have been closed down decades ago. But on the all in all, if they're going after something along the lines of that, they're trying to do something very intentional to establish some form of mentality on the subculture within the state.
Well,
legislation works in multiple ways, but one of the ways it always works is psychologically.
And that's a very Martha Stewart goes to prison point. How many dirty politicians have done the same thing and gotten away with it?
Oh, that's easy though. They're like, here's the thing: politicians and CEOs have one thing in common: too big to fail and too big to go to jail. And since one hand washes the other, and they both cover the face, which is whoever the lobbyists are, like in essence, like you're going to have a system where you have people who are above the law, because the reality is, and this has been going on very noticeably since the W administration and on into the Obama administration, of all they need to do is get retire, get grilled for 2 weeks in the media, and then it's all gone.
Yep.
So
that's how it ends up happening.
I'm fixing to turn my screen off because I haven't had anything to eat since 7:30, and I'm starving.
Oh, no, I was munching on some fish, so I don't blame you.
I mean, I don't know if y'all were interested in a mukbang, but I'm fixing to eat.
Well, it's like making a point out of something, because like with the whole, I don't know if you followed any of the Disney World thing, but
not recently.
It was
foolishness.
It was foolishness. It was the state trying to take away. I don't know if you're familiar with the way that it's built down there, but Walt Disney purchased, I forgot how many acres he purchased. It was a lot of it. But there was an agreement with the state that it would build and maintain its own roads, its own fire department, had its own post office, everything. And it's called Reedy Creek. And if you look it up, it's the roads are maintained impeccably.
Cool.
The fire department is top notch, top of the line. The police department is the same way. And they not only do Disney World, but they do the nearby residents. Celebration, Florida, which originally
Disney Town.
Yes.
Yeah.
And if you've never done a deep dive into that rabbit hole, that is
there's
creepy.
a dude who offed his family from there. I know about that one.
Yeah. Oh, there's more than one.
Oh, that wouldn't surprise me. That would not surprise me.
That's creepy.
No, anything that's modeled after Disney will have psychological effects on people after a while, and people are going to start offing their families because it's too happy all the time. That's how I feel.
I have never been happy. No, I take that back. I have been happy at Epcot.
Well, Epcot's fun. They got drinks there. But.
Right. You can drink. I started in Mexico and worked my way over to Canada. I started with a margarita and ended with a Bloody Mary. But
Amen.
And everything in between. But
well, that's about the only way you can make it through a theme park is not having something on board.
Oh my God, you're telling me.
Unless you're like 12.
But
edibles.
To the point, Disney paid the maintenance on this. This was not state funded. There was no state funding at all. None.
All right.
On these roadways on the property that Disney owns. Disney took care of it, Disney maintained it, cost taxpayers zero. If Reedy Creek responded to your fire or your health emergency, it cost you zero. It was nothing. There was nothing done at taxpayers' expense.
Nice.
So, in order to show Disney who's boss, the governor decided he didn't like something they were doing and started this whole process of litigation to take away all of that and
If
make,
they're maintaining it off the original contract, they don't really have much of a right to do that, though.
well, yes and no. There's something in that contract.
Okay.
There was something goofy in there, and that was a big thing for a long time. And the state finally realized that Disney has more money than we do,
Mhm.
and
Yeah, lots.
and we can't afford to keep doing this. So they finally dropped it. They're like, "Oh, well, I'm glad they learned their lesson." But I mean, they were fixing to take over what uh, in the miles of road I just alone they said probably would have costed almost $1 billion a year to maintain.
They
Why
have
do you,
they have that money.
oh yeah, but the state doesn't.
I'm saying the state has that money. I mean, they keep redoing the same sections of fucking highway over and over and over again.
Don't even get me started on I-4.
I mean, that's part of the reasons why all the roads in the county are trash, Heather, because they don't ever change up where they're redoing a section of road. It's the same 3, 4 sections over and over.
But why it makes no sense to me as to why the state would try to take that away from Disney, who is maintaining all of this and offering it free for use to it made no sense. And then to go through the litigation and the legislation to try to take it over, and it was just to prove a point. You know what it was? It was whose dick can swing lower.
Oh yeah, that's the way it usually goes.
Well, there's that, and there's also a corporate entity that's able to maintain things more functionally and better than the state could, which is also would count as bad publicity to the state.
And
so there is a commercial reason as to why they could potentially want to do that too.
But do you know though it had been that way for since the place opened?
Well,
Oh no, fair. But the other thing is that if it's been so ingrained for so long and so on and so forth, the other thought would be that okay, after this long, someone's going to notice this and bring this up. Let's kill it before it like potentially becomes an issue.
Well, Universal is now doing the same thing with their new park. They have bought land and basically bought Kirkman Road from the state. Will maintain it, will supply everything it needs, and is doing the same thing. Now, you're talking about two corporations that are making billions upon billions of dollars. Universal's putting $60 billion into this new theme park. That's a shit pile of money. Why wouldn't they want to maintain the roads? Why wouldn't they want to maintain the functions of the roads? But it's also taking it out of the state taxpayers. So out of those billions of dollars that the taxpayers aren't paying for these roads, for these fire trucks, for these ambulances, all this stuff, why can't that money be put aside for the paramedics to have a raise, for mental health programs, for after school programs for kids? I'll tell you something. We have a
Oh,
big
because we're not taxing them high enough. That's partially as to why.
well, in our public school, our high school here 2 years ago was so badly funded that they were begging people after spring break Please send copy paper and toilet paper.
See,
Literally.
that's not a state level problem. I don't think that's a county problem.
Well, that problem ended up getting solved too, but they're so close to the teeth as it is.
As I'll tell you why I say that. If they can afford brand new equipment for the football team every year, they can afford toilet paper and copy paper.
Oh, they're not. Here's what they told everybody, and everybody bought it. The football team is funded by the boosters.
Not all of it, they're not.
No. But the football team also can't read.
Believe me, do I know?
I mean, you want to get down and dirty with it, but the politics of the whole situation is disgusting.
No, it's not, Heather. It's been that way since we were in high school.
Oh, I know.
Before we got in that high school, it was that way. At least when we were there was still some academic standards in play for them.
Yeah.
That
Those are far
fell
gone.
by the wayside. That fell by the wayside not long after we left, actually. And I've had people, like when I worked at the chicken plant, Heather, there were people that would come in to apply for jobs that were amazing football players. And they were sold a bill of goods for, well, if you play well, then maybe you'll have a shot at the NFL. Do you know that you're more likely to win the lottery than you are to make it to the NFL? Stop telling these boys this.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing is that the other thing is that the more they win is also more funding that goes to the school for stuff to do with that shit too. It's sort of like the older version of W's No Child Left Behind deal, where all you do is take scantrons and then you get your funding based off of that.
Yeah,
sort of the same idea, only it's just the older version, which applies to jocks.
And I'll tell you how far that went from personal experience. My kid did not know. They did not teach her how to read an analog clock.
Yep.
Really?
Yep.
Wow. Okay.
She could not. I had to teach her how to read an analog clock.
Do you know Daniel still doesn't know how to read one?
I believe it. I believe it. That is not taught in school.
Girl, I bought him one Christmas. I bought him this really, really nice dress watch with an analog face on it. And he said, I don't know how to read this. I said, yes, I know. I said, the point is I want you to learn how to read it. I said, because honestly, I'm like, you can't be walking around relying on a digital clock all the time, dude. I was like, add to it. This is a really nice watch, man. I'm like, it's not made of plastic. You'll be doing good. I was like, it'll be nice. I was like, you'll get compliments, all that. I mean, it wasn't an expensive watch, but it was still nice.
Right.
And do you know he never took that fucking thing out of the box?
Because he couldn't figure out how to read it.
And now he just uses a smartwatch.
Oh God.
That's the same thing mine does. She has a smartwatch. But
you know too that in little rattlesnake's age group, they're not teaching them to write in cursive at all anymore.
Nope.
I hated writing in cursive. Like the longest thing it took me to answer for SATs is writing out my name and then filling shit out. I have a long last name, that's why. But like, I hated writing in cursive.
Ideally, like there have been instances where I've seen it posted online where people have taught their kids at home to write in cursive. So the kid goes home, goes to school and is writing on paperwork in cursive, and then they get in trouble for writing in cursive.
Yep.
And it's like, why are you trying to force them into writing in print? And then I got to thinking about it, and I'm like, if you'll think about it, it makes a level of sense. All of the most important documents to society, the Western society, is all written in cursive.
Yep. You're absolutely right. The Declaration of Independence.
Constitution.
Are
there digital versions available? Absolutely.
Yeah.
But let's say the internet crashes tomorrow.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
They're not being taught how to balance a bank account.
They didn't teach us that.
They're not teaching anyone in regard anything to do with law or basic psychology, generally speaking, either, which also should be happening.
They're
Like,
basic adult living. They don't teach them how to cook anything. They don't teach them how to clean anything.
Nope.
You know, they don't teach them the basics of adulting, really. They don't teach them anything about financial health, credit scores, taxes, none of that.
well, that's all money. That's all money. That's not necessarily adulting. You could train anyone to like marm their money. It doesn't make them an adult, though.
Well, no, I'm talking about making sure that you're understanding that things cost money and that
Oh, right. Okay, got it. Okay.
You can't use credit in place of money and not pay that back. I mean, there are whole groups of people right now walking around that think that credit card is basically just free money, and it's not.
Yep.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
And that they think that because they can just spend it and that it's not going to come with any repercussions to them, and they don't understand it when they go to try to sign up for electricity or to apply for rent, why they can't get any of these things, because their credit's fucked up because they spent money that wasn't really theirs and they didn't pay it back.
Yep.
So that's when I say adulting. Paying your taxes is one of those things because you have to, or you know, if you do own something, you can have that shit taken away from you. You don't want to risk that. You know, there's all these varying things. Just basic adult functioning capability is being kind of fell through the cracks and everything, and it makes things really fucking scary.
Common sense is not being taught.
No.
Common sense is not being taught.
That's a tough one to teach, though.
Yeah.
Like, it's sort of like one of those life experience things as well. So it's got this deal of you can only say so much. You have to live the other half.
Okay. And you're not wrong. I've seen people drive in before to get their tire fixed, and they have patched it with duct tape.
That's a bad idea. Oh, that's a bad idea.
Patched it with duct tape. I have seen people pour windshield washer fluid into their radiator, which isn't necessarily terrible depending on the vehicle. I've seen people pour vegetable oil into their engine oil bay because that's the only kind of oil they had. I have seen, and I kid you not, I have photos of this. Woman pulled in because she just got her headlights fixed and they don't work now. She got them fixed all right. She took them to Uncle Joe's shade tree mechanic, and because the switch was broke, instead of replacing the actual switch, he pulled the wires out and wired it into a house electrical light switch. Yes.
What? Just
a gold Toyota Camry, and right there, and he screwed it right into the middle of the dashboard. He wired a house decorator style with the big chunky on-off button light switch.
Like, I understand that like Toyotas are like one of the you could like remodel like Lego cars, but that's taking too much liberty.
I've seen things.
Yeah, you have.
I've seen things. And you're driving on the road with these people, just so you know.
These are the same ones that we've had in the ER who their hoo-ha is on fire. And they can't figure out why. And then you do a pelvic exam on them and you find out that their hoo-ha is purple. And they said that they were trying out some stuff at home and they needed some lubricating jelly and they didn't have, so they used what they had.
Which was Smucker's.
Yes.
Nice.
Yes.
Nice.
Same people.
I
Different arena.
I believe it. I believe it. We had a man who brought his Land Rover in, and he had a huge barrage of cats. Remember the cat farm
Yeah.
that was out here? Yeah.
Mhm.
He was feeding the cats out of his Land Rover, so he'd open the console and just pour cat food in it and leave the windows down. And I've never seen anything that gross in my life. There were mayonnaise jars. God knows what they were for in the windows. I
He was
mean,
making cat mayonnaise. Yeah. Yeah.
Did you milk the cat on the farm, Greg? Is it hard to
How
milk
do
a
you get the
cat?
mayonnaise from the cat? You know, like you got to milk the cats.
Y'all wrong. I hate to do it. It's been 7 hours.
That's it. All we need to do is another 3, and we're gonna beat now. Come on,
Dude. It is almost 4 o'clock in the morning. I have to go to bed.
All right.
I hate to be the party pooper, but I do have to go to work.
Yeah, I got almost 2 a.m. I'm still going. So
Yeah, but see, it's still early for you.
yeah, no, it totally is. I woke up an hour before you started streaming. I just showered. I came on. I sat down. I saw you were going on. I'm like, all right, cool. Salty's on.
And to be truthful, I could not sleep last night, so I've probably only had about an hour and a half of sleep between sleeping and the nap that I took before I got.
You should have said that as an opener. You should have said that as an opener. That'll kill you.
Oh God.
Yeah, I am. The gas gauge is needled into the dirt.
Yeah, it's almost 5 here, so.
Yeah, I know. So yeah, it is time for us to go.
Yeah,
I appreciate y'all coming on and hanging out with me. It was a good time. Welcome to the Foodie verse, formerly Heather. Now that you done been given some of the nasty, ugly, dirty.
Man, I'll never look at a gherkin the same.
Oh, believe me, it gets worse.
Yeah, it does.
I'm gonna hop off here. I don't know when exactly I'll be back because I'm working this weekend, but I will figure it out and we will catch up on the nonsense soon. So thank y'all for hanging out. I appreciate y'all. Thank you to everybody in the chat and in the comment section. I appreciate you guys. If you have made it this far, leave me an eggplant emoji in the comments just because we want to make the Gherkin boys upset. So that's what
Also, if you want extra points, mention Gerard Butler near the eggplant.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. So I'm gonna hop off here. You all have a good night. Remember, take care of yourselves. Tell those that you love them, and remember to hydrate, because you are basically just a houseplant with more complex emotions. Bye, y'all.
Bye.